At kuha po tayo ngayon ng latest sa sitwasyon sa Senado mula kay Ian Cruz. Ian, magandang umaga.
Magandang umaga, Pia. Ngayon nga ang Day 18 ng impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Pia, dapat sana si SDO Edward Fajarda ng Department of Education yung nakatakda sana susunod kay SDO Gina Acosta ng OVP. Pero nabanggit nga sa impeachment court ni Presiding Officer Chis Escudero na may medical certificate na ipinadala ang kampo nga ni Fajarda na na-stroke ito, nadala sa ICU at ngayon ay nagpapagaling na sa regular na room doon sa pinagdalahang ospital. At Pia, yung ang sabi ni Chief Prosecutor o ng lead prosecutor ng prosecution team ng mababang kapulungan ng Kongreso na si Jervil Luistro ay posibleng sa September 7 na nila tawagin bilang witness nga itong si Edward Fajarda na siyang nag-disperse ng pondo ng confidential funds ng Department of Education noong 2023 at ngayong araw nga ito, Pia, ang inaasahan ay si Lemuel Ortonio ng OVP. Siya yung matatandaang kasama itong si Gina Acosta nang i-withdraw nila yung 125 million na confidential funds mula sa isang branch ng Land Bank at ang sinasabi ni Acosta yung unang 125 million pesos na confidential funds noong fourth quarter ng 2022 ay ibinigay niya kay Colonel Dante La Chica at nakita rin ang mga pirma nitong si Ortonio doon sa mga AOM o Audit Observation Memorandum, yung sumagot dyan ang OVP. Kaya naman may partisipasyon siya pagdating sa liquidation ng mga confidential funds. Kaya inaasahang mahaba din, Pia, ang magiging pagtatanong sa kanya sapagkat syempre siya yung nakasama doon sa pag-withdraw at may bahagi siya sa liquidation. Kaya maraming tanong ang prosecution team pagdating sa mga aspetong yan at inaasahang syempre na tatagalan at kakain din ng mahabang oras yung pagtatanong sa kanya. Gaya nung nabanggit mo kanina, Pia, pinasubpi na rin ang isang retiradong opisyal ng AFP, gayon din yung dalawa pang active officer ng Armed Forces of the Philippines. Sila, Pia, yung nakita din natin noong magsagawa ng hearing ang Kamara patungkol nga dito sa confidential funds ng OVP at ng DepEd. Sila yung nagsasabi na hiningan sila ng certification ng DepEd at hindi raw nila alam na gagamitin pala iyon sa pag-justify ng confidential funds ng Department of Education sapagkat ang kanilang function doon sa mga batalyon at sa mga field commands nila ay sila ay nagsasagawa ng Youth Leadership Summit at para nga yan sa anti-insurgency program ng gobyerno na ayon sa kanilang pagharap sa Kamara ay regular nilang ginagawa. Kaya inaasahan din, Pia, na dyan sa sentro ang magiging testimonya nila kung masasalang sila. Pero maaaring kung matapos muna itong pag-testify ni Ortonio, ay doon pa lamang talaga masasalang itong mga officer ng Armed Forces of the Philippines. At Pia, isa rin sa mga itinatanong ng mga senador, baka dapat isunod na kay Gina Acosta si Colonel Dante La Chica na sinasabi nga ni Acosta na doon niya tinurn over yung 125 million pesos na pondo ng confidential funds sa kanya inirelease ng buo at yung sumunod naman na taon ng 2023 may first and to third quarter ay may maraming pagkakataon din siyempre hati-hati yung pagbibigay sa kanya at pag-release sa kanya ng pondo. Pero ang sagot nga ng prosecution team ay i-revisit pa nila yung listahan ng kanilang mga ipapatawag. At natanong din natin siyempre kay Attorney Michael Powa ng Depensa kung ipatatawag din ba nila si Colonel Dante La Chica. Ang sinasabi niya, Pia, ay nasa listahan naman talaga nila doon sa pre-trial itong si Colonel Dante La Chica, pero siyempre tinitimbang din nila kung kailangan ba talagang ipatawag itong si Colonel Dante La Chica. So ngayong araw ay hihintayin din natin ang iba pang development patungkol sa mga mangyayari nga dito sa Day 18 nitong impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Balik sa iyo, Pia.
Iyan, gaya ng nabanggit mo nga, no, si Lemuel Ortonio ang inaasahan nating tetestigo sa araw na ito na alam natin na nung una ay dapat ipinagpaliban ang kanyang pagtestigo dahil nga siya daw ay magla-licensure exam pero nabaliktad na rin yung schedule ng licensure exam niya, di ba Ian? Kaya ngayon na siya inilagay para sa linggong ito.
Yes, Pia, naging September daw yung licensure exam nitong si Ortonio. Kaya naman nagkaroon talaga ng window na maibigay na, mapasalang na siya ngayong araw na ito sa witness stand. And yun nga rin, Pia, kasi nga na-adjust talaga yung listahan sapagkat dapat sana ang isusunod na talaga ay si Edward Fajardo dahil siya talaga yung nasa sinusundan itong si Jean Acosta. Pero yun nga, na-stroke itong si Fajardo at kinakailangan talagang magpagaling muna sa ospital bago sumalang at kinilala naman yan ng prosecution team. Kaya naman ang sabi ni Representative Jervil Luistro, ang lead prosecutor ng prosecution team, ay sa September 7 na siya. Pero ngayong araw na ito, itong si Ortonio, syempre taga-OVP din naman siya at kasama nga siya ni Jean Acosta doon sa pag-withdraw ng confidential funds sa Land Bank branch at may mga pirma nga siya doon sa mga sagot ng kanilang ahensya doon sa sinasabing liquidation nga o sa mga ulat ng liquidation mula sa COA, Pia.
Iyan, may nabanggit ba ng schedule ang impeachment court kung kailan nila papupuntahin sa ospital para silipin ang kalagayan ni Edward Fajardo ang kanilang sariling medical staff?
Well, Pia, hindi pa openly nasabi yan, pero ang pagkakaintindi natin at base na rin sa mga nasasabi ng ating sources ay talagang in touch naman ang alam ng Senado nung kanilang clinic yung nangyaring yan kay Ortonio. At ang balita nga natin, Pia, nadala muna sa isang ospital itong, si Fajardo. Alam din natin na nadala muna siya sa isang ospital and then na-transfer pa at ngayon nga ay nagpapagaling doon sa ospital na yan. So, kailangan din talaga, Pia, ng pagpunta talaga doon at pagbisita sa kanya para nga matiyak din at malaman kung kumusta na ba yung kondisyon niya at kung pwede na ba siya na humarap sa paglilitis at sapagkat alam naman natin, Pia, kapag talagang ikaw ay nandun sa witness stand, parang tila ba naka-hot seat ka, talagang kung galing ka sa ICU, kung katatapos mo lang magpagaling sa ospital, hindi talaga magaan na proseso yung pagdadaanan mo. So kabilang din yan, syempre, sa tinitingnan nila. At syempre, kailangan talagang malaman kung fit na ba siya na sumalang sa witness stand dahil syempre mahirap naman na may mangyari din sa kanya sa gitna ng kanyang pagtitestimonya, Pia.
At panghuli na lamang, Ian, na-resolve na rin yung kasi kahapon si Attorney Sheila Sison, sinabi niya na parang bakit naman yung ibang testigo ngayon lamang sinabi, pero ang paliwanag ni Representative Jervil Luistro hindi naman sila nag-deviate from the list. Nagkataon lang na nagkaroon ng rescheduling, pero talagang nasa listahan naman yung iba pang mga testigo na ipatatawag nila. So wala nang manifestation or pending manifestation or objection dito ang depensa, Ian?
Wala na, Pia, pero ang nasabi rin naman ni Presiding Officer Jesus Codero, kumbaga binuk lang naman nila or pinasubpi na lang naman nila ahead itong taga-AFP, yung dalawang active at saka yung isang retired. Kasi nga, Pia, ang dapat kasi sa kanilang kasunduan sa pre-trial, dapat at least 5 araw alam nung magkabilang panig kung sino yung ipapasumpina nila na magiging witness at sasalang sa witness stand para din naman, syempre, makapaghanda kung sino man yung mag-present at kung sino rin yung magde-defend dito sa witness na ito. Kaya meron talagang napagkasunduan na gano'n. Pero sabi nga ni Presiding Officer Jesus Codero, sasalang pa naman si Ortonio ngayon at yun nga, Pia, gaya nung napag-usapan natin, hindi naman ganun kabilis ang pagsalang niya. So kung kahapon napasumpina na yung 3 susunod na witness, ngayong araw na to, sasalang si Ortonio at kung hindi pa matapos ang direct examination ngayon, magpapatuloy pa bukas ang cross-examination and possible redirect. So, aabuti na rin naman ng next week at holiday pa sa Monday, sa August 31. Kaya malamang papatak na rin sila sa Tuesday ng susunod na linggo. Kaya naman sa covered na rin yung sinasabi nga na allowance time para nga doon sa pagtawag ng witness, Pia.
Alright, maraming salamat, Ian Cruz. At para po tulungan tayong talakayin at himayin ang nangyayari sa impeachment court, makakasama po natin si dating Integrated Bar of the Philippines President, Attorney Domingo Cayosa. Attorney Cayosa, good morning po.
Morning, Pia, at magandang umaga po sa ating mga kababayan.
Well, Attorney, kahapon nakita po natin natapos na yung direct examination, cross-examination, redirect, recross, pati na yung interjections kay former SDO Gina Acosta. Para sa inyo, Attorney Cayosa, ano yung pinaka-importanteng bahagi ng kanyang testimonya sa mga nakalipas na araw?
Well, ang konteksto nito, Pia, hostile witness siya. So, doon natin nakita kung ano ang galaw ng isang hostile witness. So, to the credit of the prosecution, napaaman naman nila sa kanya na yung bultuhang pag-withdraw ng pera at yung pagbibigay kay Colonel Chica na wala dun sa labag dun sa guidelines sapagkat dapat ang disbursing officer siya yung tagabigay ng pera dun sa mga recipients. Ang ginawa niya, pinasa niya dun sa isang opisyal ng gobyerno na hindi naman kasama sa Office of the Vice President, AFP ito at hindi rin banded. That much inamin naman ni Acosta. At ang isang mahalagang napaamin sa kanya, ito ginawa niya dahil utos ng Vice President. Kasi dun nako-connect yung accountability and responsibility ng Vice President. So, importante yon. Of course, dun sa mga ibang detalye na, napansin na natin na nung tinatanong na tungkol dun sa mga actual na pagdi-disburse, despite the fact na siya ang nag-certify na tama ang pagka-disburse, na qualified yung mga tumanggap nito, inamin niya na hindi ko naman talaga alam kung sino mga ito. So yun, very damaging din yun dun sa position ng defense, no? Na bakit hindi niya alam? Siya yung disbursing officer. Siya yung nag-certify na tama ang pagkagamit. But pagdating na dun sa mga detalye, nakita na rin natin na dekahon ang sagot na. So hindi na rin maganda na ipilit mo pa similar questions kasi dahil nga hostile witness ito, kung baka kakampi ng nasasakdal, yun ang kanyang sasabihin. So napansin natin na kahit paulit-ulit si Atty. Ligutan, paulit-ulit na rin yung kanyang tanong. At ganun din nangyari sa mga senador. So characteristic ito ng isang hostile witness. Maari din kasi, at inamin naman niya na nakakausap niya ang mga abogado ng defense. So maari ding na-brief na siya na hanggang dito lang ang iyong aaminin. Pagdating dito, sabihin mo na lang, binigay mo lahat kay Colonel Chica. So, naipasa niya yung detalye dun sa isang opisyal na hindi dapat at dun sa kanyang pag-aamin, to credit her naman, inaako niya yung posibleng criminal or administrative responsibility or liability.
Yung sinabi niya po na nakipag-usap siya kay Attorney Bakel even before sumalang siya or tumayo siya sa witness stand, wala namang problema sa ganun, Attorney. Parang ganun talaga yon. Kapag ikaw ay hostile witness, pwede ka talagang makipagpulong sa nasasakdal or sa kampo ng nasasakdal.
Of course, wala namang inaasahan dapat yon. So, we don't have to belabor the point. Kasi nga, empleyado siya ng Vice President, kakampi siya ng Vice President. So may access sa kanya yung mga defense counsel. So normal lang na nakakausap siya, nabibrief siya. To what extent, we don't know. Ayaw niyang sabihin, but we can presume na na-brief talaga yan.
And ilang beses niya sinasabi, well, like you mentioned, di ba, parang ilang beses sinasabi na binigay kay Colonel Chica. Si Colonel Chica ang nagsabi na kasi confidential in nature, kaya hindi ko masasabi sa'yo. So ilang beses nabanggit si Colonel Chica, and to the point na si Presiding Officer Chisa Escudero na ang nagtanong sa prosecution kung hindi ba siya isasalang. I'm curious, Attorney, because sabi ni Presiding Officer Chisa Escudero, we cannot compel you, meaning the prosecution, we cannot compel you to present them, but aren't you going to present them? Bakit po kaya may pag-aalinlangan sa panig ng prosecution na sabihin agad na gusto nilang ipresenta or ipatawag si Colonel Lachica?
But desisyon ng prosecution, Pia, kung sino ang kanilang ipapatawag na witness. So, tama naman si Senador Escudero, they cannot compel them. Pero bakit sila nag-aaninlangan? Kasi maganda o pwedeng magsahain ng hostile witness kung meron ka ng pinanghahawakan. Kagaya nitong si Acosta, meron na siyang mga naunang sinumpaang salaysay sa Kongreso. So hindi na siya basta-basta gumawa ng ibang kwento. Limited na lang yung kanyang magiging kwento. Pwede na lang yung dekahon na sagot pero hindi niya pwedeng baliktarin yung unang nasabi niya. Ang problema ng prosecution kay Colonel Lachica, wala silang ganung pinanghahawakan sa kanya. So hindi nila alam kung ano ang sasabihin niya and to what extent he will say something at hindi nila basta-basta mababara yun dun sa mga prior admissions or statements niya. So, it is dangerous. So, maari din na kung meron pa silang ibang mga impormasyon na solid evidence na that can limit kung anong sasabihin ni Colonel Lachica, ay pwede yun, no? Na patatawagin. But sila ang nakakaalam dyan. It is very risky for them to call a witness na hindi nila alam kung saan patutunguhan yung kanyang sasabihin.
So just to clarify, ang impeachment court, kasi sabi natin, di ba, parang may mga pagkakaiba kasi ang impeachment court sa regular court. Pero maski sa impeachment court, hindi pwedeng magpatawag ng testigo ang hukom, meaning the judge. They cannot be the ones to say, gusto namin mapakinggan tong testigong ito.
Hindi naman. Hindi pwede yun. Sa tingin ko, si Lachica baka nga mas gagamitin pa ng defensa yan. Kasi kinakailangan nila at this point to explain yung mga hindi tamang nangyari. Halimbawa, yung mga pare-parehong pirma, iba-ibang tao, o yung mga paano mo nagastos yung laking halaga sa 11 days, at yung mga non-existent na mga pangalan. So, siya siguro ang makakapagpaliwanag noon kasi yun ang sinasabi ngayon ni Acosta, tinatransfer na sa kanya. So, he'll be vital, important for the defense.
So kahit hindi ipatawag ng prosecution si Lachica, may pagkakataon tayong marinig kung anong sasabihin ni Lachica kung ipatawag siya ng depensa.
Yes. And you know, I think the defense will be compelled to call him kasi nga, na-establish na prosecution na irregular yung pangyayari At least all the way up to pagbigay sa kanya. So ngayon, so inaamin na ng witness kahapon at nung nakarang na mali siya doon. Of course, sinasabi niya yun ang kanyang pagkaintindi, pero hindi yun ang masusunod. Ano ang nakasulat sa batas, sa COA rules. So mali na siya doon. So may irregularity na. So may presumption na nawaldas, nagamit sa personal yung mga pondo na yan. So kinakailangan talagang sila Chika ipapatawag ng depensa kasi siya ang nakakaalam. Siya ang maaring magpatunay na at ididalya niya. Sino ba si Mary Grace Piato? Sino ba si Pusa? Sino ba si kung ano-anong mga pangalan? Siya ang magdidetalya niyan. So nailipat sa kanya yung responsibility.
Okay, so pwede natin abangan yun kung sila nga ang magsabi na ipapatawag nila si Lachica. Pero attorney, kahapon kasi tinanong niya Senator Amy Marcos si SDO Acosta sa kanyang interjection. Parang nakita mo ba na napunta kay Vice President Sara Duterte yung pera or nakita mo ba na hinawakan ni Vice President Sara Duterte yung pera? Kailangan bang ipakita ito or idetalye ito or patunayan na talagang hawak niya yung pera, na may physical action of her having the money with her? Or just because of the fact that she's head of the agency at nagkaroon ng ganitong irregularity, yun na yung pagkakasala doon? Ano po ba talaga yung kailangan, hanggang anong level ang dapat patunayan ng prosecution?
Hindi naman kinakailangan na patunayan ng prosecution na binulsa ni Vice President Sara yung pera, linagay sa bangko niya o dinala sa bahay at siya mismo ang naglustay. Kasi maliwanag sa batas, dun mismo sa COA circular, na kung hindi mo ma-liquidate ng maayos yung mga naipagkatiwala sa inyo na pondo at hindi ito nagamit ng maayos, halimbawa, hindi naman security-related yung mga ibang activities na pinondohan nila, pag hindi mo ito may paliwanag maayos, hindi ka nakakapagpresenta ng sapat na dokumento o mga resibo, nadi-disallow yan. Once na nadi-disallow, yung hindi ka makapag-liquidate na maayos, ang presumption ng batas, ang sabi ng rules, there is prima facie evidence na ginamit mo yung pansarili. At hindi lang ito yung COA rules. Ito rin, malinaw na sa jurisprudence ng Supreme Court. Yung nga, panahon pa ng 1994, yung Mayor Datu Tanggote, ganun din ang sitwasyon. So sinabi ng Supreme Court, sa mga ganitong pagkakataon na hindi nakapag-liquidate na maayos yung public official, hindi na kinakailangang i-prove na siya mismo kumuha. It is presumed na siya. So yun ang sabi ng batas. Ganun din kay Mayor Martinez ng Caloocan. So it is established by law. Hindi na kinakailangang maglatag ka pa ng ebidensya. It is now for the Vice President to disprove or to rebut that presumption.
So bumabalik tayo dun sa sinasabi ng prosecution at the very beginning na prima facie evidence, there's a presumption na hindi siya nagamit ng tama. And para lang malinaw, ito yung pagkakaiba ng impeachment court sa regular court. Kasi kung sa regular court, kailangan patunayan talaga na nagkaroon ng, kailangan patunayan na nabulsa or parang
no,
not even?
let me correct you on that.
Okay.
Itong presumption na ito sa jurisprudence, that is the law, at dun mismo sa COA rules, it applies to all kinds of public funds, whether it is confidential, intelligence, or ordinary public funds. Ganun ang rule. So, hindi lang ito applicable dito sa impeachment, sa lahat ng kaso.
Okay. So, yun ang level. Yung level lang na yun ang kailangan maabot pagdating sa pagpapatunay para ma-impeach si Vice President Sara Duterte. Pero, attorney, ngayon na ang expected natin, isa na namang hostile witness, si Lemuel Ortonio. Anong gusto niya marinig sa kanyang pagtestigo ngayong araw na ito for either the prosecution or the defense? Anong gusto mong mailabas nila?
Malamang ang gagawin ng purpose lang ng prosecution, i-corroborate lang niya yung mga pinagsasabi ni Acosta. O baka sakali, meron siyang masabi na contrary dun sa mga pag-deny ni Ginang Acosta. So yun siguro ang kanilang objective ngayon. But it's mostly corroborative kasi nagsalita na yung ka-teammate niya Kasama niya si Acosta dun sa opisina. So malamang corroborative lang ito. But there may be angling na mapaamin siya dun sa mga bagay na ayaw aminin o kaya dinideny ni Ginang Acosta.
Alright, attorney, babalikan natin ang ating diskusyon maya-maya lamang. Mga kapuso, napapanood po ang live stream ng GMA News Special Coverage, The Vice President on Trial, sa ating YouTube page na youtube.com/@GMAnews at sa ating Facebook page na facebook.com/GMAnews. At simula po 9:45 ng umaga, mapapanood na rin ito sa GTV. At ngayon, nagbabatay rin sa Senado ang ating kasamang si Sandra Aguinaldo. Sandra, good morning.
Yes, Pia, good morning. Matapos nga makapagbigay ng testimonya kahapon yung hostile witness na si Gina Acosta ay harap naman ngayong araw na ito si Lemuel Ortonio. Siya po ay Assistant Chief of Staff ng Office of the Vice President at kaugnay po ito sa umano'y confidential fund misuse pa rin na tinatalakay dito sa Senado. Siya yung sinasabi po doon sa mga nagdaang pagdinig na kasama ni former OVP Special Disbursing Officer Gina Acosta sa pag-encash ng confidential fund ng bise mula sa Land Bank Shaw Boulevard. At naunang sinabi na Acosta na si Ortonio ang nag-assist sa kanya doon sa pagtransport nitong confidential fund na nakalagay daw sa 4 na traveling bags. At nakapirma din umano si Ortonio sa ilang dokumentong naisumite sa Commission on Audit. Gaya ni Acosta ay maaari din pong ipadeklarang hostile witness itong si Ortonio. Kaugnay naman sa witness na si Edward Fajarda ay sinabi na Pia sa impeachment court kahapon na nagpasabi na ang kampo nito na ito ay na-stroke at na-ospital. Siya naman po yung Special Disbursing Officer ng Department of Education at kahapon na rin ay hiniling na rin ng prosecution Pia na ipatawag yung ilan pang witness na may kaugnayan din po sa DepEd United Confidential Fund noong pinamumunuan pa po ni Vice President Sara Duterte ang naturang ahensya. Ito po ay 2 sundalo na kasalukuyan pa at isang former soldier na po. At ayon po kay Representative Joel Chua, siya po yung nangunguna dun sa presentation ng witnesses dito sa Article 1, ay sinabi niya na yung pagtawag sa mga sundalo na ito ay kaugnay doon sa certificate ng isang youth leadership seminar na ginamit ng DepEd sa liquidation ng Commission on Audit. Pero nung humarap po itong mga sundalo doon sa Kamara, sa pagdinig ng Kamara, ay nasabi po nila na ang pondong ginamit doon sa seminar na yon ay mula sa LGU at ilang government offices. So antabayanan po natin yan. Bagamat Pia, sinasabi nga rin ng presiding officer na sa takbo nga nung pagtalakay dito sa Senado sa bawat witness na pinipresenta ay maaaring itong mga sundalo at former soldiers na nabanggit ay para na ito sa susunod na linggo. At of course, Pia, yung napag-usapan natin kahapon na maaaring magbaba ng ruling kaugnay nga doon sa pag-discuss sa merit ng kaso sa social media nitong depensa at prosecution ay naipagpaliban po yan at inaasahan na mangyayari po ngayong araw. So Pia, yan muna ang pinakahuling ulat mula dito sa Senado. Pia?
O Sandra, inaabangan nga natin kahapon kung ibabanggitin na ba or babasahin na ba ni Senator Judge Presiding Officer Chisa Escudero ang kanyang ruling sa sub judice. Pero sa ngayon ba, Sandra, napansin mo ba na yung magkabilang panig, prosekusyon at depensa ay mas nag-iingat ba sila habang naghihintay dito sa ruling ni Presiding Officer Chisa Escudero?
Masasabi ko, Pia, na nagkaroon din somehow sila ng adjustment. Bagamat talagang hindi raw nila maihinto talaga yung pag-explain at pag-connect doon sa mga sinasabi ng mga witness. Pero ang napansin natin, halimbawa sa press conference, meron silang spokesperson na hindi part ng kanilang panel of prosecutors. At yun yung medyo mas nakakapagsalita ng malaya. At yun namang meron silang lagi usually isa o 2 guests na member talaga ng prosecution panel. Yun naman napapansin natin na maingat yon magsalita kaugnay doon sa mga natalakay doon mismo sa pagdinig sa loob ng impeachment court. Pia?
Alright, so Sandra, mukhang sa araw na ito ay posibleng maibaba na ang ruling na yon. Kasi kahapon parang medyo kapos sa oras dahil sabi nila dapat hanggang 3:00 lamang pero umabot na 3:30. So sinabi ni Presiding Officer Escudero na ipagpapaliban. So ibig sabihin dapat ngayong araw na talaga o may posibilidad na ipagpaliban ulit hanggang bukas, Sandra?
Kasi nabanggit niya na ngayon daw mapapakinggan na maaring mapakinggan na itong si Attorney Ligutan na naipangako rin na bago naman magbaba ng anumang ruling ang korte ay papakinggan muna nila. Pia?
Alright, Sandra, abangan natin yan. Makikibalita ulit kami sa iyo mamaya. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Sandra Aguinaldo. At kasama pa rin po natin ngayong umaga dito sa studio si Attorney Domingo Cayosa, dating presidente ng Integrated Bar of the Philippines o IBP. Attorney, kahapon kasi inaabangan natin kung ano yung magiging ruling ni Presiding Officer Chisa Escudero. Pero sabi po ni Sandra na mas nag-iingat na po ngayon, magkabilang panig, prosecution and defense. Ano po ba talaga ang dapat iniiwasan sa mga bagay na sinasabi outside of impeachment court, aside from the merits of the case? Kasi yun parang understood naman na dapat hindi mo sasabihin or pag-uusapan kung ano yung merito ng kaso. Pero meron pa bang ibang dapat iwasan?
Well, yun lang ang nakalagay sa Section 18 ng Senate Rules of Impeachment na bawal yung merits of the case, bawal din yung halimbawa yung weight of evidence o yung mga conclusions of fact or of law. Kasi nga yung mga ganyan, yung korte dapat ang magsasabi niyan. So para bang iniiwasan lang na pinapangunahan ng magkabilang panig o ng mga partido o yung mga abogado nila yung desisyon ng Senate Impeachment Court. So yun lang ho naman ang ibig sabihin. Hindi naman bawal na ikwento ng sino man kung ano ang nangyari sa korte. So yung objective discussion kung anong nangyari, pagkukwento without mga commentary at hindi mo tinitimbang kung sino mas tama, sino mas mali, ay pwede naman yon. Yung general statements of law also, malaya naman sila magsalita tungkol dito. Ang bawal lang ba yung pangunahan mo yung korte o kaya you try to convince yung publiko na mas tama ka kesa dun sa kabila. Yun pinagbabawal dun sa mga partido at kanilang mga abogado.
Yung sinabi niyo po, yung conclusion of law, naririnig rin natin yun during the procedure, or during the proceedings rather, sa loob ng impeachment court, na parang maski yung mga senator judge, diba, sinasabihan ni presiding officer Chis Escudero na, teka, conclusion of law na yan, you cannot say that. Pwede niyo bang linawin para sa amin, attorney, ano ba ibig sabihin pag ikaw ay nagsabi ng conclusion of law?
No, ibig sabihin, yung hindi ka lang nagkukwento tungkol ano ba yung sinabi, ano ba yung ebidensya, pero ano yung legal implication nun. Kasi yan, ang magdi-decide yan yung korte, hindi naman. So you only present the evidence and the facts, no? At kung ano yung batas, pero kung ano yung applicable at paano ba yung applicable, sino ba ang mas tama at anong legal effect niyan, sa korte na yan. So yun, pinagbabawal sa kanila yun.
Yung halimbawa, attorney, sabihin ng isang abogado, kaya ito ang dahilan kung bakit siya dapat ma-impeach. Yun, pinapayagan.
Okay lang yun kung ano yung mga halimbawa, uulitin mo kung anong allegation mo dun sa complaint. Wala namang problema yon. But then when you ikakabit mo na dun sa at dapat siyang ma-impeach because of the following reasons na hindi pa naman yan tinalakay o wala pa sa desisyon ng korte, pinapangunahan mo na yung korte. Bawal naman yon. Kasi kung hindi, ang mangyayari niyan, ang magiging korte, yung public opinion na lang Iniiwasan din nila. Even though it is true na in impeachment cases, buong bayan nakikinig, buong bayan naghuhusga, pero this is still a court of law. So kinakailangan din yung korte ang magdidesisyon yan. Kung meron mang mga inputs ang taong bayan, ipapaalam yan sa mga senador judges at baka sakaling ma-impluensyahan sila. Pero hindi matatanggal na ang poder, ang kapangyarihan at responsibilidad na magdesisyon yung korte, hindi dapat sa publiko.
Yun sana yung tatanungin ko, attorney, kasi nga 'di ba parang pagkaiba di ba? Ang impeachment court sa regular court. Ang impeachment sa regular court, meron kang isang hukom na dapat hindi naiimpluwensyahan ng kung anumang factors outside of court. Dapat ang tinitingnan lamang ebidensya kung ano presenta sa korte. Ang sa ating pagkakaintindi, ganun din dapat sa impeachment court. Pero ang pagkakaiba kasi nga, attorney, sa impeachment court, yung mga hukom, mga taong hinalal natin, hinalal ng taong bayan. So, hindi ba dapat nakikinig rin sila sa kung ano ang nais ng taong bayan? Dapat ba fina-factor in din yon?
Dapat naman. Tama ka dyan. No? Kaya nga yung sub judice rule sa Senado as impeachment court, hindi ganun ka-stricto, hindi ganun kaigting dun sa judiciary. Sapagat sa judiciary, dapat impartial judges sila at ang titignan lang nila yung ebidensya, yung batas at katotohanan. Hindi dapat sila nakikinig sa impluensya ng media, mga commentators kagaya namin, yung wala dun sa kaso. Basic yan. Pero ito kasi sa impeachment court, ang mga huwes dito, mga hukom, elected representatives natin. So necessarily, they decide based on yung tingin nila na galing sa taong bayan. That's the essence of being represented. Pangalawa, the nature of this case na iiba ito kasi nga katangi-tangi na televised lahat Alam natin lahat. So, hindi rin pwedeng itago sa taong bayan kung ano yung nangyayari. So, hindi ganun ka-stricto dapat. At ang inaasahan natin dito, yung hinihintay na natin medyo matagal-tagal na decision daw ng presiding officer. Malamang ito parang admonition lang sa mga parties. At sana, wag lang naman sa mga abogado. Isama na rin yung mga partido, isama na rin yung mga senador na kung minsan, mas grabe pa yung kanilang binibigkas sa labas, sa media, that not only pinapangunahan ng Senado, yung iba dyan ay tahasan ng nagiging kine-question ang integrity or capacity ng Senado. Hindi dapat pinapayagan din yun kasi mahalaga kahit papano na manatili yung integrity or credibility ng impeachment court. Kasi kung hindi, mauwi lang ito sa gulo. Walang maniniwala sa desisyon.
Baka doon, yung puntong yun, doon tayo babalik sa sinabi ni Presiding Officer Chis Escudero nung umpisa ng impeachment trial, di ba? Nung day one, sabi niya, we understand that this is a political proceeding but it must not be used to settle a political score. So doon yung pagkakaiba na hindi dapat siya ginagamit sa politika.
Correct. At hindi dapat yung, dahil popular, yun na yung katotohanan, yun na yung batas. So, ibahin natin na it is true that it is quasi-political, but it's also quasi-judicial o quasi-legal. So, importante pa rin yung ebidensya, rules of evidence, ano ang batas, at ano yung katotohanan. Hindi lang pwedeng mag-polling tayo ngayon at kung sino yung nangunguna, ay yun na ang susundin ng mga senador. Hindi naman ho ganun.
O, kasi syempre, kaya nga tayo nagkakaroon ng impeachment trial, di ba? Para makita yung merito ng kaso, para makita kung ano yung mga argumento ng prosekusyon, ano yung mga argumento ng depensa. So, ngayong araw, posibleng malamang attorneys na nakita nating takbo ng impeachment trial nitong mga nakaraan, hindi naman matatapos sa iisang araw lang ang testimonya ng isang testigo. Nabanggit natin kanina, no, bago tayo humingi ng ulat mula kay Sandra Aguinaldo, pinag-uusapan natin yung mga aasahan natin mula kay Lemuel Ortonio. Masasabi niyo po ba, attorney, na kumbaga parang in good faith yung pagsabi niya na ngayon na lang muna ako mag-appear sa korte kasi nga na-postpone yung kanyang licensure exam. Tapos naiba na naman yung schedule. So sabi niya, sige ngayon na.
Pwede naman, it's very factual. So, madali namang verifiable yan eh. May record naman yung PRC. So, huwag na nating questionin yun. Ang gusto lang nating punahin, Pia, itong witness na hostile witness ito eh. Alam mo kaya nagtagal itong si Acosta eh. Kasi sana yung, normally, if you are a seasoned litigator, pag nakuha mo na yung mga selected points na gusto mong ipaamin dun sa hostile witness, tumigil ka na doon. Pag yung pupunta ka dun sa ibang bagay na talagang ayaw niyang aminin o kaya meron na siyang dekahon na sagot, wag mo nang paulit-ulitin. Kaya humaba itong si Acosta eh, na hindi na kontento kasi hindi lang yung prosecution, pati na rin yung mga senador. So, obvious na ayaw na niyang magsalita doon. Meron siyang dekahon na sagot na kahit hindi na yun ang angkop na sagot, yun pa rin at yun pa rin. So kahit sino magtanong, kahit iba't ibang tanong, yun na, nag-i-stonewall na siya. So sana, wag na silang mag-agsaya ng panahon doon. So ganun din dito sa witness na to. I hope they learn their lesson at tumbukin na nila yung mga gusto nilang paamin. Pag na-accomplish nila yon, they have to understand, hostile witness ito, kakampi ng kabila eh. So you don't expect them to tell you everything. You don't expect them na ihulog nila yung kakampi nila.
Kahapon yung isa dun sa mga pinag-usapan ay yung pagiging unbonded ni Colonel Lachica. Pwede niyo bang ipaliwanag sa amin, attorney, ano bang ibig sabihin ng fidelity bond? Kasi parang, di ba, kumbaga parang kung mangutang ka sa bangko, kailangan may collateral ka. So parang ganun siguro yung fidelity bond na pinag-uusapan dito.
Parang performance bond, para mas maintindihan ng taong bayan. Kasi yung performance, mas maintindihan kaysa fidelity bond. Yun, hindi naman lahat ng empleyado meron. Yung mga humahawak ng cash. At very specific itong circular na dahil nga confidential fund to, intelligence fund. At ito, historically, ito yung naaabuso eh. Ito yung nawawaldas at kung saan-saan na lang ginagamit at hindi na malaman kung saan talaga nagamit. Kaya hinigpitan. Kaya nga sinabi niyan na ang Special Disbursement Officer lang ang nagbibigay para may mananagot kung may mga hindi tamang nangyari. At hindi lang yon, kailangan kumuha ka ng bonding company na i-guarantee na tama ang gagawin mo. Kasi kung hindi tama ang ginawa mo, mali ang ginawa mo, labag sa circular, at kailangang magbalik ng pera, pwedeng managot yung bonding company. Yun ang importansya ng SDO. Walang ibang ahensya na opisyal ng gobyerno na hinihingan diyan pagdating sa confidence. Siya lang. So, importante, napakahalaga yon na para naman makasiguro ang ating republika na kung may kalokohan, lalo na kung malakihan at by yourself, biruin mo yung pay grade niya napakababa. Hindi niya kayang bayaran yung 125 million kung sakasakaling nawaldas yun. yung bonding company dapat ang mananagot.
Babalikan natin yung diskusyon na yan, attorney, mamaya. At mga kapuso, tuloy-tuloy po ang live stream ng GMA News Special Coverage, The Vice President on Trial. At sa atin pong pagbabalik, mapapanood na rin tayo sa GMA. Magandang umaga po. August 25, 2026, Day 18 ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Ako po si Pia Arcangel at samahan niyo po ang buong pwesta ng GMA News sa aming special coverage, The Vice President on Trial. Kalahating bilyong pisong confidential funds, yan po ang naibigay ni dating Office of the Vice President Special Disbursing Officer Gina Acosta kay Colonel Raymond Dante Lachica. Si Lachica ang dating pinuno ng Vice Presidential Security and Protection Group at sa Day 17 ng impeachment trial, kwestiyon ang pagbibigay ni Acosta ng pera kay Lachica kahit hindi siya sakop ng fidelity bond. Ibig sabihin, unbonded officer si Lachica o hindi saklaw ng insurance na magpoprotekta kung sakaling mawala ang pera ng taong bayan. Sabi ni Acosta, nag-release daw siya ng pera kay Lachica dahil siya ang itinalagang security officer ng bise. Punto ng prosekusyon, paglabag ito sa joint circular ng Commission on Audit. May lumitaw ring mga bagong pangalan ng mga umunoy nakatanggap ng pera, gaya ni na Antonio Pagong, Timon Andrew Pusa, Dong Piang, May Pamana, Shane Ngit-Ngit, at Suniso Belat. Ayon kay Acosta, hindi niya personal na nakita ang pagbibigay ni Lachica ng confidential funds sa mga ito. Ang sagot daw ni Lachica, confidential at sensitibo ang pinagkagastusan nila. Lumabas din sa pagdinig na wala ngayong hawak na anumang dokumento si Acosta na magpapatunay na nakuha ni Lachica ang confidential funds. Sa pag-usad ng paglilitis, pinuna ng prosekusyon ng anilay selective memory ni Acosta pagdating sa pagtatanong sa kanya ng depensa. Ang kay Private Prosecutor Amando Ligutan, dire-diretso ang pagsagot ni Acosta sa mga tanong ng depensa na nung tanungin ng prosekusyon ay sinabi niyang hindi niya maalala. Sa cross-examination na abogado ni Vice President Duterte, ipinunto sa pagtatanong na wala namang pinuna ang Commission on Audit sa liquidation ng confidential fund ng Davao City. At inaasan pong haharap ngayong araw sa impeachment court si OVP Assistant Secretary at Assistant Chief of Staff Lemuel Ortonio. Kaugnay pa rin yan sa confidential fund ng tanggapan. Pinapasapitan na rin ng korte ang tatlong retired at kasalukuyang mga opisyal ng Armed Forces of the Philippines kaugnay sa confidential fund ng Department of Education. Sila po ay sina retired Colonel Manaros Buransing II, Colonel Magtanggol Panopio at Major General Adonis Bajao. Inaasang haharap sila mula bukas hanggang sa susunod na linggo. At katulong po natin sa pagbabantay sa Senado, ang ating kasamang si Joseph Moro. Joseph, good morning!
Good morning, Pia. Good morning, Attorney Cayosa. So, a little bit of a wrap-up kasi tapos na itong si Gina Acosta, former SDO, Special Disbursing Officer ng Vice President's Office. Several points lang from her testimony yesterday. Wala siyang personal knowledge kung nabayaran o nakita niya na binayaran ni Colonel Lachica itong mga beneficiary. We saw several new names yesterday na to some senators ay kakaiba. And then, tinanong si Acosta, sabi, hindi mo ba nalang tinanong yung mga pangalan na yan? She did. Kaya lang sabi sa kanya ni Colonel Lachica ay mga confidential na mga activities yung pinaggastusan niya. And then, she relied on Colonel Lachica because malaki yung tiwala niya kay Lachica because malaki ang tiwala ni Vice President kay Colonel Lachica, which leads me to the point. Asan si Colonel Lachica? Kanina nakausap natin si Congressman Leila de Lima, wala pang desisyon ng prosecution to call in or ipatawag itong si Colonel Lachica bilang isang testigo ng prosecution tulad ng tinatanong ng maraming senador. And on that point, let me call in si Attorney Reggie Tongol, tagapagsalita ng Senate Impeachment Court. Sir, okay, the senators are interested. Nasaan si Colonel Lachica? Kasi parang in terms of narration, siya yung kasunod. Of course, sabi ni PO, we cannot dictate.
Yes.
But ikaw, sir, from a strategic point of view and as the court, would you rather hear Colonel Lachica or depende talaga na sa prosecution?
Well, depende yan sa prosecution, no? Because of the fact na sila yung nakakaalam ng buong theory of the case nila at saka yung buong storya na gusto nilang ipakita at ilatag. However, titignan din nila kasi kung vital pa ba yung testimony ni Colonel Lachica or kung makakasama ba lalo sa kaso nila yung testimony ni Colonel La Chica. If you have to remember, no, they are calling Colonel La Chica as a hostile witness because may adverse interest rin, katulad ni Miss Gina Acosta, itong si Mr. La Chica. And the danger of that is yung mga sasabihin niya will not jive into the theory of the case of the prosecution, and they might blunder their case. Kaya nga pag nagpapatawag ng hostile witnesses, kailangan sumunod as much as possible, no, na para malaman mo, magkaroon ka ng discovery procedures under Rule 25 ng Rules of Court, magpapadala ka ng written interrogatories. So that's one of the ways para malaman nila kung yung itetestify ba pag pinatawag nila ang isang hostile witness would be in their favor or will makakasama sa kaso nila.
But the senators are interested. Paano mo papaliwanag yun na parang, asan si La Chica? Parang wala. Paano?
Yeah, actually, the House Prosecution Panel should see that as a high interest from the senator judges. Because, of course, you want to satisfy the curiosity of the judges para mabuo nila yung buong storya.
Correct.
And kung ikaw yung nagpepresenta kay Colonel La Chica, then gusto mo sana as much as possible masagot yung mga curiosity na yun ng mga senator judges kasi it might strengthen your theory of the case.
One last, si Edward Fajardo was supposed to appear today, pero court said may medical certificate. What's the status? Steps taken by the court. Papuntahan nyo?
So kagabi, nagpunta na yung OSAA doon kasama yung doktor ng ating Senado, no, para itingnan. Pero according to Secretary Ray Bantug na tumatayong clerk ng impeachment court, wala pang update sa kanya what transpired last night. Kung nakita niya ba na nakita nila yung state talaga ni Mr. Fajardo. So makamalaman natin yan mamayang afternoon.
Okay. Pia, Attorney Tongol.
Attorney Tongol, magandang umaga po. Meron po bang posibilidad na halimbawa ang depensa ang magsabi na sila ang magpapatawag kay Colonel La Chica? Para lang ipatunayan or para maipakita nila na...
Tama.
Oo. Para lang maipakita nila na hindi naman nagkaroon ng problema.
Tama ka dyan,
sa
Pia,
proseso.
no? Doon sa... doon sa pre-trial brief ng depensa, hindi ko maalala kung kasama doon, no, si Colonel La Chica, pero most naman ng mga tinatawag na adverse witnesses ng House Prosecution Panel ay ipinapatawag din ng depensa. But I have to check again kung yung pangalan ni Colonel La Chica. But if my memory serves me right, nandoon din yung pangalan ni Colonel La Chica.
Alright, so attorney, nabanggit nyo nung nakarang linggo or a couple of days ago na gumawa po kayo ng time motion study para pag-aralan kung ano ba yung average time na tinatagal ng bawat testigo, kung ilang araw pa ang kailangan. Meron po ba tayong update? May mga updated versions ba nung study na yon, Attorney Tongol? Nasa 2 to 3 days pa rin po ba per witness? Or magbabago ba kung mag-iba yung schedule?
Ganun pa rin yun. Ganun pa rin yung ating yung pagtingin doon sa takbo ng testimonya ng isang testigo. Again, nakaayon kasi yan doon sa mga dokumentong kailangan ni-identify ng isang testigo at saka doon sa bilis ng pagtatanong nung nagrepresentang counsel at sa dami ng objections naman nung kabilang counsel. So, usually talaga yan, 1 to 2 days inaabot ang isang witnesses, at kung merong very complicated na kailangan explain yung isang witness, kaya lamang tayo tumatagal ng mga 3 araw, no, dahil napuputol yung oras. Pero yan yung isa sa mga tinitingnan ng ating Senate President at ni Presiding Officer para ma-plot nila ng maigi kung mas viable ba na sa afternoon o sa umaga pa rin yung ating impeachment trial.
Attorney Tongol, kahapon inabangan po natin yung kung anong magiging ruling ni Presiding Officer Cheese Escudero doon sa subjudice rule, pero naubusan na po ng oras, hindi na nagkaroon ng pagkakataon na ito pa ay talakayin sa impeachment court. So ngayong araw ba inaasahan natin na sa pag-uumpisa pa lang ng proceeding for the day, yun ang uunahin o may posibilidad ba na ipagpaliban po ulit ito?
Ang mukhang ngayong na talaga, no, ngayong umaga na isasabihin yan ni presiding officer, no, dahil bago magpatuloy sa susunod na testigo, baka i-hear niya na talaga ngayon si Attorney Ligutan doon sa response niya kay Attorney Sison at isasabihin na rin ng ating presiding officer yung kanyang ruling.
Alright, Attorney Tonggol, maraming salamat. Alam po natin, mag-uumpisa na rin po in a few minutes ang proceedings para sa araw na ito. Maraming salamat po sa inyo, Impeachment Court Spokesperson, Attorney Reginald Tonggol at kay Joseph Moro. At sa puto ito, kausapin natin muli ang kasama natin na si dating IVP President, Attorney Domingo Cayosa. Attorney, tingin niyo po ba dapat sa umpisa pa lang ng hearing pag-usapan na itong sub judice rule para hindi na ma-postpone ulit? Kasi nga kahapon, hinintay na parang hinuhuli usually kasi yung administrative matters eh. So tingin niyo po ba kailangan it's something that we should get it over with and done with as soon as possible or pwede namang hintayin at ipagpaliban?
Mas maganda sana tapusin na nila. This is a minor procedural or administrative matter para hindi malilihis yung attention. Kasi parang suspense eh. At dun sa ating mga kababayan na hindi naman sanay sa mga court procedure, akala nila napakahalaga yan eh. Kasi di ba kung minsan ang pinagsasabong nila yung mga abogado eh. Hindi na yung ano bang totoo dito, ano bang sinasabi ng batas, ano bang pananagutan ng sinuman. Nawawala na dun eh. Nandun na sa parami ng objection o kaya ito may kasalanan yung kabilang abogado. So the earlier that they resolve it, because it's a minor issue, no? The better. Para balik sila focus dun sa paghahanap ng katotohanan, accountability, at ano bang sinasabi ng batas.
Pwede bang sakupin ng ruling ng presiding officer hindi lamang ang prosecution at ang depensa, kundi pati yung mga senator judge?
Maaari naman. It can be a gentle reminder. Usually, mas maganda siguro general na lang. Kasi kung yung specify mo kung sino, it will spawn, endless debates kasi wala namang gusto magpatalo. Ang sasabi, bakit ako lang? Ito pa, ito pa, ito pa. Ganon din yung mga senador, di ba? Dahil co-equal silang mga senador, pag pinangalanan mo mga yan, talaga papalagyan at walang katapusang debate yan sa loob. Hindi masasayang lang ang oras. So, it is overdue. Hindi na sana hinintay yung mga sagutan. Noon pa natin pinapanukala yan at nakikita ng ibang mga nanonood na para bang masyadong free-flowing yung nangyayari at kung anong gustong sabihin o gawin ng mga abogado o ng mga partido, okay lang. They have to take better control. Hindi naman masama yun. At nakakatulong yan for a more orderly procedure at saka para hindi masyadong humaba yung trial.
Kapag sinabi kasing merits of the case, di ba, ang ibig sabihin nun, hindi mo pwedeng pag-usapan kung ano sa tingin mo ang kahalagahan or implikasyon ng mga argumentong naipresenta sa korte during the actual proceedings.
Yung para bang hindi mo lang sasabihin kung ano ang nangyari pero sasabihin mo na ito dapat ang maging desisyon o ito ang tingin ng batas yan. Mahirap yun because
kasi dapat hukom na yung
hukom
ng maghuhusga noon.
Ang trabaho ng magkabilang panig, ilatag yung ebidensya, ilatag ang sinasabi ng katotohanan, ilatag ang batas, pero kung magtitimpla niyan, hukom na. So yun lang naman, hindi mahirap gawin ito at hindi naman sila sinesensor kasi pwede naman nilang ikwento, pwede silang mag-summarize objectively without commentary. Pwede rin nilang sabihin, ito ho yung batas kasi hindi naman pwedeng pagbawalan ang sino mang sabihin, ito ang batas. Basta yung batas, totoong nandyan. Kung minsan yung interpretation of the law, yun ang ipinipilit na nila, ano ang kinikilingan ng batas, yun, merits of the case na yun. So, hindi naman pwedeng gawin yun. Kasi nga, pinapangunahan mo yung Senado.
At ang anumang oras ngayon na attorney, mag-uumpisa na po ang day 18 ng impeachment trial at inaasahan natin papasok na yung mga center judges in a few minutes. Tingin niyo po ba, attorney, yung naging desisyon nila na direct and then cross, tapos ihuli yung mga interjections, mas effective yon kaysa yung tatayo ang senator judge at any point to make an interjection?
Mas maganda, mas orderly yun, na yung direct examination and then cross, saka na lang yung mga clarificatory questions or interjections. Kasi kung uunahin natin yung mga senador, mawawala na sa focus yung direct at saka cross eh. At mas lalong mawawala ng control sa haba ng panahon na na ginugugol sa isang witness. Kasi mas marami yung mga senador eh. So ang hirap mo ring rendahan lahat yan. At least pag prosecution, isa lang ang mag-cross isa lang. So at least tapusin mo na yon. Kasi baka yung ibang tanong na gusto ng mga senador, natatanong na rin naman ng magkabilang panig. So it is more practical, more prudent, more orderly na ganun. Magandang proseso yun.
At yun nga nakita natin, parang naiipon rin naman ng mga senator judges yung kanilang mga tanong. Tsaka may mga round 2 na pwede naman nilang balikan ang mga punto kapag naubos na yung kanilang 2 minutes na talagang they're very strict about. At ito nakikita po natin, attorney, yung pagpasok na ng mga senator judge. Isa-isa na po silang pumapasok dito sa loob ng plenary hall para sa impeachment proceedings ngayong araw na ito. At gaya ng nabanggit natin nung mga nakaraang araw ay yung attendance naman po ng mga senator judge ay hindi pa rin nagbabago mula nung day 1 except for maybe 1 or 2 on any given day. Pero yung attendance parang has not been a problem so far in terms of quorum na na-achieve naman po. At kahit na nga po sumasabay na yung legislative work ng mga senador ngayong nag-resume na ang regular session. So hinihintay na lamang po natin ang pagpasok ni Presiding Officer Cheese Escudero para po makapag-umpisa na ang proceedings para sa araw na ito. At ito nga po ay ang magiging Day 18 ng impeachment trial dito sa Senado. Tutukan po natin.
All persons are commanded to keep silent under pain of penalty while the impeachment court is in session for the trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte.
The impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte is hereby called to order. Let us rise for a minute of silent prayer. Amen. The clerk of court will now call the roll.
Roll call of members. Senator Judge Aquino, Senator Judge Cayetano Alan, Senator Judge Cayetano Pia, Senator Judge De La Rosa, Senator Judge Ejercito, Senator Judge Estrada, Senator Judge Go, Senator Judge Ontiveros, Senator Judge Lacson, Senator Judge Lapid, Senator Judge Legarda, Senator Judge Marcoleta, Senator Judge Marcos, Senator Judge Padilla, Senator Judge Pangilinan, Senator Judge Soto III, Senator Judge Tulfo Erwin, Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi, Senator Judge Villanueva, Senator Judge Villar Camille, Senator Judge Villar Mark, Senator Judge Zubiri, the presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero, the Senate President, Senator Judge Gatchalian.
With 15 senator judges present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. In accordance with the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the chair now recognizes the duly elected presiding officer to preside over the proceedings of the impeachment court.
If there are no, thank you, Mr. Senate President. If there are no objections, we shall dispense with the reading of the August 24, 2026 Journal of the Senate sitting in Impeachment Court and shall consider the same as approved. The Clerk of Court will kindly call the case before the Impeachment Court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte.
Appearances of the parties.
Same appearance for the prosecution, Your Honors. We're ready.
Good morning, Your Honors. Same appearance for the respondent accused.
Thank you. We are in receipt. Before we proceed to our next witness, I believe it's going to be Mr. Ortonio. We are in receipt of a request for stipulation with respect to certain circumstances and documents from the prosecution. Is that correct? Do you confirm, Honorable Chua?
Yes, Your Honor.
We got a copy of the one. The lead counsel for respondent already responded to the request for stipulation for Eduardo Fajardo yesterday, I believe, and
That's
only
correct, Your
stipulated to the first 2 points.
Yes,
Now,
Your
this
Honor.
one for Ortonio, we got it only last night. May I ask the counsel for respondent when you got the request for stipulation?
We also received this just last night, Your Honor, by email.
Is there an equal request for stipulation with respect to documents?
I believe, Your Honor, that on the third page of this new request for stipulation with respect to Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, there are certain documents that the prosecution requests for stipulation. But this will be addressed during the presentation and the cross-examination of the witness, Your Honor.
So can you already comment on the request for stipulation with respect to Ortonio, Attorney Sheila?
We can, Your Honor. We can only stipulate on items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. That's it, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Hold on, Honorable Chua. In regard to the documents, Attorney Sheila, some of these, if not all, I haven't checked actually individually because this is a different list from the list of documents that I have that Ortonio may identify based on our own study of the pretrial order and markings. How about the documents, Attorney
That's
Sheila?
our concern, Your Honor. Since we only received this last night, and this is inconsistent also with the order of this court that any request for stipulation must be provided to either party at least 1 day
I
before the
agree.
hearing, Your Honor. And therefore, we would prefer to hear first the comment of the prosecution on this witness, and we will respond accordingly afterwards, Your Honor. And also, Your Honor, I will ask later on at the start of the presentation of the witness for another counsel to be acknowledged and recognized, Your Honor.
At the appropriate time, Attorney Sheila.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Honorable Chua.
Can I now, Your Honor, turn over to the counsel for the prosecution, Attorney May Divina Gracia?
I'm sorry, Honorable Chua.
May Divina Gracia, Your Honor.
Will be the one handling.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're not yet there, counsel. I'm still at the point of trying to abbreviate the proceedings, at least with respect to the documents. And to give a shot at the counsel for respondents looking at the documents, how many are common documents or common exhibits? Because to the mind of the presiding officer, counsels, if it is a common exhibit, meaning marked by both parties separately, unless there is proof or allegation of fraud and or palpable mistake or absence of regularity, then it would have to be proven through the witness. However, absent that, the court can take it as already being authentic and its due execution having been established without need of proof through the identification of a witness. If there is that chance, the court is willing to give the parties a few minutes while the court is discussing its ruling with respect to the point raised by Attorney Sheila last August 12, which will take roughly about 20 to 25 minutes. Would that be enough time, Attorney Sheila, for you
I
to
think,
go
Your
over the
Honor, we'll
documents?
just need around 5 minutes. We're amenable to some stipulation under item number 25, except for item number 25, B and V,
B and
Beta and Victory, Your Honor, because these are not common exhibits. But with the rest of the items under number 25, we probably will just be needing 5 minutes to see the prosecution's documents and return to this court with a response to the request for stipulation.
5 minutes? If it's 5 minutes, the court will defer its ruling on your August 12 manifestation and just simply give you 5 minutes before we call Ortonio. 5 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, 5 minutes. Court declares a brief recess in order for the parties to be able to stipulate on the documents they will be presenting to the witness Ortonio to save on the court's time. Trial is in recess.
Alright, attorney, hindi po itong unang beses na nagkaroon ng recess for stipulation of documents and other pieces of evidence. Tingin nyo po, mas efficient na to, no? Yung 5-minute suspension, pero kung marami na ang mas-stipulate, mas mapapabilis yung proseso.
Mas maganda, mas efficient yan. At ito yung minumungkahin natin noon pa. No? Of course, dun sa pre-trial, they missed the chance kasi nga ayaw mag-stipulate. Pero siguro na rin dahil may dumarating na feedback, ginagamit na yung discovery methods. At stipulation, napakahalaga yan, very practical. Kasi tignan natin ngayon, kahit hindi mag-stipulate sa lahat, meron na silang ini-stipulate. So, yun yung mawawal, hindi na kailangang pagtuunan ng pansin at hindi na natin kailangang waldasin ang oras doon. Yung mga hindi na lang nag-stipulate, doon na lang mag-concentrate yung pagtatanong o yung ebidensya. So, nakakatulong ito. It's a welcome development. It will help both parties, ang publiko at ang Senate Impeachment Court. And we appreciate and we commend yung willingness ng mga counsels na mag-stipulate. Sana naman this trend will continue kasi napakarami diyan, common evidence naman eh. Napakarami diyan, common sense na lang, hindi na pwedeng i-dispute pa. Why still not stipulate? So we hope that this will continue and they will use this method para greatly abbreviated na yung oras.
So, if ever, attorney, kung ipagpapatuloy yung ganitong pagmamalakad or yung mga ganitong pag-stipulation, no, ginagawa ito before the presentation of a new witness? Tama po ba?
Hindi,
or any point?
Any point. The earlier, the better nga. So, huwag na sana sila maghintay gaya nito. Natanggap ng hukom last night, natanggap ng defense last night. Di siyempre, kailangan din pag-isipan nila yan. So, that's why magre-recess sila. Mas maganda, the earlier na ma-realize nila na pwede ito, the earlier ipadala na para mapag-aralan, para hindi na kailangan, at makasagot na yung kabila, hindi na kailangan magre-recess. Naintindihan din natin yung prosecution o yung defense, kasi fluid din, dynamic din, depende kung anong mangyayari dun sa mga nakaraang mga testigo. So, saka lang sila makakapag-decide. So, sana, marami pa naman mga pwede nang stipulate ngayon pa lang. Na ilabas na nila para magkaigihan na doon at mas kukonti na ang pangangailangan sa testimonya.
At ang pinag-aaralan nila ngayon, no, ng both sides sa stipulation, documents related to the testimony of Lemuel Ortonio.
Oo. Para hindi ulit-ulit na i-identify, i-authenticate, talagang aabutin ka ng siyam-siyam dyan. Lalong-lalo na napakarami ng mga dokumento eh. So, yun ang magandang nangyayari ngayon. At it's never too late to improve as the trial goes on. But certainly, there is a need for improvement. More efficiency, more expediency, at saka forthright ang magkabilang panig. Marami pa rin kasing mga, minsan nakikita natin, kanya-kanyang sikreto eh, di ba? Yung that is not the trend now. Ang mas maayos na trial is ilantad mo na kung anong posisyon mo at ipaliwanag mo na anong kahalagan ng mga ito at kung pwede namang mag-stipulate na.
At least hindi ito kasing dami ng acknowledgement receipts nung nakaraan na hindi kinaya ng 5-minute recess.
Oo. At saka yun, at yan, eventually, di ba, after so much debate at yung talagang ang dami ng puna ng mga kapwa-abogado natin, eventually, nag-stipulate din naman sila sa karamihan. So meron namang mga modes of discovery, meron ng mga rules na pwedeng i-apply para ma-abbreviate na. Para bang, let's not belabor the details so much. Kasi kung yung prinsipyo ng batas, yung katotohanan, makuha mo na dun sa mga examples, pwede na yon. Kasi kung lahat yan busisiin mo, libong resibo yan eh. Hindi matatapos ito. Baka tapos na yung termino ng Senado. Election na ulit, hindi pa tapos ito. Yan sana, I think everybody agrees na iwasan naman yan.
Alam mo, Attorney, napansin ko kanina, even before the trial started, yung mga lawyers from the prosecution, lawyers from the defense, approaching each other. Diba? Bago dumating yung mga senator judges, nagkakamayan, nagyayakapan, nangingitian. Very different from, or this is interesting, after the very heated exchange from a couple of trial days ago, diba? Yung medyo nagkainitan sila, nagkasagutan, in the sense na nagkaroon ng, nagkasagutan in forms of manifestation. Diba? Kaya nga hinihintay natin kung ano pa nga magiging response, diba, ni Attorney Virgil Ligutan. Pero would you say na parang ito mas mahinahon na because nga maybe there's been time that has passed na parang nagkaroon ng pagkakataon and very forthcoming rin in their apologies, both sides. At least si Attorney Kapunan also apologized for what she said were some of the statements that she made inside the impeachment court. So very regular po ito na parang mainit ang debate pero parang once hindi naman ongoing yung proceedings, mas mahinahon at magkaibigan naman ng mga magkabilang panig.
But nangyayari naman yan sa anumang adversarial proceeding. No? Kung minsan, umiinit ang ulo, lumalakas ang boses, and it is also the professional responsibility of the lawyer to pursue, promote the cause of the client. Pero may disiplina naman kami, may ethics kami, na maging mahinahon. So we have
In regard to the documents,
We can stipulate an item number 25, Your Honor, and on the documents listed under that paragraph from A to V, Your Honor.
from Alpha to Victory.
Yes, Your Honor, subject to comment on the eventual offer.
Thank you very much, Counsel. Thank you for helping the court in abbreviating the proceedings. Now, Honorable Chua, who again will be the one to present the witness, Ortonio?
The counsel for the prosecution, Attorney May Divina Gracia.
Attorney May Divina Gracia. You are recognized, ma'am.
Your Honor,
Yes, Attorney Sheila?
May
On the
I
part of the respondents?
may I also ask that Attorney Christine Ferrer be recognized as counsel for the defense today, Your Honor, for this witness.
Attorney Ferrer is recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning,
it'll
Your
be-
Honors. I
Is
am
it
Ma-
correct to address you, Attorney May?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it'll be Attorney May and Attorney Christine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Call your witness, Attorney May.
Your Honor, we would like to call to the witness stand our sixth witness in the person of Mr. Lemuel G. Ortonio.
The clerk of court is directed through the OSA to kindly situate Mr. Ortonio at the witness stand. The clerk of court is directed to administer the oath to the witness.
Mr. Ortonio, please raise your right hand. You, Lemuel G. Ortonio, do swear that the evidence you shall give in the case now pending between the Philippines and Vice President Sara Duterte shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes.
Kindly place on the record, because it was inaudible, that the witness responded in the affirmative by saying yes. Attorney May, your witness for direct examination, kindly make the offer.
Yes, Your Honor, but before we proceed to our offer, Your Honor, we would like to just read for the record the matters that were already stipulated on Your Honor for avoidance of doubt.
You may do so, counsel. You may proceed.
So, first, that the witness, Mr. Lemuel G. Ortonio, is the Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff of the Office of the Vice President. Second, he holds the position of Assistant Secretary at salary grade 29. Third, his appointment is coterminous with the term of the Vice President. And fourth, his position is one of trust and confidence. May the defense kindly confirm if those are all the matters that you're willing to stipulate on? As well as, sorry, Your Honor, they're also stipulating on the authenticity and the genuine execution of the documents listed in paragraph 25 of the request for stipulation.
Attorney Christine?
Yes, Your Honor, subject to cross-examination.
Duly noted. Kindly proceed with your offer, Attorney May.
Your Honors, we are offering the testimony of Mr. Lembel G. Ortonio to qualify him as a hostile witness and to prove the following. Number one, the confidential funds answered to no legitimate confidential purpose. The amount was requested before the supporting plan was produced, and the 2023 plan just repeated the operative language of the 2022 plan. Nauna ang 250 million, sumunod ang plano matapos itong hingin ng DBM. Hindi plano ang nagtakda ng halaga. Ang halaga ang nauna sa kahinabol ng plano. Number two, the respondent's handprints are on every document that mattered. Mula request hanggang liquidation, nasa mahalagang dokumento ang kanyang otoridad at pag-aproba. Number three, the reports were written to fit the rules, not the facts. 4 na ulat, iisang template, mga halagang hindi nagbabago at laging eksaktong 125 million. Not a peso more, not a centavo less. Walang natira, walang isinauli. Number 4, 5 days after COA questioned the medical and food aid item, the line disappeared while the report still totaled exactly 125 million. Question ng Commission on Audit ang medical and food aid na may halagang 40 million, 42 million at 40 million sa 3 unang accomplishment reports. Makalipas ang 5 araw, wala na ito sa huling accomplishment report. Pero 125 million pa rin ang kabuuan ng halaga. Number 5, in 2 years, not one area, not one operation was ever named. Daang-daang area ang iniulat, 500 million ang ginastos. Ngunit wala ni isang lugar, ni isang operasyon, ni isang petsa ang pinangalanan. Number 6, the liquidation was late, irregular, and backdated. 10 buwan huli ang mga resibo. Mahigit 100 ang may petsang 1 taon pagkatapos ng di umano'y bayaran. Number 7, the certifications vouched for nothing and were signed by the man who received the money. Walang untoward incident. Iyan lamang ang pinatutunayan. Walang halaga, walang pangalan, walang lugar at walang petsa. At ang pumirma, ang mismong tumanggap ng pera. Number 8, the 500 million bought protection the Vice President already had. And against threats, the AFP and the PNP were already paid billions to watch. 473 sundalo at pulis na ang nagbabantay sa kanya. Sahod ng Republika mula sa ibang pondo. Walang pangalawang pangulo sa kasaysayan ang nagkaroon ng ganito. At ang mga bantang tinutukoy sa mga ulat, ang NPA at mga teroristang grupo. Sakop na ng intelligence funds ng AFP at PNP. Bayad na ang proteksyon, bayad na ang pagbabantay, bago pa ang kahit 1 piso ng confidential funds. Number 9, the justification for the confidential funds shifted with every finding. Sa DBM, safe implementation ng good governance programs, official engagements, and functional representation ng pangalawang Pangulo. Sa mga plano, confidence building, for good governance programs at pagsapit ng 2023 socio-economic program delivery. Sa mga certifications, surveillance and information gathering to prevent untoward incidents from transpiring. Sa protective intelligence operations reports for intelligence gathering naman. Sa mga sagot sa audit observation memoranda at notice of suspension for surveillance activities to determine where best to implement the OVP's programs. 6 na bersyon, iisang pondo. Number 10, the officials knew, answered nothing. The man who says he knew nothing answered everything. Lahat ng sagot sa COA, pirma ng testigong ito, na ang sabi wala siyang personal na kaalaman. Ang mga tunay na nakakaalam, ang Respondent Vice President, ang Special Disbursing Officer, at ang Colonel, wala ni isang sumagot. Number 11, the explanations for the confidential funds are a sham, and the failure to account the funds gives rise to the presumption of misappropriation. Pabago-bago ang paliwanag, walang detalye, walang dokumentong sumusuporta, pagtatakip, hindi pagpapaliwanag. At hanggang ngayon, hindi na-account ang 500 million ng bayan. Sa ganitong kabiguan, ang batas na mismo ang nagsasalita, prima facie, na ipinalalagay na ang pondo ay ginamit para sa sariling kapakanan. That would be all for Your Honor.
Comment, Attorney Christine?
Yes, Your Honor. We note that the 11 items that were mentioned by the prosecution are all conclusions of fact and law, Your Honor. And actually, they are mere speculations and conjectures, Your Honor, not being proven before this honorable court. And they are all theories and, with all due respect, sound bites, Your Honor. Nevertheless, we will cross-examine the witness to verify the allegations or to disprove the allegations of the prosecution.
They may be statements of fact or law, counsel, but that's what they seek to prove. Through this witness, hopefully, by declaring him as a hostile witness in due time. Duly noted. Comment of the counsel for respondents noted. You may proceed with your direct examination, Attorney May.
Your Honor, before I proceed, we would just like to request for a continuing authority for our assisting counsel, Attorney Oliver C. Caido, to approach the witness and present and confront him with the necessary and relevant documents whenever we mention those documents.
Granted, as well as who would be the counterpart assisting counsel from the respondent, Attorney Christine?
Yes, Your Honor, Attorney David Gola.
And
Granted,
also,
insofar as both parties are concerned in regard to their respective assisting counsels who may approach the witness at any time during the direct and cross.
And also, Your Honor, we request a similar continuing authority for us to flash on the screen the relevant documents when mentioned for the appreciation of this honorable court and of everyone, Your Honor.
Granted likewise, including a similar grant rather with counsel for respondent should she desire to do so as well during her cross.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
You may proceed, counsel, when you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Ortonio.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Buntag. Good morning.
Okay. Mr. Ortonio, naiintindihan ko po na ikaw ngayon ay nagsisilbing Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff sa Office of the Vice President. Tama po ba?
That's correct po.
Okay. Kailan naman po kayo nagsimulang manungkulan bilang Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff sa Office of the Vice President?
I started working as the Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff last July 2022.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ortonio, at whose pleasure do you serve those positions?
I report directly to the Vice President, Sara Duterte.
Okay. And prior to becoming Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff, saan naman po kayo nagtatrabaho kung meron man?
I used to work with the City Government of Davao as the head of the Human Resource Management Office.
Noong time po na yon na nagsilbi kayo na head ng Human Resource Management, sino naman po ang mayor ng panahon iyon?
The mayor at the time is the Vice President Sara Duterte.
And when did you serve as such, as head of the Human Resource Department of the city government of Davao City?
I started working as the head of the Human Resource Management Office in 2018, starting 2018. Yes.
And kanino naman po kayo nagre-report nung nanunungkulan kayo bilang head of the Human Resource Department?
As the head of the Human Resource, as the department head, I report directly to the mayor and as well have reportorial duties to the city administrator.
Okay. And prior to that, Mr. Ortonio, ano naman po ang inyong naging katungkulan, kung meron man, sa city government of Davao City?
Prior to being the human resource head, I also headed the Davao City Investment Promotion Center. That's from 2016 all the way to 2018 as well. And then in 2010 to 2013, I served as the Chief of Staff of the Office of the Mayor. And 2008 until 2010, I served as the Chief of Staff under the Office of the Vice Mayor.
Okay. Isa-isahin po natin. Nung nanungkulan ho kayo bilang head ng Davao City Investment and Promotion Center, sino naman po ang nanunungkulan bilang mayor ng Davao City at that time?
The mayor at the time is Vice President Sara Duterte.
Okay. Nung time naman po na nanungkulan kayo bilang Chief of Staff, sino naman po ang nanunungkulan bilang mayor at the time?
It's the Vice President Sara Duterte.
At huli, nung nanungkulan ho kayo noong 2008 onwards, sino naman po ang nanunungkulan? Or sino naman po ang nanunungkulang bilang Vice Mayor at that time?
The Vice Mayor at the time is Vice President Sara Duterte.
Now, prior to 2008, saan ho kayo nanunungkulan o nagtatrabaho kung meron man?
Prior to 2008, I worked with a government-owned and controlled corporation, and I also worked at a local chamber of commerce.
Maaari niyo pong banggitin sa korte na ito kung saan po iyon, yung mga kumpanyang iyon?
My first working experience was with the Pag-ibig Fund. That was 4 years, and then I worked around about 4 to 6 months with the Davao City Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ortonio, in October 2024, ano naman po ang mga compulsory processes, if any, na natanggap ninyo mula sa House Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability?
I was invited to appear before the committee hearings for the Committee on Good Governance.
At sa ano-ano mong petsa naman po kayo inimbitahang mag-appear?
As to the exact dates po, ma'am, I cannot remember anymore the exact dates. However, there were several invitations that were extended to me.
Okay, several invitations for several hearings.
Yes, that's correct.
Ano naman po ang naging tugon ninyo dun sa mga iba't ibang imbitasyon na yun?
One of the reasons there was that it's a mere invitation.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ortonio, I have to cut you. Please just be responsive so as not to waste this honorable court's time. The question is merely, what was your response to those invitations for you to appear? You mentioned several. So what was your response?
The response was, I will not attend the hearings.
Okay, so that was your response. What, if any, judicial remedy did you seek against those invitations?
Sorry, ma'am. When you say judicial remedy, what do you
Judicial
mean?
relief? Did you ask for injunctive relief against the compulsion or the invitation for you to attend the hearings mentioned in those invitations?
The reason, ma'am, was that it's a mere invitation.
Again, Mr. Ortonio, I'm sorry, I don't want to be difficult, but again, let me just remind you to please be just responsive to the question. The question is simply, what judicial relief, if any, did you apply for in response to those invitations?
If I can remember, ma'am, none, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the subject matter of those hearings where you were invited, if you know?
It's regarding the confidential funds.
Okay. Now, Ms. Ortonio, what is your relation with Mr. Ernesto Nemenzo Ortonio Jr., who is the president and a member of the board of directors of PNX Udena Insurance Brokers Incorporated?
Your Honor, please.
Attorney Christine?
Relevance, Your Honor.
It is very much relevant, Your Honor, because this would prove that this witness and the respondent move in the same social circle. And this witness can practically become a social pariah if he speaks unfavorably of the respondent.
You're on a short leash, counsel. Go to your point. Objection is overruled.
So, Mr. Ortonio, just to repeat the question, what is your relation with Mr. Ernesto Nemenzo Ortonio Jr., who is the president and a member of the board of directors of PNX Udena Insurance Brokers Incorporated?
He is my father po.
Okay. At ano naman po ang relasyon ng PNX Udena Insurance Brokers Corporation sa Udena Management and Resources Corporation, which forms part of the Udena Group founded and controlled by Mr. Dennis A.
Your Honor, please.
Yes, Attorney Christine.
Again, relevance, Your Honor, to the confidential funds. And she's on short leash.
Your
Attorney May,
Honor,
Attorney
if
May,
I may just
is this
quickly
part
respond.
of trying to qualify Mr. Ortonio as a hostile witness?
Yes, Your Honor. This will establish that this witness has an adverse interest, Your Honor, in this case.
With your indulgence, as well as with the permission of counsels for the parties, I think it has been established that Mr. Ortonio serves at the pleasure of the Vice President, has been working for her for quite some time, and is serving up to now. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Ortonio.
That's
with
correct,
the Vice
Your
President.
Honor.
And that if the Vice President is impeached and therefore removed from office, pati kayo matatanggal po, di ba? Dahil coterminous kayo.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And that as far as we know, until today, you are still working with the Office of the Vice President and serving under that capacity, coterminous.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
To abbreviate the proceedings, the court declares Mr. Ortonio as a hostile witness based on his adverse interest vis-a-vis the respondent and the prosecution, and that therefore counsel Attorney May can ask leading questions, but again, pursuant to the rules, may not ask misleading questions. You may proceed, ma'am, accordingly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ortonio, I am showing you a video footage of the hearing of the CGGPA on November 25, 2024. May I request, Your Honor, our assisting counsel who is stationed at the technical booth to play the said video footage.
Continuing authority has been granted to counsels. You may proceed accordingly, counsel.
Office of the Vice President. Mr. Lemuel G. Artonio, Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff. Ms. Winnie G. Diego, Chief of Public Assistance.
Okay. Mr. Ortonio, ano ang relasyon mo sa Lemuel G. Ortonio na nabanggit sa video na aming pinakita?
That's me po, ma'am.
Okay. At ano naman, at tama ba, kinukumpirma mo ba na ang event na recorded dyan sa video footage na yan ay ang hearing ng CGGPA noong November 25, 2024?
That's correct po.
At Mr. Ortonio, maaalala mo ba na sa hearing na yan, sinabi mo, and I quote, you provide overall supervision for the internal affairs of the Office of the Vice President, end of quote.
That's correct po.
At pinapatutuhanan mo rin ba na kasama ng supervision na yan, ang supervision sa Administrative and Financial Services Office at Strategy Management Office ng Office of the Vice President.
That's correct po.
Okay. Ngayon, Mr. Tonyo, tama bang sabihin ng Administrative and Financial Services Office, ito ang opisina sa Office of the Vice President na in charge sa pangkalahatang budget ng OVP?
That's correct po.
Kasama dito ang budget preparation,
That's correct.
budget disbursement, accounting, at liquidation.
That's correct.
And since you exercise supervision over this office, sa pangkalahatan, tama bang sabihin, or generally, walang pondo ng OVP ang hinihiling, nilalabas, ginagastos, o inililiquidate na wala sa inyong kaalaman at supervision? Tama ba? Generally, Mr. Atty.
Generally, yes.
Okay. Ngayon, ang Strategy Management Office naman, ito ang tanggapan ng OVP na nangangasiwa sa strategic planning, management, monitoring, evaluation, organizational development, at iba pang kaugnayan ng tungkuling pamamahala ng OVP. Tama ba?
That's correct.
So kasama dito ang pagbuo at pagsubaybay sa mga programa, proyekto at aktibidad ng OVP. Tama ba?
That's correct.
So ngayon, dahil sa iyong pag-amin, tama rin bang sabihin na bawat programa ng OVP ay dumadaan sa SMO?
For all the activities.
Yes. Okay. At dahil kayo ang nagsusuperbisa sa SMO, kayo rin ang nagsusuperbisa sa mga programa, proyekto at aktibidad nito. Tama ba?
General supervision po.
In short, or sa madaling salita, bawat programa ng OVP ay dumadaan sa inyong supervision ng 2 beses. Una, kapag ito ay pinaplano ng SMO, at pangalawa, kapag binabayaran ito ng AFSO. Tama ba?
Yes po.
At tama rin bang sabihin na ang mga direktor ng 2 opisinang ito ay nag-uulat din sa iyo? Tama ba?
That's correct po.
Also, tama rin bang sabihin na ang Vice President mismo ang nagtalaga sa inyo ng supervision over these 2 offices?
Yes, that's correct as part of the organizational structure.
Okay. At tama rin bang sabihin na kaugnay ng inyong supervision sa SMO at AFSO, ang anumang direktibang natatanggap ninyo ay sa huli nagmumula sa Vice President?
That's correct.
Okay. At tama rin ba na sa pagganap ng inyong mga tungkulin, sa huli kayo ay nasasaklawan ng mga direksyon at instruction ng Vice President?
That's correct.
In short, the official acts that you perform in the discharge of those responsibilities are done pursuant to the authority vested in you by the Vice President.
That's correct.
Now, pumunta naman tayo ngayon, Mr. Ortonio, sa sulat kung saan nagsimula ang lahat. Okay, so, Mr. Ortonio, you assumed your position you mentioned earlier as Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff noon lamang July 1, 2022. Tama ba?
That's correct.
So that was mid-year.
Yes.
And you will confirm na pag-assume mo ng inyong position around that time, walang confidential fund ang Office of the Vice President. Tama ba?
That's correct po.
Which means na yung successor ni Vice President Sara Duterte na si Vice President Leni G. Robredo, walang confidential funds.
Your Honor, please.
Yes, Attorney.
No basis, Your Honor, and conclusion of fact.
Kindly clarify, Lenny is not the successor
Sorry,
counsel.
predecessor, Your Honor. I'm
Exactly. So, the kindly reform counsel.
Mr. Antonio, do you confirm that Vice President Sara Duterte's predecessor, former Vice President Leni Robredo, Your Honor, Leni Robredo, she did not have confidential funds?
Your Honor, please.
Yes, counsel.
incompetent. He's not a staff of Lenny Robredo.
If he knows, if you know, Mr. Antonio, you may answer. If you don't, you may answer so as well.
Based on the records that we have, there's no record of confidential funds.
Ito ang dahilan kung bakit humiling ng confidential funds ang OVP sa DBM. Tama ba? Noong 2022. Dahil wala kayong dinatnaan na confidential funds ng pag-upo mo kasama ng pag-upo ng Vice President Sara Duterte. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am.
And this request for confidential funds, ipinaabot ito sa DBM sa pamamagitan ng isang sulat. Tama ba?
Letter request.
Yes, letter request. Ngayon, I'm showing you Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-4-A dated August 22, 2022. Ito ang nabanggit mong letter request for confidential funds in 2022. Tama ba, Mr. Antonio?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Sa huling pahina nitong sulat na ito, there appears a signature above the printed name, Sara Z. Duterte. You will confirm that this is the signature of the Vice President.
Yes, I can confirm that this is the signature of the Vice President.
And you're familiar with her signature, familiar ka sa signature niya dahil sa panunungkulan mo over almost 2 decades with her or under her, nakikita mo siyang pumirma ng mga dokumento at nakikita mo rin ang kanyang pirma sa iba't ibang dokumento. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And on the basis of this letter bearing her signature, tama bang sabihin na ang desisyon na mag-request ng confidential funds, it was the decision of the Vice President? Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And throughout these proceedings, a certain name has been repeatedly mentioned, paulit-ulit na nabanggit, si Colonel La Chica. Kilala niyo siya, tama?
Yes, I know him. He's the
Okay.
group commander for VP SPG.
Okay. You mentioned group commander of the SPG, but you will confirm, Mr. Antonio, kukumpirmahin nyo na noong Agosto 22, 2022, hindi pa na itatalaga si Colonel La Chica bilang security officer ng OVP. Tama ba?
Yes,
Yes.
that's correct. He started September.
Okay. Yes. In fact, he started only on September 1, 2022. Tama ba?
Yes, based on documents.
Okay. Let us now go to the September 16, 2022 letter. Yan ang nagpapatunay, Mr. Antonio, na si Mr. La Chica or si Colonel La Chica ay noon lamang September 16 itinalaga bilang commander ng VP SPG. Tama ba?
Yes, that's... Wait, hindi masyado clear po.
Your Honor, may we request our assisting counsel in the tech booth to kindly enlarge
Granted, so instructed.
copies of the documents being flashed on the screen.
Sir, what's the question again, ma'am?
Etong sa letter na ito, pinapatotohanan nito na si Colonel La Chica ay inappoint lamang o itinalaga lamang bilang commander ng VP SPG noon lamang September 16, 2022. Tama ba?
Yes, for... Ma'am, I think the memorandum is the designation of Colonel La Chica
Security
as
officer.
security
Yes,
officer.
security officer.
As security officer, based on the document,
Okay.
yes.
Now, balik tayo dun sa letter dated August 22, 2022. Dito sa letter na to, you will confirm that the OVP requested 4 items. 1, augmentation of financial assistance and subsidy. 2, augmentation of special duty allowance. 3, additional 192 co-terminus and contractual positions. And 4, confidential funds. Tama ba?
Correct, for the 4 items.
And you will also confirm that at the time this document was sent to the DBM, nung ihinihanda ang liham na ito at pinadala sa DBM, na iplano na ng OVP ang mga aktibidad nito para sa nalalabing bahagi ng 2022. Tama ba?
That's correct.
That's correct. Sa katunayan, para sa unang 3 kahilingan, nakapagbigay na ang OVP ng basihan ng mga hiling na halaga. Nakalagay dito ang computation kung paano nakuha ang halagang hinihiling. Tama ba?
That's correct.
That is for the first 3 requests, the augmentation of financial assistance and subsidy, augmentation of special duty allowance, and additional 192 co-terminus and contractual positions. And dahil rin, na-plot out niya na yung mga activities, programs, and plans ng OVP ng time na yan, nakapaglakip na rin kayo ng supporting documents for the first 3 requests. Tama ba?
Yes, that's
Pati
correct.
yung projections, mga relevant projections for these 3 requests.
That's correct.
But, Mr. Ortonio, kinukumpirma mo rin na for the OVP's request for confidential funds, in this letter, walang computation na binigay. Tama ba? Let's limit the answer to the letter. In that letter, no computation was provided. Tama ba?
That's correct. No
There was
computation.
also no projection provided in the same letter. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And also, there was no physical and financial plan attached to the letter.
For this letter request,
Yes,
none.
none. In fact, there was no attachment supporting the OVP's request for confidential funds. Correct?
There were no attachments, ma'am.
Yes, there were no attachments in support of your request for confidential funds. Tama? Okay.
Mr. Ortonio? What's your response?
Yes, that's correct. No attachments, ma'am.
And tama rin bang sabihin na ultimately, ang nag-decide kung magkano ang hihiningin na confidential funds from the DBM ay si Vice President Sara Duterte. Tama ba?
Yes, the determination
Yes.
for the amount
Thank you,
is
Mr. Ortonio.
in the discretion of the Vice President.
Yes, thank you. Now, going back to the letter, dahil wala kayong binigay na computation, projection, or supporting documents, ang tanging nilagay lamang ninyo sa request ay ang explanation kung bakit kayo humihingi ng request. Tama ba?
That's
Yes,
correct.
That's correct. And the explanation and the justification that you gave was, and I quote, for and in consideration of the safe implementation of the various projects and activities under the Good Governance Program and the conduct of official engagements and functional representation in international and domestic events as instructed by the Vice President. End of quote. Tama ba?
Yes, as instructed by
By the
the
Vice
President.
As instructed by the President. Okay. In that same letter, you also stated, and I quote, you committed to formulate programs, projects, and activities relevant to national security and peace and order, and is devoted to implement said PPAs with proper security and safety protocols for the benefit of the institution through the OVP satellite offices, its partner stakeholders, and the general public, end of quote. Tama ba?
That's correct.
So at this point,
With
Mr.
the
Ortonio,
permission
tama
of,
ba?
with the permission of counsel, can you ask your guy in the tech booth to kindly, whenever you refer to a portion of the letter, to zoom it in so that it's readable on the part of the senator judges, because we really cannot read any part of it. Better. Thank you. You may proceed, counsel.
Okay. So tama ba, Mr. Ortonio, na sabihin na nang pinadala ninyo ang sulat na ito, ang OVP, wala pang programs, projects, and activities na na-identify relevant to national security and peace and order? Tama ba? Dahil sabi dito sa letter, you just commit to formulate programs, projects, and activities relevant to national security and peace and order. So at that point, wala pa. Tama ba?
Based on the letter, ma'am,
yes.
there is a commitment to submit the
Yes.
plans and programs.
No, Mr. Tonyo, walang sinasabi dito na you commit to submit plans and programs. Ang sinasabi dito,
To formulate.
formulate programs, projects, and activities. Tama.
Correct.
And this is despite the fact na kanina inamin mo na nung pinadala nyo yung letter na to, more or less, na-identify nyo na yung mga plans, projects, and activities of the OVP for the remainder of 2022. Tama ba?
For
Yes.
Yes. For the plans and
Please
programs.
just answer the question.
Your Honor, please. The witness is answering the question.
Yes,
Your Honor, the
counsel
if I
let
may,
the
Your
witness answer. He was in the process of answering it. Let's see if it is responsive or not. It can be stricken off if it's not.
In
Yes,
the
Mr. Tonyo.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the context of the plans and programs of the office, there has already been plans already at the beginning of the term of the Vice President in July of 2022. That's why we were able to implement already several programs and projects that we will be implementing for the rest of the year and for the rest of the term.
But just to clarify, with respect to those plans, programs, and activities relating to national security and peace and order, eto yung ifo-formulate nyo pa lang when you sent out this letter, because that is what stated in the letter. Tama ba?
That's correct.
That's correct. And you will also confirm na wala nang ibang letter request for confidential funds in August 2022.
None.
And dahil wala pang plans and physical and financial plan na nakalakip dun sa letter nyo ng August 22, 2022, sumulat sa OVP ang DBM requesting your office to submit this physical and financial plan in support of your request for confidential funds. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And the Vice President instructed you, inutusan ka o inatasan ka ng Vice President na sumagot sa letter na ito ng DBM dated September 15, 2022. I'm referring to Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-4-B.
Yes, we are in receipt of this communication.
At ikaw ang inatasan ng Vice President na sumagot sa letter na yan. Tama ba?
As part of my duties as the Assistant Chief of Staff, I regularly respond to communication addressed to the office.
Okay. But the Vice President knew very well that it was you who was responding to that letter of the DBM, correct?
Yes, because as
Okay.
part of my
Yes.
duties po.
And hindi niya naman inassign o inata sa iba. Nang nalaman niya na ikaw ang sasagot, hinayaan ka niya at hindi niya sinabing iba na lang ang sumagot. Tama ba?
Ma'am, for regular communications within the office, it is the Assistant Chief of Staff who signs the documents corresponding to other agencies. So
Okay.
it's already inherent to the function as the Assistant Chief of Staff.
Yes, Mr. Antonio. But that is ultimately subject to the decision and discretion of the Vice President. Tama ba?
That's correct.
So, dahil yan ay subject sa discretion ng Vice President, anytime the Vice President can revoke that authority. Tama ba?
Yes.
Now, following that instruction, you wrote a letter to DBM dated September 19, 2022. Tama ba? I'm referring to Prosecution Exhibit P-I-4-C.
While you're showing the witness, Attorney May, the August 22, 2022 letter, what's the exhibit marking of that document, if any? For the record.
Sorry, Your Honor. P-I-4-A.
P-I-4-A. Thank you. Witness may answer pertaining to the September 19, 2022 letter, if you're aware of it.
Yes, I signed this transmittal letter to the DBM.
And in that letter, tinukoy ninyo ang Joint Circular 2015-01. Tama ba?
Yes.
Okay. So you must be familiar with that Joint Circular. Tama ba?
I'm familiar
Yes.
to a certain extent.
To a certain extent. At tiyak binasa at naunawaan nyo rin ito.
Mga kapuso, magpapatuloy po ang ating
Yes.
live streaming. Samantala, susunod na po agad sa GTV ang
You
Balitang Hali.
graduated with a bachelor's degree in arts in Ateneo de Davao University. Tama ba?
Communication arts.
Communication arts. You also have a master's in development program from the University of the Philippines.
Yes, development communication.
Development communication. And another master's of arts in psychology, is that correct? From
Yes.
Southville International School and Colleges.
That's correct.
And the diploma course from the Ateneo de Manila Center for Organization, Research and Development.
That's correct.
In fact, you worked as a professor, nagturo ka sa Ateneo de Davao University. Tama ba?
Yes, for 1 semester only.
Now, going back to the letter, in that same letter, ipinadala nyo sa DBM ang physical and financial plan. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was the first time. Yan yung unang pagkakataon na nag-submit kayo ng physical and financial plan sa DBM in support of your request for confidential funds. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And also, of course, bago nyo isinubmit ang kopya ng physical and financial plan na yan, I'm sure, tiningnan at binasa nyo at inintindi nyo yung physical and financial plan. Tama ba?
Yes, I read the PFP.
Okay. Your Honor, we would like to confront the witness with a physical and financial plan dated, bearing the date September 16, 2022, which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-4-A. Annex A. So this is an attachment to Exhibit P-I-4-A as Annex A. Okay, Mr. Antonio, dito sa box na may nakasulat, prepared by, may kasama ring petsa, September 16, 2022. Tama bang sabihin na itong September 16, 2022, ito yung date kung kailan na-prepare itong physical and financial plan?
Based on the document, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Ibig sabihin, nung nag-request kayo ng confidential fund in August 2022, wala pang nape-prepare na physical and financial plan. Tama ba?
Yes.
And this physical and financial plan was also approved only on September 16, 2022, as shown by the box bearing that date with the printed words approved by. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the document.
Based on
ma'am,
the
yes.
document. At dyan sa box na may nakasulat na approved by, may pirma ulit. Above the printed name, Sara Duterte. Yan ay pirma ng Vice President. Siya mismo ang pumirma niyan. Tama ba?
Yes, that's her signature, ma'am.
At dahil walang naka-countersign katabi ng kanyang signature, tama ba na yung dokumento na yan went straight to her without yourself or anyone reviewing that for her? Tama ba?
I can just personally say, ma'am, that the document, ma'am, did not pass through my office.
Okay.
Before you continue, counsel, the court noticed that the signature of the Vice President in this document appears to be different from the signature in the August 22 document. So the Vice President has at least 2 signatures so far. Can you confirm that both are her signatures?
Yes, I can confirm, sir, Your Honor, that both are the signatures of the Vice President.
You can confirm likewise that they appear to be different, though.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your witness, counsel.
So you confirm, Mr. Ortonio, that this fiscal and financial plan was approved matapos ang 25 days from your request of confidential funds to the DBM. Tama ba?
Sorry, can you repeat again the question, ma'am?
The fiscal and financial plan that was prepared 20 days after you requested confidential funds from the DBM.
I believe, ma'am, parang less than 20 days, ma'am, because the request was in August 2022, ma'am. More or less. Yes, that's correct. Correct. Yes.
And dahil nabanggit mo yung now, the fiscal and financial plan indicated the supposed PPAs for which the confidential fund was allotted. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct, based on the document, ma'am.
At ang nakasaad dito ay good governance program. Tama ba?
Yes, that's
There was
correct.
no itemization of the programs and activities that will be funded by the requested confidential funds. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am, based on the document
Yes.
presented.
And you will confirm that this good governance program, it's not just one particular program of the OVP. Tama ba?
Yes.
It is in fact, at kukumpirmahin nyo, na itong good governance program, ito ay umbrella program or umbrella brand ng flagship activities ng OVP. Tama ba?
Yes, that's
So
correct.
under that good governance program, merong mga particular na plans, programs, and activities. Tama ba?
Yes.
Kasama dito yung medical assistance, burial assistance, libreng sakay, mga satellite offices. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And subalit, wala nitong mga particular na activities na ito na isinaad sa fiscal and financial plan na inyong sinabit. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the submitted PFP.
You will also confirm na itong flagship program na good governance program, ito ay pinupondohan na ng regular budget ng OVP sa ilalim ng General Appropriations Act. Tama ba?
Yes.
Okay. Sa katunayan, sa 2022 GAA, may line item na 621.6 million na mismong para sa good governance engagements and social service projects. Tama ba?
Again, hindi ko lang po makita yung...
Maybe kindly request the tech booth to enlarge the image being flashed on the screen.
Yes, correct. 621 million.
Kanina, binasa ninyo na sa liham ng August 22, kasama bilang explanation para sa paghingi nyo ng confidential funds ang two other purposes. Ito yung official engagements at functional representation in international and domestic events. Tama ba? Naalala ninyo?
Yes, that's included in the letter.
Subalit sa fiscal and financial plan, para sa huling quarter ng 2022, tinanggal na itong dalawang additional items na to. Tama ba? Natira na lamang yung good governance program.
Based on the document, ma'am, that was submitted.
At ang dahilan nito, you will confirm na itong dalawang programs nito, hindi to allowed under the joint circular that you cited in your September 19, 2022 letter. Tama ba?
As to the specifics of for these two items, ma'am, I cannot answer.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, punta naman tayo sa 2023 Fiscal and Financial Plan. You will confirm na bilang Assistant Secretary at Assistant Chief of Staff ng OVP, pamilyar din kayo dito sa 2023 Fiscal and Financial Plan.
I was able to see it, ma'am.
Yes. In fact, isa sa mga signatories dito sa Fiscal and Financial Plan na ito ay si Ms. Rosalyn Sanchez. Tama ba? Again, may we request the tech booth to enlarge the document being flashed on the screen.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
At si Miss Rosalyn Sanchez, siya naman ang director ng AFSO.
Yes.
Nasabi mo, nagre-report din sa'yo. Tama
Directly
ba?
to me,
Okay.
yes,
Now, going back to that fiscal and financial plan, you will confirm that the expected outcome, fiscal targets, budget for the 4 quarters of 2023 na sinulat dito are just verbatim reproductions of the expected outcome, fiscal targets, and budget in the 2022 fiscal and financial plans. In short, yung expected outcome, fiscal targets at budget para sa 4 na quarter na nakasaad dito sa 2023 fiscal and financial plan, salitang kinopya ang expected outcome, fiscal targets at budget sa 2022 fiscal and financial plans. Tama ba?
Based on the document, ma'am, it
Yes.
has the same content, ma'am.
Ang tanging pagkakaiba lamang ay ang nakasaad na physical activities and projects. Dito sa 2023 Fiscal and Financial Plan, ang nakasaad na PPA ay Socio-Economic Program and Delivery. Tama ba?
Yes, that's
But you will
correct.
also confirm that like the Good Governance Program, yung Socio-Economic Program Delivery, hindi rin ito isang partikular na programa. This is just an umbrella brand for the flagship programs of the OVP for 2023. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Sa ilalim niyan, merong mga particular din na programa, individual and particular projects. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Ngunit wala kahit anuman dito sa mga particular programs na ito ang isinaad nyo o nilagay nyo sa Fiscal and Financial Plan of 2023. Tama ba?
Based on the documents that's presented,
Yes.
ma'am.
At tulad ng 2022 Fiscal and Financial Plan, etong 2023 Fiscal and Financial Plan ay personal ding inaprubahan ng Vice President. Tama ba?
Yes, it has the signature of the Vice President.
And again, dahil walang counter-signature sa katabi ng kanyang pangalan, tama rin bang sabihin na hindi rin ito dumaan sa inyong opisina?
No, it did not pass through my office.
But generally, Mr. Ortonio, dahil kayo nga yung nangangasiwa or nag-exercise ng general supervision over the SMO as well as the AFSO, generally, walang documents ng OVP na hindi dumadaan sa office niya. Tama ba?
Generally po, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, now pumunta na tayo sa disbursement vouchers. Okay, Mr. Ortonio, dahil ikaw ay naging kawanina ng gobyerno for almost 2 decades, you would know na walang pondo ng publiko or pera ng bayan ang maaaring bayaran maliban kung suportado ng disbursement voucher. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Ang voucher, in short, ang voucher ang unang pinoproseso bago maaring gumuhit ng anumang cheque involving public funds. Tama ba?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Ortonio, I am showing you 4 disbursement vouchers, which are Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-10-A, P-I-10-B, P-I-10-C, P-I-10-D. You are familiar with these disbursement vouchers, correct? Familiar ka sa mga disbursement vouchers na to?
Yes, I am.
In fact, nakapirma ka sa lahat ng disbursement vouchers na yan. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the authorization of our office order.
At ang inyong pangalan ay nakapatong at nakalimbag sa salitang agency head or authorized representative. Tama ba? Ang agency head na tinutukoy dito ay walang iba kundi si Vice President Duterte. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Ang ibig sabihin nito, lumalagda ka sa bisa ng otoridad or on the strength of the authority that you were given by the Vice President. Tama ba?
Yes, based on an office order.
Yes. At ultimately, ang otoridad na yan na lumagda bilang kanyang kinatawan or authorized representative ay nagmula mismo sa Vice Presidente. Tama ba?
Yes.
Ngayon, ang inyong lagda ay nasa loob ng kahong approved for payment. You will
Yes.
confirm, ang ibig sabihin nito na ang paglagda ninyo or sa paglagda ninyo, inaprubahan ninyo ang pagbayad or pag-withdraw ng confidential funds para sa 2022 at 2023. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
At dahil lumagda kayo bilang authorized representative ng Vice President, ang pag-aproba mong iyon ay ibinigay din sa bisa ng otoridad ng Vice President. Tama ba?
Yes, based po sa isang office order.
Okay. So in short, it is as if it was the Vice President herself who was giving that approval to release those funds referred to in those disbursement vouchers. Tama ba?
As authorized po.
As authorized, yes. So, in short, Vice President nga. In short, Vice President approved the release of those. Effectively, the Vice President approved the release of the funds referred to in those disbursement vouchers.
Your Honor,
Tama ba?
Your Honor, please, asked and answered already. As
Your Honor,
authorized.
the reason I have to make a follow-up question is that the answer of this witness was not responsive. I was asking whether it meant effectively that the Vice President herself approved the release of the funds referred to in that disbursement voucher. But the answer of the respondent was that it was authorized by her. So I want a categorical statement, Your Honor, from this witness.
I'll allow it in the meantime, counsel. Witness may answer.
Yes po, as authorized po. Yes.
Kung gayon, or in other words, kung wala ang pag-aproba ng Vice President sa mga disbursement vouchers na to, wala ring confidential funds sanang mailalabas. Tama ba?
Sorry again,
Kung
can you
walang-
repeat the question po?
Kung walang approval ng Vice President sa mga disbursement vouchers na to, wala ring confidential funds na mailalabas dahil ang funds or ang pondong pinapatukoyan dito ay ang confidential funds for 2022 and 2023. Tama ba?
If there is no approval po, there is no release
No
of funds
release.
po.
Okay. Thank you.
With the indulgence of counsel, Mr. Tonyo, yung approved for payment ng pinirmahan nyo is in item or letter D.
Yes.
Do you have the document in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Yung letter A, certified expense cash advance necessary, lawful, and incurred under my direct supervision is signed by the Vice President.
Yes, that's correct,
What,
Your Honor.
what does that mean?
It means that it is being
Anong ibig sabihin ng pagpirma ng Vice President dyan sa box na yan?
the Vice President certifies that the funds is made under her supervision.
And hindi ka pipirma, ano ba to? Sequence ba to? A, B, C, D? Pag
Yes.
walang pirma si A, walang pirma si B, hindi mo na pipirma si C, hindi ka pipirma.
Yes, that's correct. It's
So
in
ikaw yung
sequence.
huling-huling pumirma
Yes, that's
sa
correct.
dokumentong ito ng disbursement voucher.
Yes, Your Honor.
Proceed, counsel.
Okay, let us now go to the 4 checks. Okay, ang bawat isa sa 4 na disbursement vouchers na iyong inaprubahan that you identified earlier, ito ay nagresulta sa pagguhit ng katumbas na cheque ng Land Bank. Tama ba? It resulted in the drawing of 4 Land Bank checks corresponding to the funds referred to in the disbursement vouchers. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
I am showing you the 4 checks, which are Prosecution's Exhibit P-28-A, P-I-28-B, P-I-28-C, P-I-28-B. B. You are familiar with these checks. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. I'm familiar with the checks being presented.
In fact, yung pirma mo, makikita dyan sa mga cheque niyan. Ikaw ay pumirma sa 4 na cheque. Tama ba?
Yes, as part of my duties as the Assistant Chief of Staff.
In fact, merong office order na nagtatalaga sa'yo bilang signatory para sa mga cheque na may halagang more than 1 million pesos. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
At ang order na yon ay nanggaling din kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Tama
Yes, the office order was signed by the Vice President.
ba? Signed by her and thus approved by her. Tama ba?
Yes.
Ngayon, you will confirm na kasama ka sa pag-encash ng mga checking ito. Tama ba?
Yes, I can confirm.
In fact, ikaw lang ang kasama ni Ms. Gina Acosta nang i-encash mismo ito sa Land Bank Shaw Boulevard branch. Tama ba?
Yes, when she requested me to accompany her.
Okay. So you must be familiar with the Land Bank Shaw Boulevard branch.
Yes.
At ito, Land Bank Shaw Boulevard branch ay matatagpuan sa Beacon Plaza, Shaw Boulevard, kanto ng Ideal Street, Mandaluyong City. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Na ipinapakita ko sa iyo ang isang litrato. Your Honor, may we request the tech booth to flash the photo on the screen.
Instructed.
Mr. Antonio, you've been to this branch several times, tama ba? The
Yes.
Land Bank branch. And you will confirm na yung litratong pinapakita sa iyo sa screen, yan ang Land Bank Shaw Boulevard branch.
The Land Bank Shaw Boulevard branch, ma'am, is within that building, ma'am.
Within that building. And you will confirm na yung sasakyan hindi maaaring pumasok beyond that area kung saan nakikita ang mga kotse. Tama ba?
Yes po, there's a parking lot
Yes.
in
And
front
from
of
there,
the compound.
kakailanganin na ninyong maglakad para makapunta sa Land Bank branch mismo. Tama ba?
Yes.
And just to clarify, Mr. Antonio, in all 4 instances of encashment, sa 4 na encashment ng 4 na cheque, ikaw lamang ang kasama ni Ms. Gina Acosta na mag-encash at mag-withdraw ng pondo. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And ito rin ay nagmumula sa instruction ng Vice President. Tama ba?
Yung pag-accompany ko po kay Miss Gina, it's based on the request of Miss Gina po.
Okay. But you will confirm na alam ito ng Vice President.
When you say alam na Vice President, yung pagsama ko po.
Yes.
That I cannot confirm, ma'am, if Miss Gina was able to inform the Vice President.
Pero yung withdrawal, that was also upon the instruction. Tama ba?
When you say withdrawal,
Withdrawal of the checks. Or the encashment itself.
I would assume, ma'am, na
Alam.
Miss Gina has informed the Vice President yung pag-encash niya. But as to if
Of course.
I'm accompanying
Yes.
her, I'm not sure, ma'am.
Okay. But the withdrawal and the encashment was within the knowledge of the Vice President. Because in fact,
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
This is a different question now, Your Honor.
Finish your question, counsel.
In fact, Mr. Ortonio, you will confirm that lahat ng nangyayari patungkol sa confidential funds, nire-report ito sa Vice Presidente. Tama ba?
Again,
Vague, Your Honor. Objection.
Kindly reform and be more specific, counsel. Are you just asking about the fact that Mr. Ortonio accompanied Gina on all 4 occasions? Kung alam ng BCN?
No, Your Honor. I'm referring to all matters pertaining to the confidential funds.
Vague,
These
Your Honor.
are reported to the Vice President and reported to and or instructed by the Vice President.
Then that would be vague, counsel. Kindly be more specific. Kasi dininay niya na kanina kung he said he doesn't know if the Vice President knew that he would accompany Gina. Kindly be more specific. You can ask the witness. He's intelligent enough. Ask him specific questions, counsel.
I will park that for now, Your Honor. I will.
You
go
can
back
move
to
on
that.
then.
Okay. Now let's go to the audit observation memorandum, Mr. Ortonio. You will confirm that you are familiar with this audit observation memoranda. I'm referring to Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-12-B, P-I-12-A, P-I-12-E, P-I-12-I.
yes, I'm familiar with the documents, ma'am.
Okay.
For the record, witness was confronted with the 3 documents.
Okay. Mr. Ortonio, you are familiar with this audit observation memoranda dahil ikaw ay binigyan ng kopya ng mga ito. Correct?
Yes, that's correct. I
In
received
fact-
on behalf of the Vice President.
You've received it on behalf of the Vice President. In fact, lumagda ka dyan bilang patunay ng iyong pagtanggap sa mga audit observation memoranda na iyong tinitingnan ngayon. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
At kayo rin ang inatasang sumagot ng audit observation na memoranda na yan ng Vice Presidente. Tama ba?
Yes, I was given instructions to prepare the draft for the reply.
Okay, given instructions by the Vice President herself.
Yes.
Tama ba?
Yes.
And is it also correct to say na bago kayo tumugon sa mga audit observation memoranda na yan, sinuri at pinag-aralan din ninyo ang mga liquidation report na kalakip dito?
I consulted with the Special Disbursing Officer and the Security Officer on the information that will be included in the reply.
Okay. So you also studied, you also checked, reviewed those liquidation reports that were attached to the, that were referred to in the audit observation memoranda. Tama ba?
Ma'am, I only consulted the Special Disbursing Officer and the Security Officer on the information that will be included in the reply.
So you are saying, hindi mo nakita ang liquidation report, umasa ka lamang sa kung anong nireport sa inyo ng Special Disbursing Officer at ng Security Officer?
Yes, I got the information from them, ma'am.
Okay. How about the certification and accomplishment reports? Of course, you saw these documents because in fact, you would be referring later to these documents in your reply to the audit observation memoranda. Tama ba?
I was able to see the reports, ma'am, but I did not anymore go into details, ma'am. And then that was made as an attachment to the replies, ma'am.
Okay. Just a clarification. Yung sa liquidation report, you also saw those liquidation reports. Tama ba?
At that time, ma'am, I was able to see the liquidation reports,
Okay.
ma'am.
Since you saw those liquidation reports, you must have also seen that in those liquidation reports, personal din na nilagdaan ng Vice Presidente ang mga liquidation reports na yun. Tama ba?
Your Honor, the question is vague. Counsel should refer to the particular report, Your Honor.
Kindly show the document, the liquidation
Honor.
reports you're referring to, counsel, so that the witness may be able to look at it.
Your Honor, I am referring to...
The 4 liquidation reports, I presume.
Yes, Your Honor. I am referring to prosecution's exhibits P-I-9-A to P-I-9-D.
At the time, ma'am, I was able to just see it, ma'am, physically, but I was not able to review it, ma'am.
Okay, but you will confirm that that those liquidation reports all were signed by the Vice President, correct?
Yes, based on the document, ma'am, it has the signature of the Vice President.
Let's go to the certifications attached to the liquidation reports, which are prosecution's exhibit P-I-6-A to P-I-6-D again. Can you please kindly refer to the certification? In the meantime, Your Honor, I will just park that question for now and go to the next question. So let's go to the accomplishment reports, Mr. Ortonio. Since you mentioned, you also see these documents, you will also confirm na itong mga accomplishment reports na ito, lahat inaprubahan din ng Vice Presidente. I'm referring to exhibits P-I-7-A-1 to P-I-7-D.
Kindly show the witness, counsel. Assisting counsel may approach.
I was able to see, ma'am, but I did not scrutinize anymore, ma'am.
You did not scrutinize. But you will confirm that the signature of the Vice President appear in those documents, since earlier you admitted na pamilyar ka sa signature ng Vice President.
Yes.
Kanina, nabanggit mo, if you can just backtrack a bit, kanina nabanggit mo na nakipag-coordinate ka sa security officer at sa special disbursing officer.
Yes.
Okay. Tama rin ba na sabihin na nag-coordinate ka with them upon the instructions of the Vice President? Tama ba?
Yes, there was an instruction to coordinate so that we can properly reply to the AOM.
Okay. Let us go back to liquidation report number 2022-12-152, which is prosecution's exhibit P-I-9-A. And you will confirm that based on this document, ang buong 125 million na confidential funds ay lubusang naubos pagsapit ng December 31, 2022. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the document, ma'am, based on the liquidation report.
And since in-encash nyo ang mga cheque or ang cheque pertaining to this fund, confidential fund, noon lamang December 20, 2022, Tama bang sabihin na yung pondo ay na-disburse sa loob lamang ng 11 days? Tama ba?
That, ma'am, I cannot
Based on this document,
If you base on the document, there's a liquidation of the cash advance for the period of December 21 to 31.
and that would be 10 days.
If you base it here, ma'am, that's December 21 to 31.
Yes. Okay. So a good 10 days.
Your Honor, please. The document speaks for itself.
Your Honor, I believe counsel is referring to the original documents rule. Unfortunately for her, Your Honor, that's an improper invocation of the original documents rule. The original documents rule does not bar questions relating to the document. What it simply prohibits is the substitution of the testimony of the witness for the document without producing the original of said document. Your Honor, the original of this document was presented to this honorable court as early as the pre-trial conference of this case, Your Honor.
We will allow it subject to the parameters that they cannot change what's contained in the document, but he may
Your
be
Honor.
questioned with respect to his understanding and appreciation of the document. Yes,
Your Honor,
Attorney
quick
Christine?
reply. Because the witness was asked to interpret the document, Your Honor, and the contents of the document.
I wasn't asking, Your Honor. It's by simple arithmetic,
No,
Your Honor.
She was referring to the contents of the
With all due
document.
respect, Your Honor, if I can just make a brief reply to the manifestation, Your Honor.
Yes, counsel, briefly.
Yes, I wasn't asking, Your Honor, this witness to interpret the document by simple arithmetic, Your Honor. This witness can easily come up with a number of days within which, and just by looking at the document, this witness can easily come up and say the number of days within which the 125 million was spent and disbursed, Your Honor.
As long as the document is not going to be changed, I will allow it. Witness, if you know, again, you are well educated to be able to answer the simple question. If you know.
Again, Mr. Ortonio, you will confirm that the funds referred to in that liquidation document was fully disbursed within a good 10 days, because you said the disbursement covers the period December 21 to December 31, 2022. Tama ba?
Based on computation, ma'am, it's actually 11
Sorry,
days.
11 days.
Based on the computation and based on the document, ma'am, it's
11 days.
It will reflect 11 days.
Correct. Ito ay sa kabila ng fact na sa ilalim ng PFP, ang pondo ay para sa buong ika-4 na quarter ng 2022. Tama ba?
It's for the fourth quarter of 2022.
And that fourth quarter of 2022 means October, November, the period October, November, December of 2022. Tama ba?
For fourth quarter, ma'am, that covers for October, November, and December.
Yeah, October, November, and December 2022. Yes.
Yes.
So it means dahil it covers that period, October, November, and December 2022, yung pondo ay spread out supposedly para sa activities na itinala noong October, November, and December 2022. Tama ba?
Your Honor, please.
Counsel?
That is an assumption, Your Honor. That's a conclusion of fact. The witness did not testify that it should be spread throughout the quarter, Your Honor, and speculative also.
May I just, Your Honor, make a counter manifestation and a reply to the comment made?
Yes, counsel. What's your reply?
I'm not assuming anything, Your Honor. Precisely, I am asking this witness to confirm. There's no assumption in that, Your Honor.
Counsel, but it has no basis. Counsel for respondent is correct. The witness did not say, neither was it contained in any letter of the Office of the Vice President, that it is for the entire quarter. Reform, counsel. You can get to what you want still. Kindly
With all
reform.
due respect, Your Honor, this witness has just admitted earlier that the funds was for the fourth quarter of 2022. He even mentioned that it is for October, November, for the period October, November, and December 2022.
Your Honor, I believe the court has already ruled on the matter, Your Honor.
Kindly reform, counsel. You can get to what you want just as easily, counsel.
Okay. Earlier, Mr. Ortonio, you mentioned na yung programs na nakalagay both in the 2022 and 2023 fiscal and financial plans, which are the good governance programs and the socio-economic programs, these are just umbrella programs. At sa ilalim nito, merong mga individual plans, programs, and activities ang OVP. Tama ba?
Yes.
And these plans, programs, and activities are spread out through the year. Tama ba?
If you base it on the PFP, there is an allocation.
Sorry, I'm not referring to the PFP, just generally. Etong socio-economic programs, program delivery, and good governance program, ito ay naka-spread out through the entire year.
Yes,
Tama
for
ba?
implementation,
For implementation.
throughout the year.
Okay, so merong programa na naka-schedule for October, meron din for November, meron din for December. Tama ba?
Yes, there are schedules for the rollout of the activities.
Okay, tama. At dahil yung PFP or Fiscal Financial Plans, ang sinasabi lamang ay Socio-Economic Development Program at Good Governance Program, effectively, ang ibig sabihin nito, yung pondong nakatalaga doon sa relevant quarter na yon ay nakatalaga para sa relevant programs, plans, and activities for each quarter.
Your Honor, please. Can the counsel show what particular PFP she's referring to, Your Honor?
Your Honor, may we request our assisting counsel to furnish
You may do
the
so.
witness with both PFPs, Your Honor, for the 2022 and 2023 PFP. So just for clarity, let's just go to
The
the
2022.
PFP for 2022.
Yes.
Okay. May nakalagay dyan sa PAP's Good Governance Program. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Ang sinasabi mo kanina, yung Good Governance Program na yan, hindi yan isang partikular na programa lamang. Merong mga flagship programs under that Good Governance Programs. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And for every month, for the remaining quarter of 2022, meaning October, November, and December, meron diyang mga nakatalang activities, plans, and programs falling under the Good Governance Programs. Tama ba?
Yes, under the Good Governance
Yes,
Program.
under the Good Governance Programs. At nakalagay din dyan na yung halagang 125 million ay para sa quarter 4 of 2022, meaning that is the period October, November, and December 2022. Tama ba?
This for the subject na confidential funds.
Yes, for the confidential funds. Yes. Tama rin bang sabihin na for presumably yung October, November, and December, merong mga activities for which the confidential funds would answer to.
Your Honor,
Or would
please.
answer for. Tama ba?
Your Honor, please.
Attorney Christine?
Your Honor, she's asking for an opinion. We note that the witness is not even the one who prepared this PFP, Your Honor. And counsel also stated, presumably, Your Honor. So that's asking for an opinion.
Wait, if I may just...
With the indulgence of counsels, so that we can get somewhere before we break for lunch. Mr. Ortonio, yung PAP po ninyo at yung request nyo sa confidential funds sa huling quarter ng 2022, ang plano nyo sana para sa buong huling quarter ng 2022?
Your Honor, if you will base, number one po, because I did not participate in the preparation of the PFP. So in terms of the details of the implementation for the confidential funds, I may not be able to properly
Hindi pa po
answer.
natin pinag-uusapan na implementasyon. Pinag-uusapan po natin nung nag-submit kayo ng plano para manghingi ng confidential fund at ikaw yung pumirma nun para sa last quarter. Kaya lang, as we all know, late na na-release yung pera, hindi ba?
Yes, based on the PFPs, Your Honor, it's as indicated here, it's for October to December.
Yes, para sa last quarter nga ng 2022. Kailan na-release yung pera? Kailan mo winidraw? December 21?
The SARA was released December 30 and then the withdrawal was made December 20.
December 20. Tapos in-implement nyo hanggang December 31.
Based on the documents, Your Honor, the activities were implemented until December 21.
31.
31, sorry. Until December 31.
Now, I'll go a step further, Counsel. Ba't ba kailangan madaliin yan? Hindi ba ang budget good for two years? As you very well know, given your position in the Office of the Vice President. The budget, the GAA, is good for 2 years anyway. So why was there a need to implement it within the year?
Because, Your Honor, the request was made for the specific year, which is 2022.
At dahil nga yung plano nyo is for the last quarter of 2022.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your witness, Counsel?
Okay, just follow through, Your Honor,
Of
with the
course,
question made by the presiding officer. So just to clarify, dahil nakasaad dyan na yung confidential funds of 125 million for 2022 is for the last quarter, meaning for October, November, and December. Nakalaan yan para sa activities under the good governance programs ng OVP for October, November, and December. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the
Based on the
PFP.
document. Okay. Okay. At bilang supervising authority over the financial services ng OVP, alam din ninyo na ang notice of cash allocation na hindi nagamit pagsapit ng katapusan ng taon ay naglalapse. Tama ba?
Yes.
Ibig sabihin nito, ang anumang pondo na hindi nagamit at hindi nagastos o ang anumang balanse ng cash advance sa katapusan ng taon ay dapat isauli sa Treasury. Tama ba?
That's correct.
Kung gayon, kung hindi na-report o nagastos yung 125 million pagsapit ng December 31, 2022, bahagi o buo nito ay babalik sana sa Treasury. Tama ba?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Noong hearing sa CGGPA noong November 25, 2024, inamin mo na ikaw ay pinagkakatiwalaan ng Vice Presidente sa mga sensitive and confidential information. Tama ba? Naalala mo?
I cannot specifically remember if I said those words po in verbatim.
Okay. We are furnishing you a copy of the transcript of stenographic notes of the CGGPA hearing dated November 25, 2024, specifically page 208. Which is also flashed on the screen. Sinabi mo, and I quote, sa mga sensitibong bagay, end of quote.
What's your question, Counsel?
Do you confirm that, Mr. Ortonio?
I think the context for this, ma'am, is because the previous question was...
Excuse me, Mr. Ortonio, I need to cut you because...
Witness is answering.
That's why I was
the
asking,
question
what
is
was
not
your
responsive.
question? Because I also did not get the question. Kindly repeat your question,
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel.
I was
Attorney May.
asking the witness whether or not he admitted during that hearing that the Vice President would entrust to him or would share with him mga sensitibong bagay.
Yes, ma'am, but that is in the context of the previous question that my position is of trust and
Yes.
confidence.
Yes, correct.
And although I said po na on sensitive matters, of course, it is never absolute that all sensitive matters can be disclosed.
Okay, we understand that, Mr. Ortonio. Okay, nung between December 20 and December 31, meron ba kayong narinig na threat of cataclysmic proportion? Ibig sabihin, meron ba kayong narinig na banta na masyadong mapaminsala na kailangan supuin sa loob lamang ng 11 days? Noong December 20 to December 31, 2022.
Your Honor, please.
Counsel?
Question is vague, Your Honor. and no basis also.
How can that be vague, Your Honor?
I presume it's threat against the Vice President. May alam po ba kayo na anong salita ulit yung ginamit mga attorney? May
Threat of cataclysmic proportion or banta na masyadong mapaminsala.
Bantang mapaminsala. Kakaibang banta laban kay sa ikalawang Pangulo. Nung mga panahong yon na malapit sa petsang December 21 to 31. If you know of any.
Your Honor, I personally don't know of any information.
Okay. By the way, just again to backtrack a bit, Mr. Tonyo, when you requested confidential funds in 2022, kung alam ninyo, yung OVP po ba, meron ng mga natukoy na banta laban sa Vice President nung panahong iyon?
Ma'am, I cannot personally answer. Maybe that's a question that can be answered by the security group.
But as far as you're concerned, are you aware of any identified threats against the Vice President or the office during that time?
If he knows, Counsel, Attorney Christine, if he does not, he may answer accordingly.
I personally do not know of any.
And before you requested confidential funds from the DBM, would you know if the Office of the Vice President coordinated with any law enforcement agency for possible threats against the Vice President or the office? Would you know?
In relation to possible threats to the Vice President, I would not have any information.
You would not have any information. Ibig sabihin mo ba, itong mga threats na to, hindi to kasama sa mga supervise mo na internal affairs or mga programa ng internal affairs ng Office of the Vice President. Dahil sinabi mo, ikaw nagsusupervise ng 2 opisina who in turn oversees or monitors matters relating to the OVP.
Your Honor, please.
Attorney Christine?
Ask and answered and complex, Your Honor, and also argumentative.
It's a bit compound, Counsel. Reform a bit, Counsel. The question is long as well. The witness might not be able to respond adequately. Break it up a bit, Counsel.
So, Mr. Tonyo, you mentioned earlier that you are not aware of any coordination efforts with law enforcement agency at the time that you requested funds from the DBM. Tama ba?
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
Honor, please. The question is misleading. The witness said no information as to the supposed threats against the Vice President.
Witness has already answered, Counsel. Proceed, Attorney May.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. So, nasabi mo wala kang alam na coordination efforts. Ang sinasabi mo pa, itong mga coordination efforts na to, hindi to sakop ng overseeing and supervising functions mo as Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff of the OVP.
In relation to security matters, ma'am, no, that is not part of my duties as the Assistant Chief of Staff.
Okay. Thank you. Now, pumunta na tayo sa accomplishment reports na sinabi mo kanina ay nakita mo. In connection with your preparation of the responses to the Audit Observation Memorandum. Tama ba?
Yes.
You mentioned that. I am referring to Prosecution's Exhibits P-I-7-A-1 to P-I-7-D. These are the accomplishment reports that you admitted seeing.
Yes, I was able to see them po.
Okay. Let's first go to the first 3 accomplishment reports, which are P-I-7-A-1 to P-I-7-C. You confirm that? Do you see that before you?
Yes.
Okay. Etong 3 reports na to, ang bawat report ay naglilista ng pare-parehong 6 na kategorya sa pare-parehong pagkakasunod-sunod. Tama ba?
Yes.
You have purchase of information, payment of reward, rental and maintenance of safe houses, purchase of supplies, medical and food aid, and incentives or traveling. Tama ba? That order.
Yes.
All 3 accomplishment reports.
Yes.
Sa bawat quarter, ang mga halagang iyon ay eksaktong nagkakabuo ng 125 million. Tama ba?
Based on the document, ma'am, presented, yes.
And you will also confirm na sa bawat isa sa mga quarter na yon, walang halagang naisauli. Tama ba?
Based on the liquidation report, ma'am,
Yes.
yes.
Okay. Now, sa 2022 report, ang safe house rental and maintenance, ang halaga ay 16 million pesos. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the report.
Document. Ganon din sa first quarter ng 2023. 16 million din ang halaga ng house rental and maintenance, safe house rental and maintenance. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the document, ma'am.
At ganon din sa second quarter ng 2023. 16 million para sa safe house rental and maintenance. Eksaktong 16 million pesos.
Yes, ma'am.
And you will also confirm, as you've already confirmed earlier, na ang 2022 report, ang saklaw na period nito ay 11 days. Tama ba?
From December 21 to 31.
Samantalang, ang sakop naman na period ng first quarter ng February 6 ng first quarter report ay February 6 to March 29, 2023. So that's 52 days. Tama ba?
Based on the document, ma'am.
Okay. And the second quarter naman, ang saklaw na period nito ay April 25 to June 30 or 67 days. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the document.
Gayunpaman, magkakapareho ang alaga ng safe house rental at maintenance sa 3 reports na yan. Tama ba?
Yes,
on the report.
based on the report.
Okay. So in short, 16 million pesos para sa safe house, para sa 11 araw, para sa 52 days, at para sa 67 days. Pare-parehong 16 million ang halaga.
Based on the document, ma'am.
Yes. The same is true, Mr. Tonyo, for incentives and traveling. Yung line item na yan na makikita sa accomplishment report. Tama ba? It's the same 10 million pesos for all those 3 quarters.
Yes, based on the document, ma'am.
And you will also confirm that based on that document, based on those documents, for the 2022 report, it covers or it claimed to have covered 132 areas in 11 days. Tama ba?
Sorry again, ma'am, for 20.
2022, the first report. May
Yes,
nakalagay
ma'am.
na area. It's 132
132
areas for 11 days. Sa first quarter naman of 2023, it claims 127 areas in 52 days.
Yes, based on the report, ma'am.
And for the second quarter, it's 111 areas in 67 days. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the report, ma'am.
Based on the report. And for the third quarter, it's 122 areas in 79 days, correct?
Yes, that's correct, ma'am.
Okay. So, ibig sabihin nito, yung shortest period pa, ang pinakamaikling panahon, ang nagbunga ng pinakamaraming lugar, which is 132 days. Tama ba? Based on the document.
Based on the document,
Yes.
ma'am. Yes.
Pero, yung halaga ay hindi nagbago. It remained 10 million pesos. Tama ba?
Your Honor, please.
Based on the document.
Yes, Counsel.
Argumentative, Your Honor, ang mahalaga hindi nagbago na 10 million pesos.
Your Honor, the counsel may have misheard what I said. I was referring to halaga, Your Honor. And in any event, Your Honor, it's not argumentative. I am eliciting a matter of fact from this witness.
Witness may answer, counsel. We're a few minutes before lunch, Attorney Christine.
Based on the document presented, ma'am.
The
that's
amount
how
did
it
not
seems.
change.
That's how it
remained
yes.
10 million pesos regardless of the number of areas covered.
Yes, based on the document.
You will also confirm from those documents that for the first 3 reports, meaning the 2022 report and the reports for the first 2 quarters of 2023, may line item or provision for medical and food aid. Correct?
Yes.
Nagkakahalaga ng 40 million, 42 million, and 40 million respectively. Tama ba?
Yes.
Etong mga accomplishment reports, you will agree and you will admit na ito ay isinumite sa COA bago pa nakatanggap ang OVP ng Audit Observation Memorandum. Tama ba?
If based on the submission dates, ma'am, yes.
Yes. And you will also confirm that the OVP received the first memorandum, which is Audit Observation Memorandum number 2023-213, only on October 4, 2023. Tama ba?
Yes.
And 5 days later, kayo naman ang OVP nag-submit ng last report for the 3rd quarter of 2023, which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-7-D, which is already before you, Mr. Tonyo. Tama ba?
The 3rd quarter
Yes.
accomplishment report.
Yes, you submitted that on October 9, 2023.
October 9, based on the submitted report.
Okay, so that was 5 days after you received the first audit observation memoranda from
Yes.
the COA. Tama. And if you will check and if you will confirm, dyan sa last na accomplishment report na yan, wala na yung line item for medical and food aid. Tama ba?
Yes.
Pero, ang kabuuhan pa rin ng fund ay 125 million pesos. Yung kabuuhan ng confidential fund na nagastos ay ganun pa rin, 125 million pesos.
Yes, based on the document, ma'am.
Yung dating 40 million, 42 million, and 40 million na amount, hinati-hati to sa iba't ibang line item. Tama ba? Merong nilagay sa provision ng rewards. Tama ba?
Your Honor,
Ma'am.
please.
Counsel?
Witness is incompetent to testify on that because he did not prepare the accomplishment report.
If he knows, counsel, based on the documents, if he knows, kung alam niyo po, Mr. Ortonio, maaari niyo pong sagutin. Kung hindi
Thank
niyo
you,
rin
Your
alam,
Honor.
sabihin niyo hindi niyo alam.
I would not know, ma'am, if hinati-hati, ma'am, because I did not prepare the document.
But you would confirm na kahit na wala yung line item na yon na supposedly 40 million, 42 million, and 40 million, the amount stayed 125 million.
Your Honor,
Correct?
Your Honor, please.
So,
Same ruling, same objection.
Asked and answered already.
Same ruling, same objection. Please continue, counsel. Move on. And by the way, Attorney May, choose the best time when you want to pause para hindi ka bitin sa direct examination mo. Not to exceed 12:15 so that we can all go on a lunch break. But you choose the best time when you want to pause. Until 12:15, counsel. Or before that time.
yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed,
So
counsel.
there was a question left hanging, Your Honor. I was asking the
Yes.
witness, since nawala yung light item na medical and food aid, subalit naging pareho pa rin ang amount, ang total halaga, which is 125 million. Yung corresponding amount of 40, 42 million, 40 million for the medical food aid that must have been assigned to other line items, correct?
I cannot confirm on that, ma'am.
But you do confirm the total is still the same.
I can confirm, sir, that based on the document, the total amount is still the same. But as
And that
to the
they're all the
distribution-
same, Mr. Ortonio.
Yes.
For the last quarter of 2022 and the first 3 quarters of 2023, they're all 125.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Move on, Counsel.
And you will also confirm, if you would compare those 4 accomplishment reports, for the first time in the accomplishment report for the 3rd quarter of 2023, lumabas ang sa unang pagkakataon, ang bawat item ay inilarawan bilang kaugnayan sa areas of engagement of the Office of the Vice President. Tama ba?
Sorry again, ma'am.
Yung phrase na areas of engagement of the Office of the Vice President, makikita mo lamang yan for the first time in the 3rd accomplishment report. Tama ba? 4th accomplishment report referring to the 3rd quarter of 2023
Areas of engagement.
of the Office of the Vice President.
Sorry, ma'am. Okay, for item D. Yes, based on the document, ma'am.
Your Honor, we can rest for now, Your Honor, and have our lunch.
It's a good point to pause, Counsel, and continue with your direct examination when we reconvene after lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We shall go on a lunch recess and shall reconvene at 12:45 per the suggestion of the Senate President. We are on recess until 12:45. Great, 12:45, that means 12.
Mga kapuso, may mahigit 30 minutong lunch break po muna ang impeachment court ngayong day 18 ng impeachment trial at magpapatuloy ang direct examination ni Attorney May Divina Gracia kay Lemuel Ortonio ng OVP. Siya po ay Assistant Chief of Staff sa OVP at magpapatuloy po ang direct examination sa kanilang pagbabalik. Attorney Cayosa, para sa inyo, ano po yung pinakamahalagang punto na ilabas ng prosekusyon sa kanilang direct examination?
Well, napalalim niya yung direct involvement sa pagdidesisyon ng Vice President at naidetalyan niya ito at relatively, comparatively, mas maayos yung direct examination ng hostile witness at naililimit niya yung mga sagot base dun sa mga nauna ng mga pinirmahang mga dokumento. So maayos ang pagkapresenta. Unfortunately, na-break because of the lunch break. Maganda sana na na-maintain ang momentum at nakapag-cross-examine kaagad.
Alright, Attorney, pag-uusapan pa natin yan mamaya pero gaya po na nabanggit natin hanggang 12:45 po ang lunch break ng Day 18 ng impeachment trial at ipagpapatuloy po ang paglilitis mamaya. Tuloy-tuloy po ang live stream sa YouTube at Facebook ng GMA News. At huwag po kayong bibitiw, magbabalik pa rin po sa GTV ang GMA News Special Coverage, The Vice President on Trial. At tuloy-tuloy po ang live stream ng GMA News Special Coverage, The Vice President on Trial. Kasama pa rin natin ngayon si dating IBP President, Attorney Domingo Cayosa. So Attorney, gaya na nabanggit po natin, sabi niyo sana tuloy-tuloy na po yung kanilang direct examination. Siguro this will be one of the reasons din kung bakit gugustuhin ng ilang senador na ilipat yung impeachment trial sa afternoon schedule para tuloy-tuloy. Pero Attorney, ano po yung tingin nyo dapat ipagpatuloy pa or meron pa bang iba pang mga puntong dapat ilabas sa pagbabalik ng direct examination?
Maganda na ituloy niya yung line of questioning tungkol dito sa napansin nila dun sa mga dokumento na yung back documentation. Kumbaga, linabas lang yung mga dokumento in support dun sa mga ginagawa nila after na audit na sila. Hindi kasama dun sa unang reporting. Pangalawa, yung gusto nilang i-emphasize na yung isang quarter na 10 days lang, na bigla talagang inubos, mukhang pinilit lang na palabasin na naubos. Kasi nga, kung hindi, babalik yan sa National Treasury. So that is very crucial kasi nga, doon mo makita yung gustong ipakita ng prosecution na meron talagang malice, bad faith ito na napaka-imposible na magamit ito sa loob ng 10 days pero pinilit nila para lang hindi na babalik. So doon papasok yung nawaldas ba ito? Ito ba ay hindi na talaga nagamit pero pinapalabas lang nila na nagamit? At yung cut and paste, kumbaga yung plano nila, mukhang pare-pareho every one. Kahit na may nagbagong circumstance, yung total pareho pa rin. Yung bang pinipilit lang nila na palabasin na magagastos yung 125 million every quarter. Kahit hindi sana. Kasi nga, imposible naman na pare-parehong amount ang magagastos mo bawat quarter. Kasi ang confidential intelligence fund, depende yan sa sitwasyon. So, fluid dapat yan. And you pay, the disbursing officer pays after every project, after every activity. Ito kasi bultuhan. Plus, naging pare-pareho pa. So, medyo mahirap paniwalaan na ganun nga ang katotohanan.
Sa pag-uumpisa ng direct examination, sinabi ni Attorney Divina Gracia na isa sa mga nais nilang ipakita rito sa kanilang direct examination kay Ginoong Ortonio na nauna yung paghingi ng pera dun sa pagsabi kung saan ito gagamitin. Meaning nauna daw yung pera dun sa plano. Kapag ba nag-request ng budget, kailangan nakakabit na talaga yung attachment na kung saan siya gagamitin. Gaano ka-detalyado dapat yung attachment na yon?
Dapat tama ka dyan at tama naman yung prosecution na dapat bago ka humingi ng pera, meron ka ng plano. Kasi yun ang batayan kung bakit ka bibigyan. You have to convince yung magbibigay sa'yo, either Congress, in one case, yung Office of the President, na meron ka talang paggagamitan. Ano ang purpose ng plano? Para yan ang batayan dun sa pagsusukat kung maayos ang paggamit. Kasi nauna na yan, so yung paggamit mo, ikukumpira ngayon dun sa plano. Required yan. Hindi lang ho yan optional. Required yan dun sa circular. One of the safeguards na kailangan meron yan para makita natin na hindi ito gawa-gawa lang. Para hindi lang resibo ng resibo, wala namang plano na i-compare. Kaya nga merong success report, accomplishment report, di ba? Meron ding nabanggit kanina na meron ba kayong koordinasyon sa mga law enforcement agencies or mga security agencies? Kasi malinaw din dun sa guidelines na pagdating sa mga intelligence, confidential, security operations, dapat may koordinasyon ka. Bakit ito? Para may checks and balances na ibang ahensya naman ito, kung totoo yan, standard operating procedure naman na you have to coordinate with the law enforcement agencies concerned or the area concerned. Para double check din nila na nangyari ba talaga ito. Hindi lang ikaw ang tatanungin, yung kapartner mo, mukhang wala dito. So yun siguro ang kanilang pinupunto. Sayang lang na break. So tignan natin sa susunod, sa mamayang hapon, kung sususugan ba nila ito at kung makakasagot ba, makaka-explain yung witness. Ang problema niya kasi ngayon, meron ng mga naunang dokumento na hindi mo na just pwedeng sabihin, hindi ko alam o kaya wala ako dyan. Kasi nako-confront siya sa mga dokumento. Yun ang beauty ng nangyayari ngayon na limited na yung wiggle room ng hostile witness.
Alright, Attorney, pag-usapan pa natin yan mamaya. Ngayon, pupuntahan muna natin si Joseph Morong na nasa Senado pa rin. Joseph, pwede mo ba kaming tulungan balikan lahat ng nangyari nitong umaga, Joseph?
AP, I have notes for you. Okay, so itong si Ortonio, no, siya yung sumagot noong mga audit observation memorandum ng Commission on Audit na ibinigay sa Office of the Vice President kasi nga siya yung Deputy Chief of Staff. So pag may tanong ang COA, siya yung sumasagot. But I would like to focus first dun sa huli nating nasaksihan na ipinoint out nitong si Attorney May Divina Gracia. Sabi niya yung phrase na engagements or areas of engagement ay unang inilagay or unang nakita doon sa liquidation report or dun sa reply nila doon sa accomplishment report noong 2023. Fourth accomplishment report covering yung third quarter ng 2023 fund ng Office of the Vice President. Why is this significant, Pia? Kasi in the previous testimonies, ang nakita natin sa napahagingan ng defense na yung some of the confidential funds in 2022, last quarter of 2022, first and second quarter of OVP, ginamit yon for surveillance activities, no, of the Vice President Security Group para masiguro na walang threat. Ginamit daw nila yon 2022 second quarter ng 2023. Pero yung explanation na yan, apparently, if we base it on the documents, lumabas lang noong fourth accomplishment report covering the last third quarter of 2023. So dyan tayo natapos, pero ito ang si Ortonio ang sumasagot sa mga audit observation memo ng COA. So yun muna tayo, Pia. Andan pa ba si Pia? Okay. So, but anyway, just to continue, P. So ngayon ay binubusisi na ng prosecution itong kung paano ba ginamit yung pera, no? This is total niyan ay confidential funds of 500 million covering yung mga OVP. So 125, 125 last quarter, first, second, and third quarter. Kaya nga sabi ng prosecution, bakit parang uniform yung inyong liquidation or inyong paggamit ng pera. Parang, ibig sabihin, pare-pareho for all the three quarters. And sabi nila, pag biniyak mo yan, no, ay parang imposible kasi iba't ibang mga areas, iba't ibang number of areas covered, pero parang pare-parehong distribution. Okay, so na-point out na kanina si Pia dun sa discussion niya with Attorney Cayosa na nauna yung request for confidential funds in 2022 bago yung fiscal and financial plan. So ibig sabihin, humingi muna ng 125 million nang walang mga attachments, walang kung mga saan ba paggagamitan, saan yung cost, saan yung projection. Kaya nga humingi muna ng yung DBM ng physical and financial plan right after that request. Ngayon, ang pinoint out din ng prosecution is that VP Sara ultimately requested the amount. And yun namang mga OVP good governance programs ay may pondo na ng GAA for 621.26 million pesos. Alright, so may pinoint out din yung prosecution as far as spending. Parang bakit pare-pareho? Two items that he mentioned. Attorney Divina Gracia pointed out na for safe house rentals, for example, pare-parehong 16 million pesos ang ginastos ng OVP para sa tatlong quarters. Last quarter ng 2022, 16 million. First quarter ng 2023, 16 million. Second quarter of 2023, 16 million pesos pa rin. Yun namang incentives paid, no? Yung mga pabuya or insentibo na ibinigay noong 2022, first, second, and third quarter, pare-pareho rin na 10 million. So, pinupoint out lang ng prosecution kung paano ginastos yung almost uniformly, no? Ang point niya, ang term niya dyan is eksakto, yung paggamit nila across these periods na parang medyo bakit ganyan, na parang pare-pareho ang inyong amount na binabayaran regardless of the time and regardless of the quarters. So, tinanong din ng prosecution itong si Ortonio na kung sinasabi, no, noong mga nakaraang araw na yung confidential funds was spent to secure the Vice President during the last quarter. Tanong, meron bang cataclysmic o yung what's the term, mapaminsalang banta laban kay Vice President noong mga panahon na yun na kailangang puksain yung o labanan yung threat na yon between December 21 to 31. Ang tugon dito ni Ortonio is that as far as he knows, hindi niya alam yan, and kung security matters yan, ay hindi hawak ng kanyang opisina. So, Nasa ikalawang testigo na tayo ng tungkol doon sa paggamit, umano'y maling paggamit ng Vice President sa confidential funds ng OVP. So nasa OVP pa rin tayo, si Acosta kahapon, and then ito ay Deputy Chief of Staff ng Office of the Vice President testifying on how the monies were spent in confidential funds ay nagastos ng opisina ng Vice President. So naka-lunch break lamang po ang Senado. Magpapatuloy ito mga 12:45. Continue pa rin tayo with the direct examination. Ibig sabihin, pagtatanong ng prosecution sa kanilang hostile witness. At ang tingin po natin ay baka direct lamang yung matapos natin ngayong maghapon na ito. Kung suswertehin, baka makapagkaroon ng cross-examination itong defense sa pangunguna naman itong si Attorney Christine Ferrer, who we saw before arguing on behalf of the defense. So tuloy-tuloy pa rin po ang pagtutok niyo sa special coverage na ginagawa ng GMA News sa GTV at sa aming mga social media pages. Ang The Vice President on Trial, ako po si Joseph Morong, GMA News.
Mga kapuso, tuloy-tuloy ang live stream ng GMA News Special Coverage, The Vice President on Trial. At kasama pa rin natin po ngayon si dating IVP President, Attorney Domingo Cayosa. Magandang tanghali muli, Attorney Cayosa.
Good afternoon, Pia, at magandang tanghali sa ating mga kababayan.
Balikan natin, Attorney, yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina, yung sa mga inilalabas na punto. Kasi nabanggit niyo po na isa sa mga pinapalabas, no, na nais ipalabas ng prosekusyon, yung madali ang paggamit, no? Umano'y madali ang paggamit ng pondo noong last quarter of 2022, December.
December.
Yes, the last 10 days of the year. Bakit po ba mahalaga na ipakita na mabilis na nagastos ang pondo? Gayong wala naman nakalagay sa joint circular ng COA na it can only be spent in a certain amount of time. Parang wala naman nakaspecify sa joint circular yung speed by which any amount must be spent.
Well, tama naman na wala, no? Kaya lang, dahil nga lumalabas sa dokumento at dun sa pag-aamin na yung last 10 days lang ng fourth quarter, naubos yung 125 million. Napaka-importante yon kasi nga, kahit sinong tanungin mo, and that's very unusual if not impossible na gawin. Lalong-lalo na ang Office of the Vice President, hindi naman ito security agency o kaya law enforcement agency. So for you to spend that in 10 days, sabihin na nating 11 days, 20 to 31, and Christmas break pa yan, no? Hindi ka panipaniwala. And dahil kung ma-establish mo yan, may lagay mo sa tamang konteksto, mas mahirap na maniwala ka dun sa mga initially, on its face, kaduda-dudang mga resibo. Kasi yun ang kinakailangang patunayan nila na hindi na kapanipaniwala yung mga resibo na yan. At isa ito sa mga factor na imposibleng ma-distribute mo ang ganyang kalaking pera sa loob ng 10 araw. Yun ang kanilang punto. So, but unfortunately for the defense, meron kasing pinangahawakang mga dokumento na ang prosecution. At nakita natin dito yung tamang pag-handle ng isang hostile witness. Kasi sa aming mga abogado, delikado at hindi madaling mag-present ng hostile witness kung wala ka ng pinanghahawakang ibang ebidensya. Kasi it can go anywhere. Hindi mo makokontrol ang sagot. In this time, makokontrol mo kasi kino-confront na niya yung witness dun sa mga nauna na nilang sinabit na dokumento, pinirmahan nila. Hindi na basta-bastang tatanggi yung witness at hindi na niya pwedeng sabing hindi totoo yan o kaya hindi niya alam. Kasi meron na siyang mga dokumento. So that's the beauty of it. Of course, we do not preclude naman yung capacity ng defense during their time, no, pag mag-present na mag-explain, to explain this away. But for this particular witness, medyo canalized na siya. At dahil nga confronted with mga dokumento na mas matimbang ang dokumento kaysa testimonya kasi So persado, aamin siya dun sa mga ibang mahalagang puntos na gusto na ipaamin ng prosecution.
Isa dun sa mga tinatalakay ni Attorney Divina Gracia bago po nag-lunch break, yung binabanggit niya yung areas of engagement. Ano po ba yung kahalagahan ng pagbabanggit dito sa mga areas of engagement?
Well, yun nga, kung saan ginamit yung mga pondo na ito. So, yung maintindihan mo kung isang lugar lang yan, edi madali kasi nandun lahat yung pagbibigyan. Pero kung ito yung buong bansa at iba-ibang mga lugar sa iba-ibang mga pagkakataon, medyo mahirap maniwala na nakapagbiyahe ang sino mang nag-disburse. Dapat yan yung special disbursement officer. Pero umamin na siya na hindi ko ginawa yun binigay ko sa isang tao. Paano ngayon ma-explain ng isang Colonel Lachica na ako nag-disburse in 10 days, nagawa ko ito all over the place. Medyo mahihirapan siya doon at mahirap niyang patunayan na nangyari nga. Then, papasok ngayon yung conclusion na kung hindi mo ma-explain to, mapatunayan, ibig sabihin, yung mga resibo gawa-gawa na lang para lang to justify na nawala na yung pera. Baka ganun ang gusto nilang palabasin dito.
At dun sa paglatag or pagpapakilala pa lamang no ng direct examination ni Attorney Divina Gracia, ang sinasabi niya papakita nila through the direct examination that the handprints sa kanyang mga salita, the handprint of the respondent is in every document. Tingin niyo po ba sa takbo ngayon ng direct examination na ipapakita nila ito? Kasi kanina, ang dami nilang pinakita mga dokumento with the name and signature of Vice President Sara Duterte.
Definitely. Kung titignan natin, yung naunang hostile witness, meron naman na siyang pag-aamin na, kaya ko lang naman ginawa ito. Yung hindi dapat gawin, yung bang, hindi mo dapat yan transfer kay Colonel Lachica kung sumunod ka dun sa COA circular. Sabi niya, utos kasi ng Vice President. But that's very general. Pag tinatanong na siya dun sa actual, sabi niya, hindi ko alam, Lachica na lang may alam yan. Dito sa witness na ito, at mas focus ang pagtatanong ni Attorney Divina Gracia na kino-confront sa dokumento, may pirma ka dyan, may pirma ang presidente. Ibig sabihin, bago mo pinirmahan dyan, alam ng presidente ito. So halos lahat ng hakbangin, binabalik niya doon. At kino-confirm naman nung witness. Hindi naman niya pinagtatakpan yung Vice President. So mas malalim na ngayon ang ebidensya na nag-uugnay dun sa pangyayari underground at dun sa report, yung mga dinisalaw ng COA, dun sa desisyon at authority ng Vice President. So medyo with this corroborating witness with respect to that material fact, medyo mahirap nang sabihin ng depensa na hindi naman direktong alam ng presidente ito eh. Kasi kino-confirm ng witness na ito na halos lahat ng levels, lahat ng mga pangyayari at yung mga reports, yung mga sagot, alam ng Vice President. At siya mismo sinasabi, pumipirma ako dyan under authority of the Vice President. So maganda na nailinaw yun, nailalim yung pagkasangkot ng Vice President dito sa kontrobersiya.
Kaya nila pinapakita rin yung sinasabi nila na he is in a position of trust. Importante na ipakita na si Ginoong Ortonio ay in a position of trust with the Vice President.
Yes, of course. That's important. But mas mahalaga na, mas direkta na yung sinasabi niya na alam naman ng Vice President ito, diniscuss namin to, alam niya ito, pumirma ako, pumirma siya. So hindi na pwede yung, usually kasi kung minsan yung mga nakakataas, the defense would say, hindi niya alam yan eh. Trabaho na lang ng mga tao na yan. So therefore, he should not be held accountable dito kasi kino-confirm ng witness na every step of the way alam ng Vice President. So the fact na position of trust, nakakatulong yun, pero mas direkta yung kanyang testimonya na alam ito ng Vice President. Lahat ng pirma ko alam niya by her authority, by clearance ako sa kanya. So hindi na pwedeng i-insulate ang Vice President sa accountability or liability kung meron man.
At kasi nga, maski si SDOG na Acosta, yun din ang naging bahagi ng kanyang testimonya na parang sinabi niya, alam ni Vice President Sara Duterte na may mga blanket, yung mga tinawag niyang blanket programs na hindi naman daw malinaw. Sabi niya, sinabihan daw niya si Vice President Sara Duterte tungkol doon at sinabi rin niya na si Vice President Sara Duterte ang nag-utos sa kanya na ibigay ang pera kay Colonel Lachica. So, ito na yung pagdudugtong-dugtong, pag-uugnay-ugnay dun sa kwento. Tama po ba?
Tama. Hindi, more appropriately, ito yung pagpalalim. Kasi ang inaamin lang ni Acosta is, utos ng Vice President na i-withdraw namin yan at ibibigay ko kay Lachica, period. Nung tinatanong siya na, alam ba ng Vice President kung paano ito ginamit, paano ginastify, nag-stonewall na siya. Ang sabi niya, basta hanggang dun lang, ang nag-input lang. Ayaw na niyang magsalita. Ang witness na ito, persado kasi may pirma siya dun sa mga certifications, may pirma siya dun sa mga sulat sa COA. Kasi alalahanin natin, dinisalaw na ito ng COA. Sabi nila, hindi tama paggamit nyo, hindi sapat yung mga dokumento nyo, at hindi tama yung prosesong ginamit. Lumabag kayo dun sa circular, kaya nga pinapabalik na eh. Pero nag-explain pa rin sila, nagbigay pa rin sila ng mga karagdagang ebidensya. So, mga detalye na yan na inaamin ngayon ng witness na alam ito ng Vice President. Pumirma nga ako, pumirma siya. Yung pirma ko nga under her authority. So mas napalalim yung pag-aamin ni Ginang Acosta at naka-clarify yung mga pag-stonewall niya na yung later part, yung tungkol sa disbursement, wala na siyang alam. Ngayon, binabalik ng witness na ito na may alam siya kasi kasama siya dun sa pag-justify, alam, pati yung mga pag-certify namin. So, napalalim yung involvement ng Vice President. So, ngayon lumiliit yung areas of defense, theories of defense na kung talagang alam na niya, then they'll have to prove talaga na tama lahat ang pag-disburse. Kasi may presumption na hindi tama eh. May finding na ang COA. At ang COA, ang constitutional body, na may primary jurisdiction to determine that fact. Meron ng determinasyon. Hindi basta-basta baliwalain yan ng impeachment court, hindi basta-basta baliwalain yan ng Supreme Court. Kasi ang doktrina, pati nga ang Supreme Court, the final arbiter, they can only disregard findings of fact if there is grave abuse of discretion. Ang rule sa evidence at ang jurisprudence, kung yung appellate court, lalo na Supreme Court, they are bound by the findings of fact of the trial court or the government agencies that are tasked by law to take care of these things. Ito COA. So it is better within the competence of COA na magsabi kulang yung pag-liquidate nyo. Hindi tama paggamit nyo. Kulang yung mga resibo nyo. Not the Supreme Court, not the impeachment court. So now, because of that doctrine, and nakalahad din yan dun sa COA circular, meron ng mga jurisprudence ang Supreme Court, merong presumption of misuse or appropriation for their personal benefit. Then the burden now clearly shifts dun sa depensa. So they'll have to prove na hindi ganon. So they'll have to prove every single receipt. Yun ang inaasahan natin. Lalong-lalo na yung mga matitingkad at controversial. But again, to do that, they cannot do away with written documents already. Mga dokumento. Meron halimbawa yung 3 opisyal ng AFP na parating pa lang na witness. Kung maalala natin, ito yung mga opisyal na nagsasabi, kasi merong isang accomplishment report na meron kaming pinondohang activity ng AFP at so many millions, so many. Pero ngayon, ang sabi ng AFP, wala naman kayong binigay sa amin. Meron kaming sariling pondo para dyan. Yan, talagang indirect conflict dun sa certification ng Office of the Vice President. They have a lot of explaining to do. So, hindi naman kinakailangan na to be held accountable and liable na ibulsa mo. Yung the fact lang na hindi totoo yung mga sinabi mong pinaggamitan mo, mananagot ka na talaga. Kasi hindi naman kailangan nakawin mo personal. Yung misuse, kung ginamit mo sa isang bagay na hindi dapat, may sala ka na doon. So hindi naman kinakailangan na nakawin mo ito para sa bulsa mo, kaya ilagay mo sa bangko. Kasi practically impossible i-prove yun, Pia. Kaya nga, yun ang wisdom ng rule na hindi na kailangang patunayan na ganun nga. Basta, hindi mo ma-explain na tamang paggamit, hindi mo masuportahan ng dokumento yung liquidation, may pananagutan ka na.
Sabi niyo po, lumiliit na yung areas of defense ng panig ni Vice President Sara Duterte, the defense team. At so ngayon, ang kailangan nilang gawin ay ipakita na wala silang nilabag na proseso. Na sumunod sila sa tamang proseso pagdating sa paggamit ng pondo, pagdating sa pag-liquidate. Ito po ba yung dahilan kung bakit na ilalabas rin nila yung 1992 COA circular instead of simply using or sticking to the 2015 joint memorandum?
Well, I think yun ang maaring theory of defense. Gagamitin nila yun kasi nga mas general yun. And pero kung titignan nyo, yung 1992 ata yun, limited ang scope nun. At medyo hindi nasaklaw yung confidential and intelligence fund. Itong 2015, mas specific. Malawakan, mas specific na proseso. At tignan natin ang konteksto. Bakit naglabas ng 2015? Kasi nga, nung nauna, including 1992, nakita ng COA at ng gobyerno, inaabuso talaga yung intelligence and confidential fund. Kung ba ginagawa ng mga may hawak nito na basta meron kami niyan, bigay ka na kahit anong rason, confidential naman, okay ka na. Kaya nga ginawa ito 2015. At mas malawakan ito at hindi lang ito COA circular, joint circular ito. So mas matimbang. Pangalawa, yung argumento na it did not repeal yung naunang 1992. Mahirap ho yun tanggapin. Kasi meron namang clear jurisprudence and rules in interpreting mga batas o rules na kung in conflict yung bago dun sa nakaraan, definitely repealed yun. Ganun ang batas eh. So yun, argument of law yan, magandang ipaliwanag sa taong bayan. Kasi siyempre kung yung hindi nakakaintindi ng mga jurisprudence o yung rules in interpretation, o nga naman, dalawa kasi yan eh. So pwedeng, hindi ganun ang batas. Kasi goes back to, ito hindi lang yung common sense na naintindihan ng taong bayan, kundi ano ba yung umiiral na batas sa kasalukuyan. Yun ang kinakailangang ma-explain para mas mailalagay ng sino mang nanonood at naghuhusga, kasama na siguro yung mga senador, kasi hindi naman abogado marami sa kanila, na ma-explain ito. Para sa ganun, makakapag-desisyon sila ayon sa batas, hindi ayon sa common sense o kaya sa... Kasi that will be also very dangerous, di ba? O kaya makukuha lang sa mga reaction sa social media o kaya yung mga dinidiscuss natin dito. It's very important na iangkla natin lahat saan man nanggagaling yung diskusyon o yung mga sinasabi. Balik tayo dun sa batas.
Sa tingin nyo, anong direksyon dapat puntahan ng depensa pag oras na para sa cross-examination?
Ang nakikita ko dito, kasi nga, kaya ko nabanggit na lumiliit yung kanilang areas of, yung wiggle room nila. Kasi unti-unti yung hindi na nai-insulate yung Vice President. Hindi lang dun sa pag-withdraw at pag-transfer kay La Chica, yung bultuhan, pati na rin yung pag-justify. Kasi pumipirma siya at inaamin na ng witness na ito na alam niya ito yung sinuri nila. So sinasabi ng COA, hindi tama yan, kulang ang inyong mga dokumento, mali ang paggamit ninyo, yung iba ibang date. Ang matitira na lang na gagawin ng depensa is papatunayan nila na bawat isa sa mga yan nagamit ng maayos, sumunod sila sa COA circular, at mayroong totoong pinagbigyan. Hindi yung mga nakakatawang pangalan lang at yung sinasabi kasi malamang ipipresenta din ito ng prosecution. Merong magte-testify sa Philippine Statistics Authority na yung mga nakalagay dyan sa resibo na yan, walang ganyang tao. Pangalawa, ito pa, yung napakaraming resibo, iba-ibang pangalan, pero isang pumipirma, mabigat yun, di ba? Forgery yun eh. So, yun na lang, dun na lang nila i-rebat lahat yan. Kasi nga, yung presumption it remains kung hindi nila, so papatayuin talaga niya. Yung hindi nila gustong aminin o kaya i-testify o sabihin ang kanilang kaalaman tungkol sa mga detalye nito, persado ilalabas nila yan dun sa kanilang evidence in chief for the defense. Medyo mahirap yan at kaya din siguro ina-emphasize ng prosecution ngayon. Sige, yung iba siguro kaya nyo. Ito ngayon 10 days. Paano nyo ma-explain yan? Ang hirap yun kasi parang physically impossible gawin yan.
Given, attorney, yung sinabi nyo na hindi na-insulate si Vice President Sara Duterte dahil based on the testimonies of the witnesses, kahit hostile witnesses sila, na ipapakita na may kaalaman tungkol dito si Vice President Sara Duterte. Alam niya kung para saan ito, kung may basbas, kumbaga may basbas ni Vice President Sara Duterte itong paggamit ng confidential funds. Tingin niyo po ba makakatulong kung mismong si Vice President Sara Duterte ang tetestigo sa impeachment court? Although alam naman natin na hindi naman kailangan, di po ba? In the same way na noon sa Corona trial, hindi naman kinailangan ni former Chief Justice Corona na tumestigo, pero nagdesisyon siya na siya ay magsalita at magbigay ng sariling testimonya. Sa kaso bang ito, makakatulong po ba kung mismo si Vice President Sara Duterte ang papasok sa impeachment court at uupo sa witness stand?
Kung meron silang magandang depensa, no? At meron silang sapat na explanation o kaya ebidensya, pinakamaganda siya na mismo ang haharap. Kasi nga, yung mga defenses na, like for example, insulated siya, hindi niya alam, medyo nabuwag na yun. Mahirap mo nang i-rebuild yun. tanggalin mo na yun. Ang ano na lang dito is, ang katotohanan dito, alam ko lahat, pero tama lahat sa ganitong mga she has access to all those documents, alam niya yung mga transaction, kung hindi niya alam, subordinates niya ito, mga kakampi niya mga ito, di isubo sa kanya lahat ng mga explanation. So that would be, to my mind, kung talagang uupo siya dyan, mag-ingat talaga yung prosecution kasi ibig sabihin, meron siyang matibay na explanation, meron siyang ebidensya, kaya malakas ang loob niya. Now, if you're not sure, siyempre iiwasan mo na magtestigo. But if you are confident about your position, ikaw na mismo, kasi di ba, kamakailan lang sabi niya, we want the impeachment trial to end as soon as possible. Pinakamaganda dyan, dumaretso na tayo. Mag-stipulate na lang kayo kasi mga dokumento naman to, nandyan na pare-pareho. Libo-libo, pero pareho din namang ebidensya nyo. Ang tumbukin na natin, o sige, sabi ng COA, illegal yan, hindi tama, kulang ang documentation, you violated, hindi tamang paggamit. Ikaw na mismo na nag-authorize, hindi lang sa paggamit, kundi sa pag-justify, ikaw na mismo magtestigo. That will abbreviate it. At may impact yan for the defense if they have a good defense.
Which is, tama nga kayo, attorney, isa sa mga bagay na sinabi niya over the past few days na kung maaari, pabilisin na sana
diba?
yung proseso ng impeachment trial. Mga kapuso, ito pa rin ang GMA News Special Coverage, the Vice President on trial. At anumang oras po ngayon ay mag-uumpisa na muli ang impeachment trial mula po sa lunch break. At ang sabi po ni Presiding Officer Cheese Escudero kanina, sila po ay mag-uumpisa ng 12:45 ng tanghali. Ito po ay pagkakataon hindi lamang ng mga senator judge ng prosecution at ng depensa na makapag-lunch break, kundi pagkakataon rin para sila po ay regroup, gaya ng sinabi ni Attorney Cayosa kanina, kasi pwedeng pag-aralan kung ano yung naging takbo kanina ng direct examination, kung ano pa yung mga susunod na pwedeng itanong, at syempre pagkakataon rin para dun sa kabilang panig na paghandaan ang kanilang cross-examination. Hindi po natin alam kung sa araw na ito ay aabot na rin po tayo sa cross-examination dahil base na rin sa nasabi ni Attorney Tonggol, impeachment court spokesperson, sa kanilang time and motion study. Ang bawat testigo tumatagal madalas ng 2 hanggang 3 araw. Pero gaya ng ipinunto ni Attorney Cayosa kanina, mabilis ang takbo ng direct examination ngayong araw na ito at malaking bagay yung pag-stipulate ng magkabilang panig sa ilang mga dokumento, ilang piraso ng ebidensya kanina pa lamang bago pa mag-umpisa yung mismong direct examination ni Attorney May Divina Gracia kay OVP Assistant Chief of Staff Lemuel Ortonio. At mga kapuso, matatandaan po natin na ipinagpaliban itong pagtestigo ni Ginoong Ortonio dahil siya po ay nakatakdang kumuha ng licensure exam, pero na reschedule ang kanyang licensure exam dahil nga po sa naging sama ng panahon noong nakaraang negosyo. Siya na mismo ang sumulat sa impeachment court para sabihin na maaari na siyang tumestigo ngayong linggo bago pa niya kunin ang kanyang licensure exam. At nagkataon naman po na ang nakapilang testigo dapat ngayong araw na si Edward Fajarda ay hindi po makakadalo dahil siya po ay nasa ospital. So tutukan po natin ang pagpapatuloy ng day 18.
The trial is resumed. Kindly situate Mr. Ortonio in the witness stand. Ginoong Ortonio, patuloy po kayong tetestigo sa ilalim ng parehong sinumpaan ninyo kaninang umaga. Naunawaan niyo po yan?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Nakakain na po kayo.
Hindi pa po.
Bakit di ka kumain?
Later na lang po.
May ganun. IF. Anyway, Attorney May, your witness. You may continue with your direct examination when you're ready.
Your Honor,
Likewise,
sorry.
Yes, Attorney Christine, you want to say
Your
something?
Honor, please, yes. Just a quick manifestation, Your Honor.
Yes, Attorney May.
We note that the witness has been interpreting documents, Your Honor, which he did not participate in the drafting and preparation of. So, we don't dispute the contents of those documents, Your Honor. In fact, we can stipulate on the amounts. We already stipulated actually on the amounts, on the signature, Your Honor. So, may we inquire if that's the line of questioning that the counsel would follow? Because if the questioning would refer to the amounts, to the number of days, etc., just to abbreviate the proceedings, we can stipulate on those, Your Honor.
I think in relation to her offer, counsel, which you will not, I'm sure, be willing to stipulate, counsel for the prosecution wants to establish that, as she stated in her offer, that the explanations for the expenses in relation to confidential funds, she used the word sham, that they were prepared before, they even requested for it, and that it's almost all the same, involving the same amounts, and consumed the entire amount, which I'm sure you're not willing to stipulate at this point, counsel.
We're not going to stipulate on that, Your Honor. But
even if I were in your position, I won't.
Yes, Your Honor. But just to put it on record, Your Honor, the witness already stated that he had no participation in the execution of certain documents like the PFP and the accomplishment reports. And yet, he has been questioned about those documents, including his interpretation thereof. So, Your Honor,
during the lull, if I may, counsels, during the lull, some senator judges were also discussing and talking. I think most, if not all, Attorney May get the point that you have been trying to drive at in relation to the liquidation report, the PFP, with the exception of the disbursement voucher that Mr. Ortonio signed. That while he's aware of them, he had no part in its preparation. And indeed, you have been using this witness to read some of the contents of the documents, albeit the document should speak for itself, but we do get that point. Kindly proceed to the other purposes of your offer. I believe there are about 2 or 3 more that you have not yet established through this witness. Because insofar as that is concerned, I think the senator judges get the point that you're driving at. You want to prove through this witness in the documents, supposedly, that the items in the liquidation report are almost the same with some variations, that the amounts are almost the same, that the totals are the same with some variations as well, and that the plan was prepared on dates before they made the request. Even the 11-day period, I think, the court has already taken notice of that as well, even from the previous witness's testimony. So kindly proceed, counsel, and you don't have to skip that part, but kindly abbreviate that part and move on to your other offers that you wish to establish through this witness. Your witness, Ms. Attorney May.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, Mr. Ortonio.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay. Earlier, you admitted that in 2022, your request for confidential funds was for 250 million, correct?
Yes, for 250 million.
But eventually, the amount given was only 125 million, correct?
Yes.
And yet, in the 2022 accomplishment report, what is reported is that there was still 100% implementation of activities. Tama ho ba?
If we will be...
Your Honor, please. Your Honor, please.
I'm sorry, Counsel.
Can the witness be shown the document, Your Honor?
Yes,
Yes, Your Honor.
assisting counsels have been given continuing authority to so approach and show the witness the documents in order to confront the witness with the document.
Sorry again, ma'am, the question, ma'am.
You reported in that accomplishment report for 2022, inulat nyo na 100% pa rin ang implementation ng projects. Tama ba?
Based on the utilization that was submitted and prepared, ma'am, it indicated 100% implementation.
Okay. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Tonyo, tama ba na there was full implementation of the project gamit ang kalahati ng budget na inyong hiningi? Tama ba?
Sorry again, ma'am.
There was still full implementation of the activities for half the budget that you requested.
Ma'am, if based on the document, ma'am, 100% for the 125, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Sige. Punta na tayo ngayon, Mr. Ortonio, sa replies to the AOM. Ngayon, sumagot ka, ikaw mismo sumagot sa AOM number 2023-211 dated September 14, 2023. Tama ba?
For September 14, 2023 and October 3, 2023.
Tama. Okay. Pero, you will confirm na yung mga AOMs na yon addressed kay Respondent Vice President, attention kay Ms. Acosta at Ms. Villa del Rey. Tama ba?
That's correct, ma'am.
In short, hindi naka-address sa'yo ang mga AOMs na sinagot mo. Tama ba?
That's correct, ma'am.
Noong hearing, noong November 25, 2024, sinabi mo na wala kang personal na kaalaman sa aktual na paggastos ng confidential funds ng OVP. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct, ma'am.
At sa pagkakaalam mo, alam din to ng Vice President. Tama ba?
Wait, alam ng Vice President, ma'am, that I do not know of anything.
Or that you do not have any personal participation, as you claim, doon sa paggastos ng confidential funds.
Yes, ma'am.
Gayunpaman, ikaw ang tinalaga ng Vice President na tumugon sa mga audit observation memoranda na bananggit mo. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. For audit observations, ma'am, it's usually either the Assistant Chief of Staff or the Chief of Staff who responds on behalf of the agency.
Okay. Regardless kung may kaalaman ang Chief of Staff at Assistant Chief of Staff, yan ang sinasabi mo.
As representative of the organization, ma'am.
Okay. Ngayon, ipapakita sa iyo ang mga sulat ng OVP sa COA na may petsang Oktubre 19, 2023, November 30, 2023, April 19, 2024, August 27, 2024. Ito ang naging tugon mo sa lahat ng audit observation memoranda ng Commission on Audit. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. Just note, ma'am, that for the 3 other documents, ma'am, I'm just one of the signatories,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yes. But a signatory nonetheless. Yes. Okay. Ngayon, sa mga AOMs na inisyo ng COA sa liquidation ng OVP para sa lahat ng quarters na iyong sinagot, pinuna nito ang mga PFP na isinumite ng OVP dahil hindi nakasaad ang tiyak na confidential activity na paggagamitan ng confidential funds. Tama ba?
Based on the AOM, ma'am.
Yes. At sa inyo namang sulat to the COA, yung mga sulat na that you were confronted with, ipinagtanggol nyo itong PFP na ito. Tama ba?
Yes.
Sinabi nyo na, and I quote, there's no specific guideline on the details of confidential activities to be indicated.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Based on the based on the annexes of the JC, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the joint circular. Now, Mr. Ortonio, may I invite you to Article 4.2 of the joint circular, which states, and I quote, all allocations of confidential funds and or intelligence funds shall be supported with a fiscal and financial plan indicating the proposed amount allocated for each program, activity, and project where disbursements pertaining to confidential expenses and intelligence expenses shall be based. End of quote.
Sorry, ma'am, what provision again, ma'am?
4.2.
4.2. Okay, ma'am. Yes.
At inaamin mo na, tulad ng pag-amin mo kanina, yung mga PFP na ito, na inyong sinumite, tanging ang isinasaad lamang ay yung mga umbrella programs, na good governance program and socio-economic delivery programs. Tama ba?
Based on the documents that was prepared, ma'am, it
Yes.
only indicated the umbrella programs.
Ngunit inamin nyo na rin nang ang dalawang ito ay mga pawang umbrella programs lamang at may kanya-kanyang individual programs sa ilalim nito. Tama ba?
Ma'am, for the programs, ma'am, that was indicated, I can say, ma'am, that there are specific programs based on the regular funding. But as to the activity...
That is not the question, Mr. Ortonio. Ang tinatanong ko lamang sa inyo, yung dalawang programs na to, yung umbrella programs nito, dahil sila ay umbrella programs lamang, meron tong mga particular programs under these umbrella programs. Correct?
Ma'am, if we are talking about the regular budget, ma'am, yes, there are specific activities under those programs.
And even, you would confirm, ikaw din ang nag-submit sa COA ng mga protective the intelligence operations reports. Tama ba?
Again, ma'am,
Protective intelligence operations reports or yung mga PIORs, di ba?
as the I am the designated liaison officer for the confidential funds, ma'am. And yes, I submitted documents, ma'am, in a sealed envelope, ma'am.
Yes. When you say documents, those documents include the PIORs. Tama ba? Kasama doon. Sa sinabmit mo, yung mga PIORs. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am, in response as an attachment to the response to the AOM.
In fact, and I would assume, binasa mo rin ito, mga PIORs na to, bago mo ito sinumite.
Unfortunately, ma'am, I was not able to read the reports, ma'am, because these are sealed already, ma'am. I submitted the documents only, ma'am, to the COA.
Okay. Tinanong mo rin ba, sinabi mo kanina, na nakikipag-coordinate ka kay La Chica, sa security officer at sa special disbursing officer. Tama ba?
Yes, I coordinate
Tinanong mo ba
with
sa
them.
kanila kung ano ang nilalaman ng PIORs na ito?
No, I did not anymore ask, ma'am.
Okay. Now, dun sa AOMs din, na iyong sinagot, pinuna din ng Commission on Audit yung line item na medical and food aid. Tama ba?
Yes.
At sinabi ng COA sa kanilang audit observation memoranda ng line item na ito ay hindi allowable sa gastusin ng confidential funds sa ilalim ng joint circular. Tama ba?
Based on the AOM, ma'am,
Yes.
and we were able to send our reply to this issue or concern.
And you justified the inclusion of that line item. Pinagtanggol nyo, dun sa sagot nyo sa AOMs, pinagtanggol nyo yung pagsama ng line item na ito sa inyong accomplishment reports. Tama ba?
Yes, we were able to explain it through our reply.
Sinabi ninyo na pinapayagan ito sa ilalim ng 4.8.4 na sumasaklaw sa purchase or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations. Tama ba?
Yes.
And you will also confirm na itong pera, supposedly for the purchase of rentals of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations, hindi kayo gumastos. Ibig sabihin, yung supposed supplies, materials, and equipment, hindi ang OVP ang bumili nito. Tama ba?
Based on the information that was provided to me by the security officer, payments were made directly to the informants or the agents.
And tama rin ko, kumpirmahin mo rin ba na wala kang nakita kahit anumang official receipt sa pagbili ng kahit alin dito sa mga tinutukoy na supplies na to? Unahin natin sa medicine. Wala kang nakitang kahit anong official receipt mula sa kahit alinmang drugstore, pharmacy, o supplier. Tama ba?
I was not able to see, ma'am, any ORs.
Yes. Okay. And you will also agree na sa pangkalahatan, ang pagbili ng gamot at pagkain ay ginagawa sa regular na proseso, pang araw-araw. Ibig sabihin, bibili mula sa sources like drugstores, pharmacy, at ang bumibili naman ay i-issuehan ng karampatang official receipt. Tama ba?
Sorry, ma'am. The question, so this is in parang
Purchase.
the usual
Yes,
purchase.
the usual
Yes, if it's
purchase.
for the usual purchase, yes, bibili ka and then you are given a receipt.
At hindi mo na tinanong si Ms. Acosta at ang security officer na iyong nabanggit kung nasaan ang supposed official receipts bilang patunay na ito nga ay nabili, mga supplies na ito.
Ma'am, the explanation that was provided to me, ma'am, was that binigay po ang pera directly doon sa mga informants and agents, and the informants and agents na po yung bumili ng mga medical and food supplies. So, it's the acknowledgement receipt, which is the proof of the release of the funds to the informants or the agents.
In short, ang sinasabi mo, kahit si Ginang Acosta at ang Special Disbursing Officer, walang nahawakan kahit isa mang official receipt para sa supposed purchases na ito.
Ma'am, as to the exactness, ma'am, no, kung meron ba silang nahawakan na official receipt, that I cannot provide an answer po.
But at the end of the day, wala silang binigay sa'yo, pina-explain mo sila, pero wala pa rin silang binigay na official receipt. Kahit anong official receipt for any of these supposed purchases.
Wala po silang nabigay na official receipts, ma'am, but there were acknowledgement receipts, ma'am, that were provided.
You will also confirm na yung OVP, alinsunod sa mga proyekto nito, ginagawa naman ito na bumili ng mga medisina. Tama ba?
Yes, we do
Yes.
have our funding for
Yes.
purchase of supplies.
In fact, sa item 1, noong sulat dated August 22, 2022, humingi kayo ng 144.72 million in regular funds for the OVP's Medical Assistance Program. Tama ba?
Yes, that's for the medical and burial assistance, ma'am, but that is
Okay.
for the regular activities of the office.
At nung binili niya yon, in fact, dun sa letter ninyo dated August 22, 2022, may nilaki pa kayo na lingguhang accounting ng mga benepisyaryo ng halaga na inyong hinihingi. Tama ba?
For the projection, ma'am.
Yes, for the projection. Yung letter nyo din, noong September 19, 2021, Kahit yon, may nakalakip na transmittal na the submitted computation and forecasting which says, and I quote, the submitted computation and forecasting the requirement for medical assistance. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. But again, ma'am, that is for the regular activities of the office, for the medical and burial program.
Okay. In short, Mr. Ortonio, maaari sana na ang OVP sa pamamagitan ng SDO ang bumili ng mga gamot at ibigay na lamang ito sa mga umano'y informants. Tama ba?
Your Honor, please.
Counsel?
Speculative, Your Honor.
Your Honor, just because the question is premised or couched as an if question doesn't mean it's automatically speculative. It only becomes speculative, Your Honor, if it requires the witness to make a conjecture without reference to any prior admitted facts, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Here,
please.
if I may.
With the permission of counsels, I see your point, Attorney Christine, but Mr. Ortonio, pwede din bang may binigyan kayo ng medicine, di ba? Sa regular budget ng OVP.
Yes po, we do have our medical and burial program, Your
At
Honor.
yung binibigyan nyo ng medicine at burial program, cash yan.
What we do po at that time is that binibili po namin yung medicine sa partner pharmacies of the OVP, and then we release it to the clients who approach the office for medical assistance.
In the form of medicine na.
In the form of medicine.
So I presume itong binibili nyo gamit yung regular budget, may resibo to?
Yes, sir.
Ang ginamit nyo na pang food and medicines sa confidential fund, binigay nyo diretso sa recipient, and presumably sabi ng recipient, bibili ko ng pagkain to, bibili ko ng gamot to.
Based on the information, Your Honor, provided by the security officer, that's how it was. Ganun yung procedure on how the medical and food aid
So
was
walang
done.
resibo yan?
Based on the information I gathered, sir, no official receipts was
Nakalagay ba sa acknowledgement receipt kung for food or for medicine yon, o kayo na lang yung nagtali na ito food, ito medicine?
Sir, unfortunately, sir, for the acknowledgement receipts, I was not able to see them personally, sir.
Not a single one?
No, sir. At that time, sir, I was not able to see any of the acknowledgement receipts.
One last question. Yung chairs, wala ring resibo yan?
Yung regarding for the chair, sir, based on the information also provided by the security officer, no receipt as well, sir, because the representation was that yun yung ipamimili nila for the tables and chairs.
So what you're saying is binigay din yung pera sa informant, quote-unquote, that's your wording, para bumili siya ang bibili ng chairs at yun yung bayad sa kanya, quote-unquote.
Yes, that's based on the information provided by the security officer.
Just one final question, Mr. Tony. So literally, may informant, imbis na bigyan ng kung ano, binayaran ng cash para bilhin yung tables, yung chairs, yung food, yung medicine. Ganun.
Yes, sir. Based on the information provided, sir.
By the security officer.
By the security
That's
officer.
yun yung kwento na binigay sa'yo.
That's based on the information that was provided by the
At
security
hiwalay pa
officer.
yon sa pinapamigay nyo na food and medical assistance sa regular budget ng OVP.
Yes, that's for the regular clients that yung public na mga clients that
When you
we
say
receive.
clients, not informants.
Yes, sir.
Clients.
That's correct, sir.
Parokyano, yung regular na nagpupunta o humihingi ng tulong o dumudulog sa OVP.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Your witness, counsel.
Okay.
I hope it gave you the opportunity to take some of the throat meds that some of the senator judges sent you. And I hope you can drink some warm water, counsel. You may continue, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. In a bit, I will be asking for time to take my salabat with me, Your Honor.
Yes, counsel, you may.
But in the meantime, Your Honor, I'll proceed
Please continue.
I'll proceed with my examination. Okay. Going back to the audit observation memoranda na kanina in-identify mo na galing sa COA. dito sa audit observation memoranda na ito, particularly Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-12-A and P-I-12-B and P-I-12-E. Dito sa tatlong AOMs na to, flinag din ng Commission on Audit or pinuna din ng Commission on Audit yung payment of incentives or traveling sa mga accomplishment reports. Ayon sa COA, hindi rin ito allowable na gastusin ng confidential funds sa ilalim ng joint circular. Tama ba?
That's what the AOM indicated, and we were able to send a reply as well.
And in your reply, you said it is justified under 4.8.2 ng joint circular bilang rental of transport vehicle related to confidential activities. Tama ba?
That's correct.
Yung salitang incentives, you will admit and you will agree na hindi ito mag-a-appear sa joint circular. Ito ay sa inyong sariling piniling salita. Tama ba?
Sorry again.
The word incentive, hindi mo ito makikita sa joint circular. In fact, etong salita na to, kayo lang ang gumamit nito. Kumbaga, kayo ang pumili ng salitang ito na ilalagay sa accomplishment report.
Based on the JC, that's not included po.
Okay. And based on the JC, yung incentives, yung salitang incentives, hindi lumalabas sa kahit anumang enumeration ng item 4.8 ng mga allowable confidential expenses. Tama ba?
Based on the JC, no, it does not appear.
Ngayon, nang mapuna ito ng COA sa AOM for the third quarter of 2023, saka lamang naging transportation expenses ang mga halaga na supposedly naka-allot for the supposed incentives. Tama ba?
Based on the report that was shown to me earlier, yes. But again, I would not have any idea on the preparation of the utilization report.
Okay. In fact, sa sagot nyo sa AOM, you invoked 4.8.2, which refers to rental of transport vehicle. At sa inyo namang sagot, sa notice of suspension, ang in-invoke nyo naman, ginamit nyo ang salitang van rentals and tracking services, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is more, sa sagot nyo sa notice of suspension, you confirmed, and I quote, the OVP did not make any payment for incentives, correct?
Based on the reply that we provided, yes, we confirmed.
Also, Mr. Antonio, you will confirm na in the course of your preparation, sa kurso ng pagpaprepare mo sa reply ng AOM na to, hanggang maging sa ngayon, wala kang nakita na kahit anong kontrata sa pagrenta ng sasakyan sa buong records ng OVP. Tama ba?
I do not have any document po.
Okay. Now, let's go to the certifications dated October 19, 2023, April 19, 2024, and August 27, 2024, which are prosecution's exhibit P-I-12-M, P-I-12-G, and P-I-12-K. Ikaw ang nagsumite ng mga certifications na ito sa Commission on Audit kalakip ng inyong reply sa Audit Observation Memoranda.
Yes, this is part of the attachment to the replies.
At sinumitin nyo ito, sana bilang umano'y patunay ng surveillance activity. Dahil pare-parehong sinasabi ng mga nasabing certification na ito na walang untoward incident na nagawa o naganap sa implementation ng mga proyekto ng OVP at sa mga engagement mismo ng pangalawang Pangulo. Tama ba?
Yes po, that's correct.
In short, ginagamit nyo ang mga certification na ito bilang patunay na inyong opisina ay nagastos ng 125 million pesos. Sorry. In short, ginagamit niyo ito bilang patunay na ang nagastos na 125 million ay nagresulta na walang untoward incident na nangyari dun sa mga not identified, but supposed confidential project.
As provided po by the security officer, this is the document that we attach to the replies.
But you will confirm that hindi mandato ng you will confirm na mandato talaga ng VP SPG na panatilihin ang seguridad ng Vice Presidente. Tama ba?
That's part of the duties and responsibilities of the VP SPG.
Correct. And you will also confirm na beginning October 2022 and during the entire relevant period, the Vice President already had at least 470 protective security personnel or protective agents. Tama ba?
As to the exact number, ma'am, of the VP SPG personnel, I cannot comment, ma'am, but there's a unit that handles the security of the VP, which is the VP SPG.
Let me refresh your memory, Mr. Ortonio. We will be showing you your letter to the DBM dated October 11, 2022, which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-4-D.
Yes, ma'am.
Diyan sa letter na yan, humihingi kayo ng addition o ng augmentation para sa special duty allowance ng VP SPG dahil tumaas ang bilang ng security officers and security or protective agents ng Vice President. Tama ba?
Yes.
Sinabi mo rin dyan sa letter na yan na as of October 10, 2022, the total count per roster of troops is 473.
Yes, ma'am. I mentioned, ma'am, na...
Yes.
I
Thank you, Mr. Ortonio. I'm satisfied with your answer. You will also confirm na nung una, humigit kumulang 95 lamang ang security personnel ng OVP. Tama ba? Kaya nga kayo humingi ng augmentation for special duty allowance dahil biglang nag-increase ito by almost 4 folds.
Ma'am, I can only answer for the security deployment during the term of VP Sara, ma'am.
Correct. Hindi ba isinaad nyo rin dito sa letter na ito, in-explain nyo kasama ang letter dated August 22, 2022. Dito in-explain nyo bakit kayo humihingi ng special duty allowance.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sinabi nyo na from 95, tumaas nga ang bilang ng security detail ng
yes, ma'am.
security officer or protective agent sa ilalim ng VP SPG na ayon nga sa'yo, yung mandato ay protektahan at i-ensure ang seguridad ng Vice Presidente. Tama ba?
That's correct, ma'am.
Yes. Aaminin mo rin na yung security detail ng Vice Presidente, hindi ito mga karaniwang security guards. Ito ay miyembro ng AFP at PNP. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
In fact, sinabi mo rin sa same letter na yan na 364 ng karagdagang or ng security detail ng Vice Presidente ay mga miyembro ng Armed Forces of the Philippines. At 140 naman ay miyembro ng Philippine National Police. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Sa inyong kaalaman, Mr. Ortonio, meron bang ibang pangalawang Pangulo sa history ng Pilipinas na nagkaroon ng ganito karaming security detail.
Ma'am, I cannot
Objection.
comment on the... I cannot comment for the previous vice presidents, ma'am.
So you do not know. The answer is you do not know.
What I can say, ma'am, is I cannot comment, ma'am, because I have no personal knowledge.
You have no personal knowledge. That's correct. You will also confirm na yung special duty allowance na inyong hiningi, ito ay karagdagang allowance lamang para dito sa VP-SPG. Ibig sabihin, etong membro ng mga VP-SPG, kumukuha na ito or tumatanggap na ng sweldo mula sa AFP sa ilalim ng General Appropriations Act for the members of the AFP, at yung mga miyembro naman ng PNP tumatanggap ng sahod mula sa PNP. Kung alam ninyo, Mr.
Your Honor,
Antonio.
please.
Counsel?
I will have to object, Your Honor, because Council has not shown the relevance of the salaries of VP-SPG to the confidential funds. And in fact, there was no finding from the COA-ICPAO regarding this matter.
Okay, on 2 points, Your Honor.
Kindly comment, Counsel.
First, Your Honor, the fact that this was not flagged by the COA does not preclude this honorable court from making a finding on whether it is irregular or not. Number 2, Your Honor, it's very relevant, Your Honor, because their primary justification for the confidential funds is for ensuring the security of the Vice President, which is already governed by the mandate of the VP-SPG. In short, Your Honor, they requested funds, additional funds, for an item that is already answered for.
Quick reply, Your Honor.
The mandate of the VP-SPG, and which is already paid for from a separate funding, Your Honor.
Quick
Yes,
reply, Your Honor.
Madam Gusing.
The issue on the VP-SPG salary, Your Honor, being allegedly covered by the confidential funds is not among the allegations in the articles of impeachment. Neither was this matter alleged in the impeachment complaints. Number 2, the impeachment court only relies on the findings of the COA, Your Honor. That's the reason why the COA was placed on the witness stand and testify on its matters, Your Honor. With all due respect, the matter of determining whether the salaries were indeed covered by the confidential funds is a matter outside the powers of the impeachment court to determine, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may just reply, just to set the record straight, Your Honor, because the
Brief
prosecution...
reply, Counsel, before the Chair makes a ruling. Please continue.
Your Honor, at no point and at no time did the prosecution say that the confidential funds were used to pay for the salary of the VP-SPG. What we are saying, Your Honor, is that the VP-SPG is already paid from a separate account, from a separate fund, salary for the purpose of affording or providing protection to the Vice President. Now, Your Honor, they requested for funds, additional funds to pay for the very same protection.
Your Honor, please.
That's already being
Counsel is testifying, Your Honor.
It's already being afforded by
Actually,
the VP-SPG.
counsels, please. Actually, Attorney May, you already were able to actually say what you want to say on the record based on your comments on the objection. I will have to sustain the objection of counsel for respondent. The salary of the VP-SPG is irrelevant because the confidential funds cannot be used to pay for the salaries of for security, and if at all, to buy confidential information, if at all, which has also been shown to have been done. We see the point, Counsel, Attorney May, that the Vice President has 473 security personnel already that, as you stated in your offer, should be doing the job that they're spending this confidential fund for. However, the witness has already answered that he may not be in a position to answer that question specifically. Continue with your point.
Thank you, Your
Move
Honor.
on, Attorney May.
Mr. Antonio, you will also confirm na sa inyong sulat na may petsang August 22, 2022, sinabi nyo na as early as July 1, 2022, 7 OVP satellite office na ang naitatag ng Office of the Vice President. Ito yung mga satellite offices sa Bacolod, Cebu, Dagupan, Davao, Surigao, Tacloban at Zamboanga. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
At nung bawat isa nito, sinabi ninyo, and I quote, are catering to an average of 100 to 150 clients per day. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
You will also agree na walang naiulat na untoward incident sa rollout ng mga satellite offices na yon bago ang December 21, 2022. Tama ba?
In terms of the operations within the satellite office, no untoward incidents.
Okay. And you will confirm that during the rollout of the satellite offices, wala pang confidential funds ang Office of the Vice President. Tama ba?
During this time, ma'am.
Wala
During
pa.
this time.
And you will also confirm na beginning fourth quarter of 2023 up to the present, you continue to roll out satellite offices and projects under your umbrella programs, the Good Governance Program, the Socio-Economic Delivery Program. Tama ba?
Yes.
And up to this time, wala ding naiuulat na untoward incident sa mga rollout ng mga proyektong ito. Tama ba?
Yes.
Yes. Now, etong certification, which is prosecution's evidence, P-I-12-M, nakasulat dito na this, and I quote, this certification is being issued upon the request of the Office of the Vice President for whatever legal purpose it may serve. End of quote. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am, based on the document.
Based on the document. Kung gayon, hindi ito record na iniingatan sa karaniwang takbo ng gawain ng Office of the Vice President. In short, this is not a record kept in the ordinary business of the Office of the Vice President. Yes?
Yes, I would say so, ma'am.
Yes. The certification was only produced upon request. Tama ba? Based on that document.
Ma'am, for this specific document, ma'am, I cannot say that it is upon request, ma'am. I cannot, based on my understanding, I cannot assume.
Even if it is expressly stated in this document that this certification is being issued upon the request of the Office of the Vice President, hindi mo rin masasabi na issued to upon the request.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, that's just a follow-up, Your Honor.
Witness will answer.
I cannot automatically assume, ma'am, na it is made because through a request, just merely because of a statement that indicates na based on a request.
Okay, so ibig sabihin mo, maaring nagkamali lang yung explicit statement.
Your Honor, please.
No.
Your Honor.
What's the basis of the objection?
Misleading, Your Honor. Maaaring nagkamali lang.
How is it misleading?
Or
Your Honor?
argumentative.
Or argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay.
That's the witness answer, counsel. However unacceptable it may, or unacceptable it may be.
Also, in those 4 certifications that you were earlier confronted with, wala ring nakalagay, nakasulat na amount, wala ring nakasulat na pangalan na pinagbigyan ng confidential funds. Walang sinasabi kung saan ginastos basically yung confidential funds na pinapatunguhan dyan sa 4 na certifications na yan. Tama ba?
Based on the document, ma'am, no, it does not indicate.
Okay. Also, Mr. Antonio, can you please refer to Exhibit P-I-12-M? This is the first certification. Do you see that?
Yes.
You will confirm na yung period na sakop ng certification na yan ay December 20 to December 31. Tama ba?
Based on the document, ma'am, yes, it indicates 20 to 31.
Pero ang mismong liquidation, kung saan nyo inilakip yung certification na yan, ang period na sakop ay December 21 hanggang December 31 lamang.
31.
Tama.
Yes, based on the documents that were submitted.
So in short, may 1 day na covered ng certification na hindi covered ng liquidation. Tama ba?
If you will base it, ma'am, based on my understanding, if you will base it on the liquidation report, merong isang araw.
Merong isang araw. Thank you. Your Honor, may I just have 1 minute, Your Honor, to
Please,
take a
counsel,
sip from
take your
my
salabat, counsel.
salabat ko.
You may also do the same, Mr. Ortonio.
Thank you, sir.
Alright, attorney. So nakikita natin itong pagpapatuloy ng direct examination kay Chief of Staff Lemuel Ortonio. Well, alright, mabilis. Totoong 1 minute yung pag-inom ng
Sir Tonyo, balikan
salabat.
natin yung sulat ninyo dated November 30, 2023. Which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-12-D. It's already with you.
P-dash.
I-12-D.
Yes, ma'am.
Diyan sa same letter na yan, sinabi nyo, and I quote, the OVP identified, okay. Sa letter na yan, sinikap nyong ipaliwanag ang pangangailangan nyo for confidential funds. Sinabi ninyo, and I quote, the OVP identified the need for the conduct of surveillance activities to enable to craft narrowly targeted and responsive programs that would ensure peace and order and prevent criminal activities, particularly those of organized criminal groups and communist insurgents. End of quote. Ngunit, you will confirm sa parehong sulat ninyo dated August 22, 2022, inamin nyo na nga na noong July 1 pa lamang, bago pa humiling ang OVP ng confidential funds, natukoy na ng OVP, in that same letter, I'm referring to that same letter. In that same letter, inamin nyo na as early as July 1, 2022, bago pa humiling ang OVP ng confidential funds, natukoy na ng OVP ang mga programa at aktibidad na nakatuon sa poverty alleviation, magabanta sa kapayapaan at kaayusan, at pagsulong ng kaunlarang pang-ekonomiya. Tama ba?
Yes, that's indicated in the letter.
Dagdag nyo pa, bilang katwiran, I quote, it was necessary to conduct surveillance activities to determine where best to implement its programs to maximize their impact and reach the isolated, underserved, and unserved areas. As such, in August 2022, the OVP submitted a request through the DBM for confidential fund budget for surveillance activities which are intended to support the mandate and operations of the OVP. End of quote. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct, ma'am.
Subalit, yung sa balik tayo sa letter nyo dated August 22, 2022, which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-4-A. You will confirm na dun sa paliwanag nyo, sa paghingi nyo ng confidential funds, nowhere there, o wala kahit saan man dyan, lumalabas ang salitang surveillance. Tama ba?
Based on the letter that we submitted, ma'am, there's no indication of the word surveillance.
Dahil nga, ang purpose na sinabi ninyo ay, and I quote, for in consideration of the safe implementation of the various projects and activities under the Good Governance Program and the conduct of official engagements and functional representation. Diyan sa same letter na yan, hindi rin sinabi na gagamitin ng confidential funds para sa identification of areas for program implementation. Tama ba?
It is not specifically stated, ma'am, in the letter, ma'am. Although in the letter, ma'am, there's already in consideration of the safe implementation of various projects and activities under the good governance.
Pero hindi sinabi dito na the confidential funds will specifically be used for identification of areas for program implementation.
Based on the letter request, ma'am, there's no specific explanation, ma'am.
And the explanation given was in fact for the safe implementation of OVP initiatives and confidence building.
Yes,
Tama ba?
based on the letter request, ma'am, that's the wordings that were indicated.
And also, if you will refer to the fiscal and financial plan that you subsequently submitted to the DBM, sinabi nyo pa, nilagay nyo, sinaad nyo sa physical target, number of identified areas with surveillance conducted and monitored. Hindi ba?
If we will base it in the document, ma'am, yes.
So in short, kahit hindi nakalagay ang bilang, meron ng mga identified areas. May mga lugar nang natukoy dun sa physical and financial plan. Tama ba?
Ma'am, I cannot directly answer, ma'am, if there were identified areas already when the PFP was crafted, ma'am.
Okay. So punta na lang tayo ngayon sa August 22, dun sa dating August 22, 2022 letter. Na inamin mo nga, na as early as July 1, 2022, meron ng 7 satellite office na naitalaga sa Bacolod, Cebu, Dagupan, Davao, Surigao, Tacloban, Zamboanga. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the letter that we submitted.
Okay. And in that same letter, naglaki pa kayo ng Annex A na parehong sulat ng aktual na benepisyaryo ng medical assistance linggo-linggo mula unang linggo ng July 22 hanggang sa mga sumusunod na panahon. Tama ba?
Yes, this is the projection that we submitted.
At nakalimbag din sa item 3 ng same letter na yan na 3 pang karagdagang satellite office ang augmentation ng libreng sakay, 3 OVP food truck, at Peace 911 sa Marawi. Tama ba?
Yes, that's indicated in item number 3 for the additional positions.
Okay, so even before the confidential funds were released or bago pa mailabas ang confidential funds, meron na kayong mga na-identify na paglalagyan ng mga satellite offices. Tama ba?
Yes, there were plans already
And pagro-rolloutan ng mga programa ng OVP.
for
Tama ba?
activities.
Diyan sa November 30, 2023 letter din ninyo, sinabi nyo, and I quote, the OVP opened exploratory talks on the surveillance activities to be conducted and identified information agents to be engaged. The OVP built its information database and established a network of information agents. As such, when the requested confidential funds was released on December 13, 2022 through SARO BMB-C-22-001-2004, the OVP was able to finalize definitive agreements and obligations based on the plan. End of quote. Inilarawan ninyo sa sulat na yan ng exploratory talks. Tama ba?
Yes, this is based on the information from our security officer.
Sinabi nyo rin information agent na identified kasama ng information database, network of information agents. Tama ba?
Yes, as provided by our security officer.
Again, wala ni isa man dito ang nabanggit sa August 2022 confidential fund request. Tama ba?
Based on the initial request, no information indicated.
At wala rin kahit alin man dito ang lumalabas sa PFP for 2022. Tama ba?
When you say, you mean, ma'am, yung...
These items, these words, information database, network information agents, identified agents, walang kahit anuman na lumalabas.
Yes, ma'am. Based on the document presented earlier, ma'am, no such wordings, ma'am.
Okay, hindi rin kayo nakilahok sa supposed exploratory talks na ito. Binatay nyo lamang ito sa kung anong inireport sa inyo. Tama ba?
I had no participation, ma'am, because on matters of security, ma'am, that is not my expertise, ma'am. So this is from our security officer.
Okay. In that same letter, as I've mentioned and as I've read, binanggit nyo rin finalized definitive agreements.
Yes.
Pero wala kayong ni isang isinabmit din na kahit isang definitive agreement. Kahit isa sa mga definitive agreements na inyong tinutukoy dito sa inyong November 30, 2023 letter. Tama ba?
Ma'am, when you pertain to definitive agreements, ma'am, you mean documented agreements, ma'am?
Yes. Kasi para maging definitive agreements, kailangan cast in stones. Ibig sabihin, nakasulat siya.
Ma'am, in terms of any documentation or documented agreements, ma'am, there were no documents that were provided, ma'am. And as to how our agreements were made on the ground, ma'am, again, I cannot provide any information.
You will confirm that from the time the SARA was released on December 13 to the drawdown of the check noong December 20, 2022, itong araw lamang ang naglapse. Ang posisyon ba ng inyong opisina sa loob ng 7 araw na iyon na finalize ninyo ang definitive agreements sa supposed nationwide network ng mga ahente na inyong binanggit sa inyong letter?
Ma'am, as to how the agreements were finalized or made, ma'am, that I cannot provide an answer, ma'am, if those were done within the 7-day period.
Okay. In that same letter, for the first time, you also denied that the 2022 confidential funds were spent in just 11 days. And your explanation was, and I quote, on December 20, 2022, a cash advance for confidential fund was drawn to facilitate payment. Please take note of these words. For the obligations already incurred. Hence, the 125 million confidential funds were fully utilized for expenses planned, implemented, and paid during the 3-month period, meaning October to December 22, and not within mere 11 days, as what the audit observations may have suggested. End of quote. Nakalagay yan sa inyong sagot.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, in terms of...
No, it's okay, Mr. Antonio. I'm satisfied with your answer.
Your Honor, please.
Yes, counsel.
Can the witness be allowed to answer?
Your Honor, the witness already satisfied the question.
The question was answerable
It's
by
already
yes or
answered.
no. You will be afforded your chance, Attorney Christine, during your cross to make him explain that point.
So you
Proceed, counsel.
mentioned earlier obligations, quote unquote, already incurred and expenses already paid. So ibig sabihin ng already incurred ay nangako ng magbayad ang OVP bago pa mailabas ang pera. Tama ba?
Ma'am, I cannot specifically say, ma'am, because arrangements made on the ground, ma'am, I have no personal knowledge on it.
Pero lumagda ka sa letter na yan, di ba?
Yes, ma'am. Again, ma'am, this information, ma'am, came from the information from our security officer, ma'am.
So, ibig sabihin, sinulat mo lang mechanically eksaktong words na finid sa'yo ng kausap mo. Ganun ba? Na hindi mo naintindihan kung ano yung sinusulat. Tama
Ma'am,
ba?
first, ma'am, hindi po siya mechanically na sinulat ko lang po kung ano yung sinabi. Of course, ma'am, based on the information that was provided to me, ma'am, yun yung nilatag ko doon sa letter, ma'am, for the drafting of the letter.
Counsel, allow me. Kayo po ang gumawa ng sulat, Ginoong Ortonio, di ba? Pumirma kayo?
Yes.
Kayo
Yes,
gumawa?
Your Honor.
Kayo po ang gumawa ng sulat?
Yes, Your Honor.
Base sa nakuha niyo impormasyon kay Gina, kay Colonel Lachica, at iba pang opisyal. Ano pong ibig sabihin niyo dyan sa pahayag niyo yan? To facilitate payment for the obligations already incurred. Ibig sabihin, may utang na, babayaran na lang. Na-incur na yung expense, babayaran na lang.
Sir, based on what was shared to me, sir, hindi siya utang, no? But arrangements have been done on mga activities that will be done, and then the payment will be done once the money would be available already.
Mr. Ortonio, what do you mean by obligations already incurred? Anong ibig sabihin para sa inyo nung sinulat niyo yon? Obligations already incurred.
Arrangements.
Sa simpleng salita, bayarin.
Ano, sir, what I meant on this statement, sir, is that there are already arrangements that have been coordinated, sir, prior to the release of the funds.
When you say arrangements nga, may pinangako ng bayaran, hindi pa lang nababayaran. Bayarin. Obligations already incurred. May obligasyon na. May pangako na bayaran. Yun ba yun?
Sir, hindi siya pangako, sir, na bayaran, but meron na siyang mga, how do I explain it, sir? Parang meron ng arrangement, sir, that will be done, and then yung payment, sir, will be once available na siya.
Sir, in the ordinary course of meaning, that's how you define obligations already incurred that you wrote?
Yes, sir. Based on how I understand the information, sir, that's how I indicated it in the letter.
That's his answer, counsel. You may proceed.
Okay, but you will confirm that on those 3 months referred to in your letter, October, November, and November, pati early parts ng December, wala pang allotment na maaaring pagbasihan ng OVP ng obligasyon ng confidential funds. Tama ba?
There was no allotment as of yet.
Kung gayon, wala ding certification of availability of funds na maaaring nailabas para sa mga obligasyon na yon. Tama ba?
There was no document yet released, ma'am.
Okay. Alam nyo din, Mr. Tonyo, dahil sa tagal ng inyong paninilbihan bilang kawani ng gobyerno, alam ninyo na walang obligasyon ng gobyerno na maaaring pasukin, na walang appropriation at katumbas na allotment. Tama ba?
That's correct, ma'am.
At alam din ninyo, base doon sa joint circular na iyong paulit-ulit na sinite sa mga letters ninyo, alam ninyo na ang cash advance ay dapat mauna sa gastos. Tama ba?
That's correct, ma'am.
Hindi ito maaaring legal na gamitin para i-reimburse o pantakip sa mga gastusing na gawa na. Tama ba?
For reimbursements, ma'am, yes,
Yes.
that's indicated in the
Yes.
JC.
Okay, thank you. Now, pumunta na tayo sa your reply to notice of suspension. Ikaw din sumagot sa reply. Ikaw din ang sumagot sa notice of suspension. Di ba?
Yes, ma'am. I'm one of the signatories.
The notice of suspension that I'm referring to is prosecution's Exhibit P-I-13-A. Dito sa notice of suspension na to, pinuna ng COA, and I quote, "There is discrepancy in the total amount of expenses based on the submitted accomplishment report as against the DEPs. Ibig sabihin ng COA, hindi nagtutugma ang total amount ng expenses sa accomplishment report at sa DEPs na sinubmit ng inyong opisina. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Ayon sa COA, ipinakita ng accomplishment report na iyong sinumite na ginamit ang confidential funds sa mga gastusing may kabuuhan ng 125 million pesos. Pero pagdating sa DEPs, nang itotal na ito, ang gastusing actual na naganap ay may kabuuhang 125,150,000 pesos. Tama ba?
Yes po, that's correct.
In short, may pagkakaibang 150,000.
Yes.
At nung sumagot kayo, dyan sa notice of suspension na yan, I'm referring to your letter dated March 13, 2024, which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-13-A. Sa sagot ninyo, ang paliwanag ninyo ay yung mga resibo, I quote, may have been inadvertently mixed. Tama ba? Yan yung paliwanag nyo dun sa 150,000 pesos.
Yes, that's correct. Based on our reply.
But 9 days later, sumulat ka ulit sa COA supplementing that earlier reply. Your supplemental reply is dated March 22, 2024, which is Prosecution Exhibit P-I-13-B. Now, dyan sa supplemental reply, ipinaliwanag niyong muli yung discrepancy ng 150,000. Ngayon, ang paliwanag ninyo, I quote, the reconciliation shows that an amount of 50 pesos under payment of reward and an amount of 100,000 pesos under purchase of supplies were provided by Assistant Secretary Lemuel G. Ortonio out of his personal funds. Tama ba? But do you recall making that statement in your supplemental reply, Mr.
Yes.
Ortonio?
Based on
Yes.
the
Yes.
information also flashed on the screen. Yes.
Sa'yo galing yung 100. Ikaw yung Lemuel G. Ortonio, Assistant Secretary na pinapatunguhan. I mean, nire-refer dito sa sulat na ito. Tama ba?
That's correct po.
So alam mo rin, dahil ikaw ang nag-abot ng pera, alam mo rin kung kailan siya inabot. Kung kailan siya binigay. Tama ba?
Yes.
So by the time that you prepared your initial response to the notice of suspension, your letter dated March 13, 2024, yung Exhibit P-I-13-A na sa inyong tiningnan kanina, at that point, alam niyo na rin na nagbigay ka ng 150,000 pesos. Tama ba?
But I had to confirm first with our special disbursing officer at the time. So we needed to make a reply. So we sent an initial reply and submitted a supplemental reply.
So you are trying to say na ginawa mo yung letter dated March 13, 2024, nakapagbigay ka na ng explanation na hindi mo pa verify dun sa special disbursing officer at sa security officer.
There is already a coordination.
There was already a coordination.
Yes,
Pero
but
hindi mo naitanong. Naitanong mo lamang 9 days later.
that's why we submitted a supplemental reply to ensure that we provide the proper information.
At sinabi nyo pa rito that was due to the urgency of the expenses. So ibig sabihin, may sinabi sa inyong expenses na urgent kaya humingi ng 150,000. In short, pinaliwanag sa iyo kung bakit humingi ng 150,000. Yes.
Ang
Yes.
nilapit po ito sa akin ni Miss Gina Acosta, our
At sinabi
SDO.
niya.
And then she mentioned that there was a request from Colonel Chica for an urgent.
And there was urgency for that
Yes.
request. Diba? At hindi rin karaniwan na may hihingi sa'yo ng 150,000 from your own pocket. Hindi naman to karaniwang ginagawa sa OVP, or karaniwan ba ito?
No, it's not common.
Okay. Pero nung gumagawa ka ng notice of suspension, bigla mong nakalimutan na merong 150,000. Sinabi mo na kanina,
Let
na
her finish her
in-explain
question
sa'yo,
and then I will hear your objection, Counsel.
sinabi mo na kanina na pinaliwanag sa inyo ni Ms. Acosta na galing kay Colonel Chica yung paliwanag ng urgency for the request. Tama ba?
Yes.
Counsel?
Asked and answered already, Your Honor.
Proceed, Attorney May.
Okay. Yung, Mr. Ortonio, your salary grade 29, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And you're receiving roughly how much in salary monthly? Mr. Ortonio.
Your Honor, please.
What is the objection, Counsel?
Relevance
It's
of the
very
question.
relevant, Your Honor. It goes into the credibility of this witness.
And if you can afford 150, Counsel, if you remember, Gina said the same yesterday. Witness will please answer the question.
Salary grade 29, roughly about 180, 190 gross.
So yung binigay mo ng 150,000 from your personal funds, that's just around 40,000 short of your monthly salary. Tama ba?
That's correct.
Yes. Nung binigay mo ba ito, yung 150,000, may hiningi kang resibo, patunay na nagbigay ka ng 150,000?
At the time po, because of the urgency and dahil humingi po ng tulong si Miss Gina sa akin, I provided her with the request.
And were you able to recover the 150,000, Mr. Ortonio?
Unfortunately, ma'am, I was not reimbursed anymore.
You were not reimbursed.
Up to today, Mr. Ortonio?
Yes, Your Honor. I wasn't reimbursed anymore.
At etong 150,000 naman na ito, hindi ito nag-appear. Yung pagbigay mo ng 150,000, hindi ito nag-appear sa kahit anumang record ng Office of the Vice President.
No.
Hindi. Now, pumunta na tayo sa purchase of supplies. Okay, Mr. Ortonio, kasama sa sinasabi niyong pinaglaanan ninyo ng confidential funds ay ang purchase of or payment of purchase supplies, payments of tables and chairs, payment of desktop computers and printers. Tama ba?
Correct.
Okay. Ang mga desktop computer, printer, mesa at upuan ay mga bagay na hindi nauubos or tinatawag na non-consumable. Tama ba?
Yes.
Again, more than or almost 2 decades na kayo naglilingkod sa gobyerno. In fact, naglingkod din kayo bilang pinuno ng Human Resource Management Office nito. Alam niyo, Mr. Ortonio, ng ari-ariang binili ng pondo ng bayan or pera ng bayan ay pag-aari ng gobyerno. Tama ba?
Yes, I would say so.
At alam nyo rin na nakatala ang ari-arian ng gobyerno. Ibig sabihin, yung mga government properties, these are recorded. May karampatang property number, property acknowledgement receipt, accountable officer at annual inventory. Tama ba?
Yes, if procurements through the regular funding.
At sinasubmit din ito, yung inventory na to, isinasubmit din ito sa opisina ng Commission on Audit. Tama ba?
Yes, for the inventory.
Okay. Pero, aaminin mo, you will confirm na para dito sa mga purchase ng supposed supplies, computers, tables and chairs, wala kayong sinubmit na inventory para dito sa COA. Tama ba?
Specifically for these items, they were not reflected because
I'm
of...
not asking. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Ortoño. I'm not asking for the reason.
Your Honor, please.
I'm just asking whether or not you submitted an inventory to the COA. So,
Attorney Christine?
The witness is answering the question, Your Honor, if he can be allowed to answer.
Again, let it be a subject matter of cross. I think the answer given was sufficient already.
okay. And para din dito sa mga supplies na ito, wala ring binigay sa iyo na invoice or official receipt. Wala nitong, tama ba?
None.
Okay. Wala ka ring nakitang records ng sales invoices na to at mga official receipts sa buong record ng OVP. Tama ba?
None, ma'am.
Wala ring dokumento na magpapakita na ang mga bagay na ito ay idinonate ng OVP sa kahit sino man. Tama ba?
No record in
Yes.
terms of the donation.
Hanggang ngayon, ikaw personally, Mr. Ortoño, hindi mo rin maituturo kung nasaan na itong mga mesa, upuan, supplies, computers na nagkakahalagang 3.5 million. Hindi mo naman ituro kung nasaan sila.
Considering that these are procurements for confidential activities, no, ma'am, I would have no personal knowledge on where these items are.
And I would suppose wala ring nakapagturo sa office ng OVP kung nasaan itong mga mesa, computer, supplies na ito. Tama ba?
Your Honor, please.
Attorney Christine?
Speculative, Your Honor.
How is that speculative, Your Honor?
Or asking for an opinion.
How is that asking for opinion, Your Honor? I am asking whether, to his knowledge, there was anyone in the OVP who could point to these non-consumable items.
Her wording was, I suppose. She did not say to your knowledge.
Okay, then I drop, Your Honor, the phrase, I suppose. Mr. Ortoño, tama
Witness
ba?
may answer if he knows.
No, I would not have any knowledge also if there are other personnel in the office who would know in the OVP.
Conversely, hindi mo rin masasabi kung merong nakakaalam, kung talagang nag-i-exist itong mga mesa, tables and chairs, computers at supplies.
Your Honor, please. Already asked and answered and repetitive.
Move on, counsel.
Okay. Earlier, Mr. Ortoño, we just parked one item, yung certifications that were attached to the liquidation reports. You will confirm, Mr. Ortoño, that the Vice President herself signed all those certifications.
Yes, ma'am, based on the documents that were presented.
By the way, Mr. Ortoño, earlier you mentioned that you submitted PIORs. Did you ask Ms. Acosta and the security officer kung meron man, ano-ano itong mga threats na na-identify in the course of the disbursement of the confidential funds. Naitanong nyo ba?
No, I did not ask anymore, ma'am.
Okay. So just to summarize, Mr. Ortonio, doon sa August 22, 2022 letter, may I request the technical booth to please flash on the screen.
Kindly flash the August 22, 2022 letter signed by Mr. Ortonio.
Just to summarize, in that letter, ang pinigay niyong paliwanag para sa confidential funds ay para sa tatlong bagay. Good governance program, functional representation, para sa travel ng Pangulo. Tama ba?
Can I see the document first? Ma'am, I'll confirm on the good governance, but on what we indicated, ma'am, is on the conduct of official engagements and functional representation
So
in domestic and in international and domestic events.
So 3 items, 3 projects, or 3 items. You have governance, good governance program, you have official engagements, and functional representation. Tama ba?
That's basically 2, ma'am. That's the implementation for good governance program and conduct of official engagements and functional representation.
Thank you, Mr. Antonio. I stand corrected on that. So those 2 items. Pagdating sa PFP, ang justification for the 2022 PFP and justification was good governance program. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the documents earlier, ma'am.
Sa 2023 naman, socio-economic delivery program.
Asked and answered, Your Honor, earlier.
I'm sorry, Counsel. What was the question, Attorney May?
For this 2023 certification, Your Honor, the justification was socio-economic delivery program.
Asked and answered.
On the assumption that she's winding up, Attorney Christine, because she said
Yes, Your
she's
Honor.
summarizing the points that were the points that the witness had already answered to. I will allow it. Witness may answer. Yes, Mr. Antonio. Do you want the question repeated?
Yes, kindly repeat the question, ma'am.
For the 2023, ang paliwanag niyo para sa confidential funds ay dahil gagamitin ito sa socio-economic delivery program. Tama ba?
Yes, as indicated in the document earlier.
Okay. At sa mga certifications naman na isinumitin ninyo in response to the AOM, sinabi dito na ginamit ang confidential funds para sa surveillance to ensure that no untoward incident will happen. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the document
Based
earlier,
on the
ma'am.
document. At para naman sa sagot nyo sa AOM, pati sa NS, ang sinabi naman ninyo, gagamitin ang confidential funds para sa surveillance activity that would help you determine and identify areas kung saan i-roll out yung mga proyekto ninyo. Tama ba?
That's one of the
That's
one of the justifications that we indicated.
which never appeared in the prior documents. Tama ba?
Yes.
So in short, nagbigay kayo ng 4 na bersyon, 4 na rason para sa isang pondo. Tama ba?
Your Honor, please.
I was expecting something, Attorney Christine. Yes.
Yeah, it's misleading, Your Honor. 4 na bersyon and conclusion of fact.
Honor, if I may, Your Honor.
I'll allow it, Attorney Christine. The witness is intelligent enough to be able to identify that indeed some answers were different from the previous ones they gave.
And just to set the record
I'm just
straight,
not
Your
so
Honor.
sure if it's 4, but
Just to set the record straight, Your Honor, I did not say 4. I mentioned 5.
ang dinig ko nga 4 eh. Ang dinig ko 4 eh.
4. Yes,
So I
4.
don't know the number of versions you have, but you do admit that several versions or explanations were given, not
For the same
for the
fund.
same expense.
There were different justifications.
Okay,
Yes.
different justifications for the same fund, for the same confidential fund. Tama ba?
Can I
Yes.
clarify?
Just say yes or no.
There were four explanations.
There were 4 explanations for the same fund. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So in short, paiba, you will also agree with me na kapag paiba-iba ang rason, maaring nagsisinungaling lang or talaga namang ito ay isa lamang scam.
Your Honor, please.
You and I both know, Attorney May, I have to sustain whatever basis for the objection Attorney Christine may
Yes, Your
give.
Honor. Move to strike the scam and nagsisinungaling.
So stricken off the record.
Last item, Your Honor.
Yes, proceed, Attorney May.
Okay, Mr. Antonio, kanina sinabi mo na si Vice President mismo ang humingi ng confidential fund sa simula pa lang. Siya ang humingi ng 250 million mula sa DBM. Tama ba?
Yes.
Siya rin ang nag-decide kung magkano amount ang ire-request. Tama ba? Ultimately, sa kanyang nanggaling ang desisyon. Tama ba?
Yes.
At pinirmahan niya rin ang approval para sa pag-release ng pondo. Tama ba? Through the disbursement vouchers. Tama ba?
Yes.
Yes. Pinirmahan niya rin ang mga liquidation reports at certification supporting the liquidation reports. Tama ba?
Yes.
Okay. In short, you will agree with me. This whole confidential funds matter, ang arkitekto at mastermind nito ay si Vice President Sara
Your Honor,
Duterte.
please. Your Honor, please. Objection.
Sustained. Counsel,
Mastermind. Move to strike, Your Honor, the
Your Honor,
statement.
May we request, Your Honor, that it remain on record?
may I request you likewise
Move to strike, Your Honor.
I will have to strike it off, Counsel. Kindly replace it with words that are more acceptable, such as that everything was approved by and with the consent of or with the full knowledge of. It's up to you. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Mr. Antonio, she was the architect. Yung confidential funds na to,
Objection, Your Honor.
kung paano ito i-disperse at gagamitin, i-utilize,
Objection.
siya ang architect ng buong ito.
I will have to sustain the objection again, Counsel. Allow me. Mr. Antonio, lahat ng nangyayari at ginawa kaugnay ng confidential fund mula sa paghingi nito sa DBM, sa paggastos, kung paano ito ginastos, paano ito niliquidate, kasabay na yung mga sagot na binigay kaugnay sa OEM, Notice of Suspension at Notice of Disallowance. Lahat ito ay alam, nasa ilalim ng supervision, pinahintulutan at inotorisa ng ikalawang Pangulo.
Wait.
Gusto mo
Can
i-say ko?
can you repeat, Your Honor?
Lahat ng bagay kaugnay sa confidential fund mula sa pag-request, sa pag-release, sa pag-encash, sa paggastos, sa pag-liquidate, sa pagsagot sa mga AUM, Notice of Suspension at Notice of Disallowance, ay una, nalalaman ng ikalawang Pangulo. Pangalawa, inotorisa niya base sa mga pirma niya sa iba't ibang dokumento. At pangatlo, ay nasa ilalim ng kanyang supervision bilang head of agency. Would that be an accurate statement or tell me if it's not?
Based on my understanding, sir, and based on what I know, sir, yes, the Vice President knows about the confidential activities and how it is being implemented.
I'll pursue it further. may ginawa ka ba na hindi alam o inauthorize ni Vice President Sara kaugnay sa confidential funds kasabay na yung pagsagot mo sa mga AUM, Notice of Suspension at Disallowance?
None, Your Honor.
Lahat alam niya at inauthorize niya.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa pagkakaalam mo, may ginawa ba si Gina o si Colonel Lachica kaugnay ng confidential funds mula sa disbursement, mula sa withdrawal, disbursement at liquidation na hindi nalalaman o inautorisa ng ikalawang Pangulo, if you know?
As to Miss Gina and Colonel Lachica, Your Honor, I would have no personal knowledge on it.
Okay.
Your
Any
Honor,
final questions, Attorney May?
That would be all for direct, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please.
Yes, Attorney Christine, rather.
Before we release the witness and adjourn, Your Honor, there is a consensus, Your Honor, that we will ask the court, the respondent would like to ask the court to remind the prosecution, Your Honor, not to use inappropriate words, Your Honor, like scam, mastermind, nagsisinungaling. This is the third time, Your Honor, that we have heard those words, specifically the word scam. And this is a solemn proceeding. This is a court of law. This is a court of procedure and actually a court of decorum. And we are not supposed to make insinuations, accusations, or conclusions, Your Honor. So we request the court to kindly remind the prosecution.
Yes, I agree with counsel. Earlier, the court made an admonition and reminder to the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, but did not strike out those statements. But subsequent similar statements made were stricken off from the record by the presiding officer. But it does seem that it's becoming a, I would rather use the word habit than pattern, for the panel of prosecutors to close their direct with such strong statements. So kindly, yes, what is the pleasure of Senator Judge Cayetano?
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Senate President, dear colleagues. I'd just like to take note that so the presiding officer made a ruling. We all know the intention and the duties of the prosecution. We admire your passion in trying to prove your allegations, but we're also all aware that the medium is the message. So during the time of radio and even TV, you make that statement and then it is stricken off the record, it's forgotten. There's no, if I can use the word, mind conditioning. And in fact, when I first became a senator in 2007, talagang hahanapin mo talaga yung records. That's why even here, kapag ka may disagreements and medyo nadala ng emotion, pinapa-strike off the record. At pagka sa labas ng Senate nangyari, naghahamunan ng, you say that here, para magsagutan tayo. So the problem nga with coming up with words especially, and this is for both sides and even for the senator judges, when we use certain words that can be, sa Tagalog, bansag. Binansagan mo na na scam o scammer, binansagan mo na nagnakaw, etc. So personally, I don't mind if you use words that is already in your pleadings or in your articles of impeachment. But of course, it still should come from the witness unless you can frame it in a way that it's not only the dignity of the court. I'm just saying, let's all be aware that when we say it, even if we say withdrawn or even, both sides, kahit sabihin mo withdrawn na to, kahit sabihin mong nice try, etc. We know that that's for the cameras, not just for the court. Diba? Kasi kaming 24, whether we watch it here, we watch it in our cell phone, we watch it inside, kami magde-decide. But we all know we're also trying to convince you, not we. The prosecution and defense is trying to convince the public that either the Vice President or her office or whoever is guilty or innocent. So, yun lang, let's be circumspect without pointing fingers to anyone, both sides. Dahil nga, kapag may certain word na may not only negative but may emotional attachment, magba-viral na yan. And it will really affect the integrity not only of the court but of the decision sa huli, 'di ba? So I just like to agree with you and emphasize na, you know, in the future if you say that nagkamali, let's not kid each other, no. Kahit kaming mga senator judges nagkakamali din kami, lalo pag nag-i-interview na or kaharap na yung vloggers or yung traditional media. But once masabi mo, it takes a life of its own, di ba? Those words. So we have to really be more circumspect in choosing our words, Mr.
I will
President.
allow Attorney May to comment before we proceed with other administrative matters. Yes, Attorney May?
Well, Your Honor, we apologize if sometimes we get carried away by our zeal and our passion, Your Honor. But we at the prosecution, we just want to call a spade a spade.
Within limits,
But-
you may.
Yes, Your Honor. But henceforth, to borrow the words of my colleague, Your Honor, we will try to behave.
That will be part of the chair's ruling as well. However, since we're ending at 2:30, Attorney Christine, your cross will proceed tomorrow
Yes, Your Honor.
and redirect and recross as well. But with the permission of the counsel for the parties, the chair will begin the proceedings tomorrow with its ruling in regard to the August 12 manifestation of Attorney Sheila. So we will begin tomorrow with Attorney Ligutan, giving him his 5 minutes of explanation or not longer than that. The ruling, and then we'll proceed with your cross, Attorney Christine, and then your redirect and recross, if any, by Attorney May and Attorney Christine, respectively. In the meantime, before we adjourn, for the information of Senator Judges, according to the Senate President, we shall convene session at 3 p.m. The court acknowledges the report of the clerk of court with respect to the comparison of the acknowledgement receipts and directs the clerk of court to furnish a copy of its findings, which the presiding officer initially mentioned last week, to the counsel for the parties as well as the senator judges. So ordered. In relation to the condition of Edward Fajarda, I am in receipt of a report by Dr. Season, the Bureau Director of the Medical and Dental Bureau of the Senate, confirming the condition of Mr. Eduardo Fajarda, that he is recommended to have bed rest or to rest for 2 weeks, which began last August 20 and which shall end on September 3. Chair therefore instructs the clerk of court to issue the corresponding subpoena in the subsequent trial date on September 7, 2025 at 10 a.m. The court would also like to note and point out the manifestation yesterday of Attorney Sheila on the 5-day notice rule. When we checked the TSN just to make sure, the 5-day notice rule applies to witnesses not mentioned in the pretrial order. In regard to witnesses mentioned in the pretrial order, it will not apply, although as the chair already stated yesterday, you still have enough time, Attorney Sheila, because I think you will be able to cross Colonel, who's the first, would you know, Attorney May, who's the first witness, if ever, that you will call a Colonel?
Colonel Boransing, Your Honor.
If at all, the cross-examination of Colonel Boransing will happen on a Monday, so you still have more than enough time to prepare for your cross of the good Colonel. Then Tuesday, then more than enough time. Yes, Attorney Sheila.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would just like to return to the presiding officer's statement on the application of the 5-day ruling or schedule for the disclosure of the witness. If I may just be clarified, because as far as I recall, this 5-day ruling was a product of the proposal and counter-proposal between the prosecution and defense during the pretrial stage. In fact, when the prosecution submitted its proposal, its written proposal, the initial proposal by the prosecution was only for a 3-day prior period to disclose the witnesses. But we counter-proposed that parties be allowed at least 5 days so that each party may be given ample time to prepare for the examination of the witnesses. And so I'm partly confused, Your Honor, as to the statement that the 5-day rule only applies as to the witnesses who were not disclosed in the pretrial order.
When we checked, counsel, that was the ruling on the chair. In fact, twice. In fact, however, having said that, this situation is unique, as pointed out by the lead prosecutor yesterday, because their intended witness is unavailable because of an ailment, and that they had to fill in with a new witness who is in the pretrial order. And given the amount of time being spent on the witnesses and the interjection of judges, in any case, you will still have your 5 days. In fact, more than 5 days, Attorney Sheila, for this witness.
Yes,
and the presiding officer will be conscious of the fact that, as much as possible, the witnesses for the following week should be announced by the lead prosecutor on a Wednesday the week before.
Okay.
To afford ample time for both sides to prepare, even when it comes when your time comes, Attorney Sheila, to
Yes,
present
Your
your
Honor.
evidence in
I
chief.
understand, Your Honor, but if I may just be allowed also to explain
Yes, ma'am.
further my concern. My concern is that if this is the new rule moving forward, that it would seem to me that there would be no more period or prior period to be observed in relation to the disclosure of witnesses for the following days or hearing dates, then that would be a concern, not only for the defense, but also for the prosecution when the time comes for the defense to present its witnesses. And so, and also, I recall that at the start of this trial, the court made it clear that, as the presiding officer had said, the parties must disclose their intended witnesses for the next week at the end of the hearing scheduled for the week prior. And so, even if I do not want to dispute what the presiding officer had said regarding the TSN or the records about this ruling, but just so parties are guided, may we now ask if the 5-day prior rule will still govern the proceeding moving forward?
As a rule, subsequent witnesses for the following week should be announced in open court the Wednesday of the previous week.
Okay,
So kung sino man po yung mga testigo, sa darating na linggo, Lunes hanggang Martes, Miyerkules, dapat sabihin na sa huling araw ng paglilitis ng linggo bago yung susunod na linggo. Maliban na lang, ulitin ko, kapag may pagkakataon tulad ngayon na medyo kakaiba naman, para hindi masayang yung oras at panahon ng husgado, kakaintay sa testigong hindi maganda ang karamdaman. So as a rule, counsel, yes, and we will make sure to afford time. And if you need more time, the court will be lenient in order to provide adequate time to prepare in fairness for both parties, not only the counsel for respondent.
All right,
Your
Your
Honor,
Honor, we
please.
submit with that clarification.
Thank you.
Your
Yes,
Just for purposes of
Honorable Ministro?
clarity, Your Honor.
Yes, Honorable Lisa?
Because we acknowledge that we are still adopting and maintaining the
5 days.
certain number of days required before the hearing for the succeeding week. But I understand the concern of Attorney Sheila from 5 days. Perhaps we can place it on record to change the 5-day notice rule to 4-day notice rule. That is to be consistent with Wednesday, Your Honor, as the submission of the witnesses for the succeeding week.
It's the same, counsel. Wednesday, Monday would be the 5th day, so that's still 5 days. It's not necessarily 5 days prior. Let's stick to what was originally agreed, and by way of exception, as the need arises, we will cross the bridge when we get there and still ensure that both parties will be given adequate time and will be given fair shake
Thank
to
you, Your Honor.
prepare
Just
for the witness.
one more point, Your Honor.
Yes,
just
Attorney
to
Sheila?
avoid any ambiguity, may we also request a disclosure be made via email, Your Honor, so that the disclosure be received by the other party in a timely
Via
manner.
email
Thank you.
before the trial on Wednesday, because on a Wednesday we'll hear it anyway.
We're
Attorney
okay
Sheila.
at the end of the trial day on Wednesday, Your Honor.
But we'll hear it anyway in open court.
Well, whether they do it in the morning or if they choose to do it after the hearing on Wednesday. Your
And
Honor. Thank you.
one more thing, Honorable Luistro, Chair would like to remind the prosecution to kindly submit the proposed circumstances or stipulation, facts for stipulation and documents for stipulation at least a day before the witness is set to be presented, so that the counsel for respondent will have ample time to review, study it, and hopefully shorten the proceedings by stipulating to it. Same ruling applies to the counsel for respondents when their time comes to present their evidence in chief.
We know the instructions,
We
Your
submit,
Honor.
Your Honor.
Thank you. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Zubiri?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. Before we adjourn today's session, I'd just like to ask broad strokes, the timelines moving forward for the impeachment proceedings, because we're also entering the budget season. As a matter of fact, Monday to Wednesday, nandito na po tayo from 9 to, well, ako kasi majority leader po tayo, so I'm last to leave. So 9 to 8, nandito po ako, kasama na ibang mga kasamahan ko dito. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday is hearing of our committees. And we have only one day to have our committee hearings. And so we just like to be guided accordingly. Once the budget starts being discussed, all departments will be coming here. Thursday, Friday, Saturday siguro, abot tayo ng Saturday. So wala nang pahinga yung mga staff natin. I just want to know from the presiding officer, what is the plan? Are we going to take this all the way up to December? Because Burr months are fast approaching. I think in 2 weeks' time, Jose Marichan will be singing again in all the malls. Kidding aside, we just need to be guided accordingly for our legislative calendar as well, Mr. President, presiding officer. Just broad strokes, maybe from the prosecution. Do we know, are we going to finish this before the December break? Because we want to know if we're going to continue all the way till February on this topic, so that in the legislative calendar, we can also make adjustments. Meron po tayong legislative calendar that we approve both houses. So at least kami, also, if there's an impeachment calendar, then we can be guided accordingly, because the chairman of the Committee on Finance is heavily stressed out. Every time I see him, he doesn't know how we're going to have the hearings all together, Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer. Just some queries, administrative queries, so that we can move forward and make both the impeachment calendar and the legislative calendar work for these two proceedings, which is basically the impeachment and legislation, Mr. President.
To respond to Senator Judge Zubiri in broad strokes, the presiding officer is optimistic and hopeful that we will complete these proceedings before the end of the year. Second, we will be having a more specific schedule for the impeachment once our chair of the Committee on Finance comes up with his calendar for the deliberation on the budget. Given that that is the most important piece of legislation that the Senate as a legislative body is supposed to pass, we have to allocate enough time for that to ensure its passage before the end of the year, giving due consideration to the Bicameral Conference Committee as well as inputs coming from the House of Representatives through the GAB. So once that comes out, Senator Judge Zubiri, we can roughly give you a picture and idea with respect to the timeline and the schedule, and if we will shift, and if we will indeed shift, how and when. Also for the information of the parties. There be no other matters to take up and discuss. Again, tomorrow we shall have your first, the cross-examination of Mr. Ortonio. But before that, the comment of Attorney Ligutan, the ruling of the chair with respect to the August 12 manifestation of Attorney Sheila, and then redirect, recross, and intervention of the senator judges in relation to Mr. Ortonio, and if we still have enough time for the prosecution's next witness. There be no other points to take up. Trial is hereby adjourned until tomorrow, August 26 at 10 a.m.
Mga kapuso, bukas po ipagpapatuloy ang cross-examination kay Ginoong Lemuel Ortonio, Assistant Chief of Staff ng Office of the Vice President. Pero ngayong araw natapos na po ang direct examination ng prosekusyon sa kanya, kung saan ipinunto ng prosekusyon na may kaalaman si Vice President Sara Duterte sa lahat po na nangyari patungkol sa confidential fund, at aprobado niya ito at otorisado daw niya ito. At ipinunto rin nila na naunang in-release ang naunang in-request ang pera o para sa confidential fund bago pa man nagkaroon ng plano para rito. Kaya nung nagsumiti po sila ng request ay wala, o nagsumiti po sila ng request para sa pondo ay wala raw itong kaakibat na mga attachment. At sa pagtatapos po ng direct examination, nabanggit ang salitang scam na muling inalmahan ng depensa. Kaya po hiniling nila sa impeachment court na paalalahanan ang prosekusyon na huwag gamitin ang mga salitang scam, sinungaling at mastermind, bagay na sinang-ayon na naman ni Presiding Officer Cheese Escudero. So mga kapuso, magpapatuloy po ang cross-examination bukas, ganap ng alas 10 ng umaga sa Senado. At sa puto ito, magpapasalamat po tayo kay dating IBP President, Attorney Domingo Cayosa. Attorney, maraming salamat po sa pagsama sa amin sa araw na ito.
Maraming salamat at magandang hapon ho sa lahat.
Thank you, Attorney. At mga kapuso, yan po ang special coverage ng GMA News sa Day 18 ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagtitiwala. Ako po, si Pia Arcangel para sa The Vice President on Trial. At tuloy-tuloy po ang live streaming sa ating YouTube page na youtube.com/@gmanews, pati na sa ating Facebook page na facebook.com/gmanews. Attorney, ang aking tanong, sumobra na nga po ba ang paggamit ng prosekusyon sa salitang scam? Dahil ilang beses nga po natin itong narinig at ilang beses hiniling ng depensa na to have it stricken off the record.
Well, paulit-ulit na. At kaya nga, it highlights yung pangangailangan na mag-issue na ng ruling o kaya admonition ang presiding officer tungkol dun sa mga paggamit ng tamang salita. Kasi medyo matagal nang napopospon ito. At baka sa susunod na marinig pa yung scam na yan o yung mga mararahas na pananalita, baka ang gagawin ng prosecution, sabi na with malice na yan. So baka naman, huwag na sanang paabutin sa ganon. At iwasan, tama naman, it cuts both ways for any lawyer na we continue to be appropriate in our language. Para sa ganun, yung merits of the case, yung katotohanan, doon tayo mapunta, hindi yung masyadong makulay na kuminsan nakakasakit na o kaya unfair na sa kabilang panig.
Dahil syempre, kung ano man ang magiging ruling, no, or kung ano man magiging paalala ng presiding officer, it will go both ways, hindi lamang sa iisang panig.
Yes, and hopefully, kasama na rin yung mga partido at yung mga kasamahan nilang senator judges.
Alright. Well, Attorney, anong gusto niyo makita bukas sa cross-examination?
Well, titignan natin kung ma-undo ng cross-examination yung direct testimony kanina. Kasi nga, marami silang objection pero hindi nakalusot. At it is their time now to seek explanation kung meron man. Kasi kung titignan natin yung linahad ng prosecution sa umpisa, na objective nila, na medyo marami yon, mukha namang na-accomplish nila yon. At mas lalong naging detalyado at mas malalim yung pag-aamin na yung Vice President involved talaga sa lahat ng aspeto. So kung meron mang mga kinakailangang explain, that's the job of the defense counsel to elicit by cross-examination.
Attorney, maraming salamat po muli sa pagsama sa amin sa paghihimay ng mga nangyari ngayong araw na ito sa impeachment trial. Thank you very much.
Thank you too, and good afternoon ulit sa lahat.
At ngayon mga kapuso, kuha po tayo ng update sa Senado mula sa ating kasamang si Joseph Morong. Joseph?
SB, katatapos nga lamang nitong tapos na ang direct examination nitong si Lemuel Ortoña, ang DepEd Special OVP Assistant or Deputy Chief of Staff. So siya yung nagpaliwanag kung paano ginastos yung confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President. Kanina, bago matapos ang testimonya nitong si Ortoño, ay nagkaroon ng konting sagutan itong defense at saka sa prosecution tungkol din sa mga paggamit ng mga terms katulad ng scam or architect. Para ang sinasabi ng depensa ay dapat daw iwasan yung ganon dahil yun ay parang maituturing na ng conclusion of fact or law no? So sabi ng Senate Impeachment Court, sige, at inadmonish na lamang, pinayuhan na lamang yung magkabilang panig na iwasan hanggat maaari. Ganun yung paggamit ng ganong mga terminolohiya. Pero pagtatanggol nitong si Attorney May Divina Gracia, they just want to call a spade, but they will try to behave. Yung scam ay ginamit itong si Attorney Divina Gracia doon sa pag-describe niya, doon sa iba't ibang mga eksplanasyon ng Office of the Vice President sa kung paano ginamit yung pondo ng Vice President noong 2022 last quarter and first 3 quarters of 2023. In term naman na architect ay ang layunin dyan ng prosecution ay maitali itong si Vice President Duterte dun sa paggastos ng confidential funds ng ina-allege nila ay merong misuse and misappropriation, which is Article 1 of their Articles of Impeachment versus the Vice President. Pero may bagong impormasyon itong si Ortonio na naibigay dito sa Senate Impeachment Court at sa pamamagitan nga ng kanyang direct examination ay lumabas na yung ibinayad, kasi di ba nakita natin na yung mga resibo ay tinanggap ng mga alleged informants and agents, tapos nakalagay doon medicine o kaya may purchase of supplies na chairs, tables, and mga computers. May paliwanag dyan ngayon, itong si Ortonio. Ang nangyari daw dyan ay binigyan ng pera yung mga informants and agents at sila na yung bumili ng mga supplies o kaya ng mga gamot o kaya ng mga computers, kaya walang official receipts and acknowledgement receipts lamang yung isinumite ng mga itong sila Colonel Lachica, Gina Acosta at ng opisina papunta sa court, sa Commission on Audit. Ngayon, yung sa pamamagitan, tinanong siya nitong Clarify ni P.O. Chis Escudero, yung binigay sa informant yung pera, tapos siya yung bibili ng halimbawa silya o kaya mga computers. Ang sabi ni Ortonio, yan yung sinabi sa kanya nitong si Colonel Lachica. Sa pamamagitan na rin ng testimonya nitong si Ortonio ay ipinakita ng prosecution na yung unang request for 125 million na OVP confidential funds noong 2022 ay ginawa na nauna pa yung request kesa yung sa physical and financial plan na hinihingi ng Joint Memorandum Circular dapat at ng DBM. Pero nakapagsumite naman later on. Pero nauna yung request for 125 million. Prosecution also showed na si Vice President determined the amount. Siya yung nagsabi kung magkano yung kailangan. Inauthorize niya yung pag-release ng pera, ng lahat ng pera ng confidential funds in 2022 and 2023. Tapos, as I said, so Ortonio, dun sa pag-liquidate, relied on yung explanation ni Gina Acosta at saka nitong si Colonel Dante Lachica. May pinunto lamang yung prosecution dun sa ilang mga expenditures, parang pare-pareho yata yan, na ang pinag-uusapan natin ay 4 sets of confidential funds at least. Pero pag na-liquidate, pare-pareho yung amount. Ano-ano yan? Yung sa OVP, safe houses, safe house rentals. 16 million pesos ang ibinayad pare-pareho doon sa last quarter ng 2022, first and second quarter ng 2023. 10 million din ng mga incentives, pareho rin. Last quarter ng 2022, first, second, and third quarter. At ganun din yung expenditures. So tatlong confidential funds, same amounts. Ngayon, tinanong ng prosecution, kasi pag chairs, tables, and computers, pag ginamit, binili mo dyan gamit ang pondo ng bayan, that becomes government property. At pag government property, naka-inventory. Tanong, naka-inventory po ba yan? Sabi nitong si Ortonio, hindi sila nagsumite ng inventory dun sa COA because yun nga, ang explanation nila is that because ang bumili ay mga agents and informants in a confidential activity. Tinanong, mapipinpoint mo ba kung nasa na yung mga computers na yan? Ang sabi nitong si Ortonio, he wouldn't know. So tomorrow ay magpapatuloy naman Sasalang pa rin itong si Ortonio, but it will be the defense's side a chance para sa cross-examination. Bukas inaasahan din natin yung ruling ng Senate Impeachment Court tungkol doon sa sub judice na complaint ng defense versus Attorney Virgil Ligutan. So bukas ng umaga yan, bago tayo mag-proceed dun sa iba pa mga testigo ng prosecution. Kinumpirma, ayon kay P.O. Chis Escudero, kinumpirma ng mga doktor ng Senado na nagkaroon nga ng stroke itong si DepEd SDO or Special Disbursing Officer Edward Fajarda at ni-require siya ng doktor niya na magpahinga ng 2 weeks na matatapos yan sometime in the near future. Kaya ang hinihingi na ang order na ng Senate Impeachment Court, pagkatapos niya magpahinga, ay humarap pa rin siya sa Senate Impeachment Court sa September 7, alas 10 pa rin ng umaga. Tinanong ni Senator Subiri, ano bang plano ng Senate Impeachment Court? Kasi padating na yung budget season, deliberations on the budget, pero sabi ni Senator Escudero, that will depend on the schedule of the Senate Finance Committee Chair. So pag meron ng latag yung Senate Finance Committee, kung kailan sila magsisimula, magpapatawag ng mga agencies, and then dun na iaayon yung schedule ng Senate impeachment. So maraming salamat po sa inyong pagtutok. Tutok pa rin po kayo tomorrow. Alas 9 po tayo nagsisimula sa ating live stream sa ating mga social media pages. 9:30 po sa GTV. Ako naman po si Joseph Morong at ito po ang special coverage ng GMA News, the Vice President on Trial.